personalized locket necklaces, plus meaningful birthstone jewelry she'll treasure. Find out more at ScheibenJewelers.com. Cavaliers able to get past Toronto in 7 games to advance to the NBA playoffs. However, in the series, the Cavs lost all 3 games away from home. Donovan Mitchell on the idea the Cavs need to get over the hump when it comes to winning a playoff game on the road.
It's not get over the hump. It's just win a game on the road. You just got to find a way. You know, if you kind of label it as that, it's like this huge obstacle. You got to go out there and execute. And obviously, neither team has had a lot of time to prep for each other, but we had the regular season. And at the end of the day, we got to go steal one. Simple as that. I'm not worried about what's happened in the past. Like I told you, at the end of the day, we just got to go get one.
Cavs get their Eastern Conference semifinal series underway tonight. Going to be up in Detroit to take on the Pistons. Detroit also needing 7 games to get past Orlando. Also in the NBA playoffs tonight, Game 1, Western Conference semifinals. The Oklahoma City Thunder playing host to LeBron James and the LA Lakers. Thunder swept Phoenix in the first round, while LA needed 6 games to get by the Rockets. Luka Doncic still out for the Lakers, continues to deal with that strained left hamstring. Guardians continue their series in Kansas City tonight, going to be taking on the Royals. Guardians looking to bounce back after losing the opener last night, 6-2. Tanner Bybee giving up 4 runs in 4 innings. He falls to 0-5. Gavin Williams gets the start tonight for the Guardians, 5-1, a 2.70 ERA. Browns continue with their offseason workout program today in Brea, Phase 2, so the Browns can do individual and group drills on the field. The work this week leading up to rookie minicamp that gets underway on Friday. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan. Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Well, looky there. Sun shining on Northeast Ohio as the Cavaliers get set to embark on the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Detroit Pistons, or Detroit as most of us have called it for the majority of our life. So we will talk about that today. Mary Kay Cabot's going to jump in with us. We're going to talk to her about the Browns and all the things going on after the draft as we get ready for rookie mini camp. And our old friend Jake Chapman is going to join us today. He is going to relive the Orlando series that they faltered to the Pistons, and he will give us the lowdown on what the Cavaliers need to do in this series. My name is Andy Baskin. His is Jeff Phelps. Hello, Jeff Phelps.
Game day, baby. Let's go.
Do you go through your rituals this morning? You don't normally talk to people when you have a big game, right? You're like a pitcher. You don't talk to anybody.
I ignore everybody.
It's pretty makes
sense. Of course, I'm
good.
not playing, so that means I'm talking.
Oh, well, just don't say shutout or no hitter, or you'll be good too.
That is correct.
Congratulations on your success, Dan. I stole that from the morning show. I don't know why I just said that. Dan Mennigan is also here today, and Meredith Kane will be there on the other side of 216-474-0092. Here we go. Just give me your overall feelings as we head into this series against Detroit. We are about to go swimming in the pool to try to get to the next round.
Pool?
I don't know. Just
swimming?
Jumping in the pool. Yeah, we're swimming.
Swimming? What are we, Michael Phelps?
Yeah, you are.
John Neighbors?
Where's your bling? What do you got going
Mark
on there?
Spitz?
Gesundheit.
Get ready. This will be a very combative series, I think. It'll be a physical series.
More physical than the Toronto series?
Yeah, probably so. And I'm looking forward to a really good series. And if games last night were any indication, buckle up. This could be fun. You know, the Knicks look unstoppable right now. San Antonio loses at home. I only bring that up to show that anything can happen in the NBA playoffs, and anything usually does.
Minnesota was the lone team in the Western Conference that was a lower seed that defeated a higher seed. So, and they come out last night. They win 104-102 against Sacramento.
Yeah.
Against San Antonio, sorry. And then as you're saying, the Knicks pounded Philly 137-98. But getting back to our series, Jeff, that series against Toronto was extremely physical, and I know that every team feels like if they want to beat the Cavaliers, that's all you need to do is be physical, because the referees are going to let you get away with a lot more than you did during the regular season, and you're going to make the Cavs work for every basket. And I felt like in the times that the Cavaliers were struggling, that was it. It felt like, as a fan, it felt like it was a lot of work to try to get them a clean shot at the bucket or be able to get to the hole without getting hacked or fouled or decapitated as they tried to score a basket last night or 2 nights ago. I look at this series for the Cavaliers, and I'm very much looking forward to what kind of offense they will kind of run. And run is the key word, because I want to see them move the ball. It's frustrating. Like I said, it's a hard watch. I should feel good about them going into the next round of the NBA playoffs, but I don't. I'm like 50-50 going into this thing, and maybe I should be, because Detroit is the top seed in the East, but I can't feel any sense of confidence going into this series.
Why?
I maybe it's just
why?
Because I don't
they have
feel
a great
like
chance to beat the Pistons.
I don't have why great? Why?
Because they're
what
good.
Makes you say great?
They're good. To me, it's as simple as that. The Cavs are a really good basketball team. So are the Pistons. That's why though the Cavs are the 4 seed, I don't think, the slotting of the seeding to me is not a big factor in this at all. I think the Cavs can be a better team than the Pistons. I do. Now, if I had to pick who's going to win the series, I'll take the Pistons in 6. I just think this might be their year. They are the Cavs of last year, and I think their defense might be the thing that pushes them over. But I think the Cavs have a great chance to win this thing. Cavs have some really good talent, Andy. You know that. And it's not just the 4 guys that get most of the attention, meaning Donovan, James, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen. Max Strus can help in a big way. Sam Merrill gets hot, look out. I think they have some guys who I think can really, really help them win a series, and I think they have a great chance to do it. That said, if I have to pick somebody, I'm going to take the Pistons.
Do you think my level of expectation, and it doesn't matter, I know you're going to say it doesn't matter, but matches what our fans are feeling right now? Because I think when you have the highest payroll in the NBA, that fans expect everything out of these players. They expect perfect nights every night. They expect more chemistry. They expect this team to be able to be the favorite.
It annoys me.
To be the favorite. Do you? I know it annoys you, but do you see why the fans may be the way that they are?
No.
You don't?
No.
You can't see it at all?
We sit here and, we're fortunate enough to talk sports for a living, and we get to talk to Cleveland sports fans, which is great. It bothers me that, if Donovan Mitchell, and now we talk about this stuff, so maybe we're partially to blame, but I know this. I don't expect these guys to play great every game. That's not the real world. That's not the real NBA. And remember, Donovan Mitchell had the 6 for 24 shooting night.
Yep.
Well, guess what? It's going to happen. Other teams are going to focus on guys. They're going to do different things. Evan Mobley's not going to get 20 and 15 every night. James Harden might turn the ball over. James might have a bad track record in Game 7. Okay, great. Doesn't mean they're not tremendous basketball players. And the fact that it seems that folks so want these guys to be perfect and overly productive each and every night, to me, is just unrealistic. And
so why do you think that is? Is it? I can give you
because folks are fans. That's why. That's why.
I think part of it was a level and expectation that we and it hit me again. It's a decade, right, since they won the championship.
That would be 10 years.
Yeah, and I still think that level of expectation of watching LeBron and seeing what he was able to do here, and Kyrie, let's not leave him out, and Kevin and all the other guys that were part of the championship run, the team that won and the team that went to endless. It feels like endless NBA Finals now, but that level of expectation was set by those guys, and maybe it's hard for anybody to live up to what happened there. And the other part of this too is you have an owner that has that same level of expectation. Why else would you have the highest payroll in the NBA? You expect to win every game that you walk out on the floor, especially the playoffs, because the guy who's coaching in Detroit now didn't reach that level of expectation, especially during the playoffs. What was his record? 6-11 here, I think, during the playoffs, something like that. And so, the level of expectation, I think, might be warped because of the LeBron years, and maybe warped because you have ownership. And by the way, this is the exact opposite of what we talk about with baseball, that is willing to be the team that spends more money than anybody else in the league, and you expect them to be the Yankees, right? I don't know that we have, do we have the 5 best players in the NBA on the floor? Could they afford it? I think that if Dan could buy the 5 best players in the NBA and put them on the floor, he would. But the level of expectation, I think, is set by, the success that has happened in the past and the level of commitment that you have from ownership that you are willing to spend, and you don't care. And not that you don't care. You're willing to spend to win. You're not worrying about the money. And maybe the NBA is the easiest place to do that too, because the roster sizes are so small. But maybe is that where the level of expectation comes from our fans?
I don't think so.
You don't?
No, I don't. I just think that people see Donovan put up big numbers, so they think
averaged 20.
They think he should do
23.
it every game. They see James Harden put up big numbers. He should do it every game. Same thing with Evan Mobley. Jared Allen is soft. Really? 22 points and 19 rebounds in a Game 7. It's to me, the expectations are a little unreal, and each game's a different deal. You're not going to get 20 points out of every guy, all 4 of those guys every game. You're not going to get double-digit rebounds from Evan and Jarrett every game. And I just think you need to look at the team as a whole and think, how did it function in that game, and did they get the win? And each game is different. It needs to be coached different, and I think expectations are on the individuals. I think our fan base has been a little harsh on all of these guys. The only guy I don't think that folks are really harsh on is Donovan Mitchell. And probably for the most part because he just continues to put up big numbers. The only thing I'd say about Donovan, make sure you share that basketball. That's it. Most of the time he does. But make sure you share it because you've got guys who can really help.
The bigger surprise for me with Harden when he came here too was his ability to share. I mean, he's averaging over 6 assists in the 7 games they played against Toronto. So 6 assists per game. No one's even close. Donovan 3 assists, and Evans also 3 assists per game. So I think that's something I'm wondering who has to step up for them to win the series. And is it, people think that Mitchell maybe didn't play the greatest series against Toronto, but yet he still averaged 23 points a game.
And see, that's the thing. The general thinking is Mitchell and Harden didn't play great against Toronto. Look at their numbers. If you want to just look at numbers, well, okay, they did just fine. But that's the catch to me, Andy, is I think Cavs fans expect perfection out of most of these guys most every night. And that's unrealistic. How did your team do? Were you able to win the game? As Kenny Atkinson said after Game 7, hey, the point in the playoffs is to advance. And he's right. It's not to play the greatest game ever. Did you win? Did you advance? Thank you. It's that simple. And if they can pull that off against the Pistons, more power to them.
The number that has to be corrected against Detroit is the turnovers.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Well, and James Harden's averaging over 5 turnovers a game. Is that because he has the ball the most? I'm trying to be nice.
Ding, ding, ding.
They got to come down. Even if he went back to 4, that's a bucket, might make a difference in the game. But he's also I'm always impressed by his rebounding because he'll give you 5 rebounds a game, 5 or 6 rebounds a game.
Well, he's 6'6".
I know, but I don't expect that from my guards. I don't know. I expect those out of my big guys. But when my guards can give me that kind of play, does that even out the turnover ratio? Why am I wrong?
Can I drop a little funny on you?
Sure.
I think this is funny. Turnovers are obviously they're not good.
Right.
So far in the postseason, man with the most turnovers per game in the postseason.
All teams?
All teams.
Oh, yeah.
Cade Cunningham, 5.9. Second, James Harden, 5.1.
Oh, good. We can expect to see a lot of turnovers.
Third, LeBron James, 4.3.
That's what happens
Look
when
what
you have the
happens
ball.
when you have the ball in your hands.
Yeah, the odds of you having a turnover are great. I'm wondering, do we have expectations? Are they a little too high for the Cavs' upper tier players? Are those expectations too high? Jeff, I thought, brought up some interesting points, like maybe we need to chill out as fans. Maybe the expectations. Why are the expectations here at this point I'd say because of the success we had when LeBron was here, and maybe it's just me that can't turn the page, but you tell me. I'm going to
go with you.
You have ownership. Thank you. You have ownership that's willing to spend. And is that also give you the right to kind of think, well, of course I expect these guys to play great basketball. Mary Kay Cabot's going to talk Browns with us at 11. We continue on with the Cavaliers as they get set for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Detroit Pistons. 216-474-0092.
The Open Road.
sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Cavs Pistons game 1 tonight. You ready for it? Are you? I kind of like it. I'm ready. I like the fact that I feel like we're in playoff mode because the game is tonight and we don't have to sit around and wait.
Yeah, that's good.
When the season ends, it's that waiting part. You're like, oh, good. We have the playing tournament. This is great. Oh, that was fun. When do they play? All right. Now they're back. And we're back. So you're looking at the Cavs tonight. They'll take on Detroit. That is a 7 p.m. tip-off. It is on NBC Sports Network and Peacock, so you'll be able to watch it there. Game 2 is Thursday night, also a 7 o'clock tip. That game is on Prime Video. Wow.
Spend that money.
Game 2 is on Prime Video, and then you've got NBC for games 3 and 4. I thought Mike Tirico did a nice job the other day, by the way.
Mike's a pro.
Yeah, I think Mike. I like Mike a lot. So Saturday's game is here, and that's at 3 o'clock. And then a week from, coming up this Monday, a week from yesterday, 8 o'clock tip-off, NBC again. So if you're sitting at home, your NBC Sportsnet and Peacock for tonight's game, Prime Video for Thursday, NBC for Saturday, and NBC again for Monday. All right, Jeff, so we're talking a little bit about what's going on with the Cavaliers right now, the expectations, and we maybe perhaps they're a little high for their upper tier players, but I don't know. I think when you're paying them this kind of money and you're in the second apron, that I think fans are expecting great things, and sometimes when they falter or things go a little bit sideways, or maybe you don't see the chemistry that you would like to see out of a team that is the only team that's in the second apron, you get a little bit irked.
Irked.
I'm trying to think of a better.
Well, does that matter to the fans, though? Does that matter?
Well, so this is about expectation.
It's still a guy playing a game, and you're not going to be perfect every night.
It's expectations. This is what happens when
win in advance. That's what it's all about.
Isn't this what happens when you're the Yankees? Right? Like,
well, I guess
you pay the guys like A-Rod, your buddy A-Rod, the one that you always make fun of, that you went to a Notre Dame game while he was on suspension,
and hung out with Andy Baskin.
Yeah, so you're on those guys, and maybe that's just what we're feeling here, or maybe you just I don't have that. I'm missing something right now, and I can't figure out what it is. And I think part of it has to do with the chemistry issue, because I still think they're learning to be able to play with each other. It still comes off that way because there's just too many times. And I know like Terry Pluto said it yesterday. This is the NBA, but I don't. Good teams find a way to have that kind of chemistry, and I can't expect that kind of chemistry in a post All-Star feeling. Now, maybe when you start playing these back-to-back games, or games every other night, maybe some of that stuff will grow. And maybe we saw some of that at the end in the second half against Toronto in Game 7. I know we saw it in Game 1 and Game 2. I'm looking for the chemistry. I'm looking to move the ball. I'm looking to not every play has to be poetry, but it's the turnovers that drive me nuts. Jeff is in North Olmsted. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey,
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
This fan expectation thing is an interesting topic, and I'm kind of glad you guys brought it up because, obviously with us being in the second apron, highest team, payroll, fans sometimes, and it annoys me, it's like they think that it's their money they're spending too, right? So they have these expectations that, you brought in another player like James Harden at deadline, it's got to be perfect. Here's the deal for me. Toronto was just a bad matchup for us. And we knew this going in through the route, that this is the route we were talking about before the postseason, that we'd have to go through Toronto and then have to get Detroit next. We wanted it that way. So I don't see how anything has changed in that regard. You had a Toronto team that had two guys that were out, that were starters, that actually benefited them in the long run because the two bench guys they played had energy that was nonstop. I mean, that was some of the best defense I've seen in an opening round of playoffs, and not by the Cavs. I'm talking about Toronto. The things that need to be fixed more than anything is the effort, and then you're right, turnovers, watching them not get back. I'm actually glad that I heard about Schroeder laying into Donovan about not getting back after that turnover, and Donovan taking the criticism positively. You can't have fast break points be 26-6, and those are all coming off of turnovers where, you're not getting back and you're not pressing the issue, right? The guards have to play better. That's the bottom line. Limit turnovers, and Orlando kind of got away from it. They were successful when they were forcing the issue in the paint on Duren and trying to get him into foul trouble. I think we have to mimic that to be successful in this series.
Hey.
And, God, get Jalen Tyson some more minutes because he brought some great energy in Game 7, and we need that.
All right, let me ask you this. Why do you think the expectations are so high? Like I brought it up where you're talking about, you still have LeBron residue on the franchise. And I think that's part of it. The other part is the payroll. And I don't know, maybe there is no other part of it. Like you want more. Why are expectations so high for our fans?
I think you touched on it too, though. It is a lot of that LeBron residue. And I feel like sometimes we haven't shed that positive baggage from 2016, right? Like we're post that. And I think a lot of times, Andy, you are 100% correct. We're kind of living off of that moment still and expecting that year in and year out. But then every time it's, can we get past, and with Donovan, the same thing. He hasn't reached a conference final, so we're always talking about that. So there's a bunch of little pieces that bring it into one big thing. And, maybe it's not just one thing, right? Maybe it's just a bunch of little things that everybody's making an even bigger deal out of than they need to. I love that we're in the playoffs. We just won a series. Let's just keep it going. You got to ride these on a year-to-year basis. You can't look back at the year before, 10 years ago, or whatever the situation is. We're currently in a new series. It starts tonight. Go Cavs. That's all that matters.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Good phone call.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Jeff from North Homestead. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Do you think there's LeBron residue? I mean, that's kind of. I know.
I don't.
Dan, do you?
I think it's long gone. Personally,
I don't. Now, as it dissipated, I think the franchise, the front office would love nothing more than to even just get back to the NBA Finals and it's nothing against what LeBron, but to be able to do this in a different way, to be able to say, hey, look, here's where we are. We put this together. We made some moves, some big moves along the way, too, to get here. And I don't think that the expectations or pressure that, Donovan Mitchell gets is anywhere near what LeBron had, and rightfully so. I wonder that, about that residue, about that, this is what we expect, and if we don't make the finals, then, whatever, who cares? Lost season anyway, and, oh, by the way, we weren't good enough to win the final. That to me, it bothers me because I do think this is a good team. And I do think we have some unbelievably talented players on this team. I wish I felt like I had just total confidence walking into the series that they should be able to win.
You shouldn't have total confidence. I mean, they're good. The Pistons are good. The Knicks are good. And despite what we saw last night, the 76ers are good. I mean, these are going to be contested series. And I think that's one of the cool things, in the East this year. We thought going in that this could be, there's going to be some really competitive series. Detroit's down 3-1. They come back on Orlando. Sixers are down 3-1. They come back on Boston. Pretty impressive stuff.
All in all, when you look at all these series, I think we only had 2 series out of the 8 that were, 4-0 and 4-1. That was it. Otherwise, everything else has been competitive. They've all been 6 games. Dan, let me ask you that question, too. Do we have too high expectations for the Cavaliers' upper-tier players?
No.
We don't.
You have a top 20 player in the league. Gosh, you could even argue if you go by all NBA, you got a top 10 player in the league. If you go by all NBA votes. This kind of comes with the territory. It's like, you've got these guys. You went and traded for James Harden. You traded a chunk that you saw as a open window of the future to win right now. And you're finding it hard to win right now. That's not high expectations. That's the reality of your situation.
So what is the expectation? To me, walking into
Conference
this thing,
finals are bust.
Conference finals
Conference
are bust.
finals are bust.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where this has been the whole time. Is conference finals are bust. If they crash out right here, who knows what happens?
It's hard to argue with that too, because JB got let go because he couldn't get him past the second round. Kenny couldn't get him past the second round last year.
Some would even go a step further and say finals are bust. I think that's ridiculous. I've always thought that was too high of expectations. If you're one of the final 4 teams, you've done a heck of a job. Like your arrow's pointing in the right direction if you're one of the last 4 teams standing.
Yeah, but is that the consolation prize to say, oh, we made the Final Four?
No. Why would that be a consolation prize?
Because you have a city that and again, this goes back to the residue question, that you expected to make the NBA Finals every year. Now, granted, I think the West is way tougher than the East is this year, but at least the upper end, that the West is tougher than the East. And so I don't know that if you get to the finals that you should be anywhere near expecting to win the finals, but you have a level of expectation. You've seen your franchise make it to the finals countless times in most of your lifetimes, right? So why wouldn't you have that same expectation now?
I'm not going to tell anybody how to fan. I mean, don't tell people how to feel.
Did you say how to fan?
How to fan, yes.
That's funny.
Number one rule of any relationship: don't tell someone how to feel. That's the number one thing anybody in a relationship.
I'm Dan Menningen here for relationship advice.
Prove me wrong. Don't tell someone how to feel. That'll get you yelled at more than anything else. I won't tell you how to feel. I'll just say if that's your expectation, that you truly will never be.
Put that down, Andy.
Tell anyone how to feel.
Either one of you have been in an argument with your significant other and said something like, well, you're not supposed to feel that way.
Dan Menningen, May 5th, 2026.
Lord loves a working man.
Yes.
And
come here, son. I have something I want to show you.
Make sure you don't say to your wife on Mother's Day, "You're not my mother."
He
right?
hates
The
these
kids
cans.
should get you something.
Avoid those cans.
That's true. And the new phone books here.
The new phone books are here. That dog is no hero.
Thanks for playing.
All I need is this ashtray, and that's it. That's all I need. Okay,
and that
maybe
lamp.
this TV remote. Okay,
what
but
about
that's
the lamp?
it.
The
that's
lamp.
all I need.
You need the lamp.
But that is a nice lamp.
Pull
Okay,
your
I'll take
pants.
that lamp. But that's it. That's all I need. After that, I am perfectly fine on this thermos. Okay, I'll take this thermos, and that's it. That's all I need.
Nice. You can make a song about it too if you want to. Maybe I'll pick out a thermos for you. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We embark on the next round of the NBA playoffs. It's your Cavaliers at Detroit. Is this going to be a rock fight? Is that what we're expecting in this series? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11.
7 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Cavs, Pistons tonight. Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11. Jake Chapman, Orlando Magic Radio Network, super friend of the show, used to be a producer on our show. Just watched the Pistons play in 7 games against his Magic, and the Pistons are now here, and Jake is available to talk to us on the phone.
And he used to work for the Pistons.
Oh, that is true. I forgot he worked for the Pistons, too.
Yep.
So he will definitely have his stuff in order when it comes time to talk about this series.
He used to, work for both teams. You can take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, so, Jeff, give me a key player for the Cavaliers tonight that you think, or key players that will make a difference for the Cavaliers to help them win, beyond the obvious, I think.
Beyond the obvious. In other words, I can't use 4 guys?
No, you could have different expectations for the 4 guys that maybe I think we're used to. Like, tell me something you didn't see in that first series from maybe Donovan Mitchell that you need to see in this series because it's a different opponent in Detroit, and the problems and the issues and the challenges become different. Not harder, not worse, harder.
I don't think anybody played poorly in that first series. See, that's because my expectations for individual performances aren't maybe through the roof. You know what I mean?
But here's the hard part. You're saying that. I believe every word you're saying, and yet I look and I see that Mitchell and Harden both had 20 points per game.
Well, I know.
That's why.
But it's more than just a number of points. It's efficiency. It's getting your teammates involved. It's not bogging down the offense from time to time. My buddy Don sent me this text, and I think Don's got a great point here, and it goes back to what we were talking about. And he said everybody expects the Cavs to blow everybody away. That comes with success. And he has pretty good thoughts here as to why the expectations are so high. Plus, no one wants to see us get blown out of the second round again. Having said that, it's time for this team to elevate. That's a reasonable expectation. It's a learning curve to become a champion. I think that's valid. Everybody's been waiting for the Donovan Mitchell-led Cavaliers to elevate their game and get out of the second round of the playoffs. And I think Don's got a real valid point there. And if not now, Andy, when? If not now, when?
Yeah, I don't know if we ever had this conversation because I think both you and I agreed that we thought this team would go after they got Evan Mobley, that this team would go as Evan Mobley goes. That changed, though, with Donovan Mitchell, right? When Mitchell comes in, then the expectation changes to this team goes as Mitchell goes? I don't know. We've never really, we used to say this all the time. This team's going to go as Evan goes.
I still think that, but you don't need one guy to be the star every night, whether it be Donovan or whether it be Evan or whether it be James. The big difference is James Harden. If James can go play better basketball than his reputation in the playoffs allows us to think he can play, this team could win the whole thing.
We laugh about the kid saying 6'7" and that it has no meaning, but, to Dan, when you talk 6'7", you're talking about Game 6, Game 7 for James Harden. Did he live up to your expectations in 6'7"?
Yeah, he played how James Harden plays in closeout games, which is fine.
Just okay.
Fair.
See, and this goes back to, and this is okay. This goes back to the expectation of, all right, you need to be stunningly good in every situation, especially in these situations. I get that expectation. James is one of the best players in NBA history. He's a top 50 player in NBA history. And I get that. And you hear a lot about his playoff situations and how they haven't gone real well, especially in those tight games. I get that. He could be the key to the whole thing, Andy.
I don't disagree with that at all. I 100% believe that. And when Harden moves the ball, doesn't turn the ball over, and keeps the offense flowing, like, to me, that's fun. That's what I love to watch. That's what we saw in games 1 and games 2 against Toronto. That's what we saw when Harden first got here, too. I still believe, and maybe I'm wrong, and I know maybe I've said this a couple times, that there's a sync issue going on. That sometimes I just don't feel like they can get in the flow, and it doesn't. And maybe that was the way Toronto was playing defense. Maybe they knew they had to, stifle Donovan Mitchell, or they had to stifle whoever if it was Harden on the floor, or to make sure that, because there was no way. Like, defensively, I love the fact that Toronto would not let you in the paint, man. They didn't want to let anybody have a little runner. You weren't going to see any Spida shots. They did everything they possibly could, and if they felt like it was coming, they were going to give you a hard foul going in. I thought that's the recipe for success, just to muddy up the water on the Cavaliers as far as trying to make them be offensively fluid. Toronto did a great job at that, and I think that's why we ended up going 7 games, because they were able to shut the Cavaliers down in situations that normally would propel them during the regular season. That was gone, and the refereeing changes too. I think the refs let a ton of stuff go that they would call maybe during the regular season, and I don't know that I like that, but it is what it is. And it goes back to, well, that's the NBA. It's the playoffs. They're going to let these guys play. Because I hate to think a referee changes the outcome of a game, but, I mean, if you're Toronto, you're looking back and going, well, one of our best players has 4 fouls now, and we're like third, fourth quarter, and now everything changes. But I guess it's about coaching. I guess it's about the player not picking up the foul. I just think if you're going to pick up a 4th foul or a 5th foul, man, it better be legit for a referee to call that. Not because somebody made a move to the inside and then bounced back off of somebody's foot or off their leg. That to me is the inconsistency that we see in the playoffs that makes these games stagnant. That makes them, you're like, oh, here we go. Oh, no, we don't. No, it's not happening. It happens all the time in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it makes it a difficult watch. I keep saying difficult watch, but it's just, I don't know, maybe I'm just watching the playoffs with a critical eye this year, more critical than I have in the past. But I don't know. It's a feeling. Do you agree with me or not? That the officiating, I've always believed that officials are there to make sure the players are safe and to do the best they can. They can't see everything. I understand that. I get that. And keep the game moving forward. That's your job.
You're not going to
safe and moving forward.
This.
Go ahead.
I never talk about officiating in NBA playoff games. To me,
just playoff games?
Almost any game. Do they get them wrong? Sure. That's part of it. I mean, that's just part of it. So I never even look at it. They get some wrong for your team. They get some wrong for the other team. And one possession can mean everything. Absolutely. But a possession in the second quarter that would have got you a 3 is, can be just as valuable as a possession in the fourth quarter. So I don't think you can use that as any type of a excuse.
No, it's a level
because it happens.
Right. For both teams.
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends on where you're sitting in a lot of these situations. There's another little part of the game that I was talking about with somebody the other day. It's, as a kid, and maybe this is just utopia, that you want officials to blend in with the woodwork, right? You just want them to be a part of the thing.
Yeah, you want them to do a good job and not be the focus of the game. And I think NBA officials, for the most part, do a really good job of that.
They do, but the entertainment part of the game has changed what an official is. I mean, no player during the game is, unless it's a sideline interview, is sitting on camera telling you what's going on or talking to you on TV.
Well, that's not the officials.
No, the NBA.
They were told to do that.
Yeah, no. I mean, but should you know who Scott Foster is? Should you know who Tony Brothers is? Maybe. I'd rather not know the names of officials.
The NFL does the same thing.
The NFL made the NFL took what Major League Baseball I think had. Umpires, you think about all the great umpires that we knew when we were kids growing up. We knew them because they either got into a fight with a manager or the way they called balls and strikes was so vocal or so attention drawing that we knew who some of those umpires were, right? And they became a part of the game, part of the entertainment deal that you see. And I think that when the NFL went to using their officials on television to let you know what the call was, that they made Ed Hockley a name that you now know that you may not have ever known before, because you're like, oh, there's the referee with the guns. And then anybody else moves forward.
Explain before you think.
Oh, with the guns. I mean, big arms.
There you go.
Yeah, the well-defined. And then it's like, then you start watching, you're like, oh, here comes Tony Brothers again. Yeah, I wonder if he likes being on TV. You know, and so that's become a part of the, I don't know if that's WWE world or not, but the officials are now 100% a part of the show. They're not a part of the woodwork. They're a part of the show. I don't know if that's good for the game or I don't know if that's bad for the game, but it is. And it makes the entertainment value of these games a little bit different. Like the NHL's got a ref that like is a little bit over the top zealous when he makes calls. Still awkward to me when you're live in person at an NHL game or an AHL game, and you know those guys will, the referees go to center ice and they look at a camera and they let everybody know what's going on. I always find that it's somewhat awkward and just like not normal, and because it has become the normal since the NHL started using replay as much as they do. But we have made referees into superstars now, right?
Oh, I wouldn't say superstars.
We know who they are.
So what?
I don't know. I don't know if
You
that's
knew
good
who
for the
Nestor
game.
Shilak was back in the day.
Yeah, but because of television. And
Well,
television has made
Andy,
them
it's
a
all
part
part
of the
of it.
entertainment of the
All
game.
part of it.
So, all right, Mary Kay Cabot, she will join us in just a few moments here. We're going to talk to her about the Cavaliers, what's going on, the rookies heading to town. Also, we're going to talk to Jake Chapman a little bit later in the show. He's our buddy from the Orlando Magic Radio Network and used to call this his show when he was working in Cleveland, or at least he was a part of the show. 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After destroying the Philadelphia. weekday, that's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
Big weekend for the Browns. Rookies coming to town. And then you've got organized team activities after that. You get mandatory mini camp after that in June. And the next thing you know, you're rolling into camp. And the next thing you know, you're playing games. I can't wait. Things are starting to get moving for the Browns. And so we will talk a little bit about them with Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. And Mary Kay is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Mary Kay.
We are doing just dandy. Let's talk about the rookies here for a second. They get a chance to really, kind of meet each other this weekend and see what kind of contributions they'll be able to make once the season starts. Just your thoughts on rookie mini camp and explain to everybody what happens there.
Well, it's a 3-day camp, and we are out there able to watch for the first 2 days. So I'm really, really looking forward to this because you get, for the first time, to actually see in person what these guys look like out on the field, what they look like physically, hear them talk at the podium, and you get a great first impression of what these guys are all about. Sometimes a guy will pass the eyeball test. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes you see a guy struggle in his first practice, and sometimes those things carry over a little bit. Sometimes you see someone stand out and shine early on, and sometimes that carries through. So there's a lot to glean from these 2 days of rookie camp, and I'm really, really anxious and excited to watch it. I can't wait to watch Taylen Green and see what he brings to the table in terms of his arm strength, his accuracy, his mobility, his speed, the two receivers, Spencer Fano. I mean, there's just so much to watch over the next few days.
Mary Kay, is it shorts and T-shirts, or are they allowed to pad up on this thing?
No, they're not going to be padding up. It's shorts and shells and whatnot. But, no, this is not a contact camp. These guys, this is their intro to the playbook, their intro to each other, and they don't usually go too crazy hard in rookie mini camp. They'll be able to see some things. You'll be able to tell certain things about guys, but they are not going to be hitting or anything like that.
I'm really intrigued at seeing Taylen Green as well, Mary Kay, and I'm tempering that with the reality that we know quarterbacks taken after the first round really have a tough time. And now the Browns have 3 of them. Are they okay there?
Well, we shall see. They have to solve the quarterback problem. And the truth of the matter right now is that we don't know if they have their quarterback of the future on the roster at all, or if they're going to be back at that next year in the draft or wherever, or in free agency or the trade market. So this season will be very telling in terms of what they have and what they still need in that department. But when I look at this roster right now, I think that it is good quarterback play away from contending for at least a wild card spot in the playoffs. And if they can even get that this season, I don't see any reason why they can't do that. So that's what they need. That's what they've needed for a long time. And that still has to be job number one.
With Boston and Concepcion coming in, we haven't spent a lot, maybe other people have talked about it, we haven't. Cedric Tillman and where he kind of falls. Because, he talked about Jerry Jeudy and his place on this team. Todd Monken did right after the draft. Where does Cedric Tillman fit into this whole thing now?
Well, Cedric is going to have to, like every receiver in that room, they're going to have to elevate their play. They're going to have to show that they deserve playing time because it's getting a little bit more crowded now, and they added these 2 rookies. So, unfortunately for Cedric Tillman, he has been injured some, and he really hasn't been able to realize his full potential yet. But I think he has an opportunity to elevate his game this year, and I think all of the receivers will look much better with consistent quarterback play. it's been a tough road for a lot of them over the past several years. So if they can get some good QB play, I think you'll see better receiver play.
Were you caught off guard, surprised at all about DeJuan Jones and the contract situation, Mary Kay, taking a pay cut? Obviously, they brought in other tackles, and they're not counting on him. But I thought, boy, that's as if the new players coming in wasn't as a big enough message. Here comes another one. And could Cedric Tillman be in the same boat?
Well, I don't really know about Cedric Tillman. We'll have to see how that goes. I can't say that he's in that boat at this point. But I was not surprised about DeJuan because they have worked so hard to completely overhaul that line, and they ended up with a lot of offensive tackles. Now, maybe this doesn't happen to him if they don't come back and draft an Austin Barber after they got Fano. But once they got Barber, then you're starting to kind of push him down the depth chart a little bit. And, you know, he has an opportunity. He's still around, and he's got a chance to maybe contend at another spot. Perhaps he can try to be a guard or be the swing tackle or whatever the case may be. But when you have someone that has been relegated to a backup role, then it probably will be reflected in the paycheck.
What do you? We'll learn some about not only about the rookies, but don't you think we'll learn a little bit more about Todd Monken too in this when he's got all the guys that have no experience here in camp and trying to lead them? Like, don't you think we'll see? I don't know. This is kind of a. I know the vets have been in, but when the rookies come in, now you see maybe a different side of the head coach, or maybe we learn even more about what he's all about and what he might even just get into the offense.
Well, you can always learn things by standing out there watching and listening and seeing how a guy coaches and seeing what their demeanor is and seeing how hands-on they are with guys. So I'm very curious to see what he's like with Taylon Green, what he's like with these new receivers, and how these guys really kind of handle this whole situation. Because when you look at the roster this year, they are going to have potentially 4 rookies on that offense in Fano, Parker Brailsford at center. I think that's a key thing to note here, is that they might have a new rookie starting center, and then you've got the 2 new rookie receivers. And these guys all need to come up the learning curve very, very quickly, and they need to acclimate to the team, to the offense, to the city as fast as they possibly can. And so I think it is going to be interesting to see how hard they push them. How much do they put on their plate? Generally what happens with the rookies is you just throw a bunch of things at them, and you try to see what kind of sticks in the early going. But it's time to put on your big boy pants, really. And that's the best way, I think, to approach it is you throw a bunch at them, and then you kind of see who can handle that, because that's what you have to do now. You have to be able to learn quickly. You have to be able to get up to speed, because the next time they're out on the field, they will be going up against veterans, and they will be with veterans and competing against the veterans. So you really have to be on your P's and Q's. You've got to be studying, and you have to know what's going on out there.
Mary Kay Cabot joining us from the PlainDealerCleveland.com. I know you're happy. I know I'm happy about bringing in wide receiver talent finally. And I think everybody's happy about adding offensive line talent, and they added a ton of it, through free agency and a trade, and then 3 guys in the draft. The only thought I have about it, Mary Kay, is, well, what took you so long? Did they, it's weird to me that those 2 positions in particular were seemingly neglected for a while.
Well, let's put it this way. When you look back to last year, I think they felt that the offensive linemen that they had in place would certainly be good enough to get them through the season.
Yeah.
But they had a ton of injuries on the offensive line, and by the end of the year, it was being held together with chewing gum and glue and whatever else. They did not have their starting 5 out there. You had injuries just completely across the board. So I don't think they neglected it. I think they targeted this year as the year where they were going to have to deal with all of the expiring contracts for Ethan Posick and Jack Conklin and Joel Bitonio. And I think they felt like they did have that one more year to squeeze out of that particular offensive line. So that's what happened to that position. And then as far as the receiving corps is concerned, I don't think anybody really foresaw Jerry Jeudy having the kind of year that he had. And I know they're confident he's going to bounce back. But, you know, a number of people have said as Jerry goes, so goes the Browns offense. And he just struggled last year with a lot of different things, especially the inconsistency at quarterback. So when you have that happening, then, you know, it just kind of goes downhill from there. And they had other young guys, but Cedric Tillman had some injuries, and it just didn't go the way anybody thought it would go. But it was in part because of what was happening at quarterback.
Mary Kay, what have you just going back to Todd Monken for a second, what have you learned about him in this short window of time, and how is he different than Kevin Stefanski in a very, very small window? I know I'm asking you a lot. I'm not asking you to compare, but what are the significant changes that you think you've kind of noticed here over the last couple of weeks?
Well, it looks to me like there will be more situational football, more 11-on-11s, and I've been long saying that I think that this team needed to have more of that kind of football in practice, where you're actually practicing at a very fast pace the things that you are going to be doing in the game. And I think that will continue on through training camp. I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more team drills, and that's vitally important. So that's one thing. And then I think he's a little bit more forthcoming in terms of the things that he says to us and the answers that he gives us, which really is answers that fans want. I mean, we are out there helping to provide information that fans want to hear. So I think he's much more forthcoming in that regard. And then I think he's running I think he'll run a tougher camp. I really do. I think that we will see, if it's up to him, I think we'll see, less guys taking, or fewer guys taking days of rest. They'll still, I'm sure, do some of that, but I just think that he's going to push these guys a little bit more in the offseason.
I was going to say, Mary Kay, better quotes, first and foremost. Entertaining. That's good. He's talked about mobility at quarterback. Do you think Deshaun has the mobility still? And we haven't had a great look at him yet. Do you think he has the mobility to fit that bill? I mean, clearly Green is the guy who has the mobility, but he's a 6th-round pick. So, you can't bank on that. I'm just wondering about Deshaun.
We don't know. We just don't know yet exactly what he's going to look like coming off of 2 Achilles surgeries, and then before that, the fractured shoulder surgery. So if he can come back and be anything like the quarterback that he was in Houston, then they have a decent shot if they decide that he's the starter. But he has to be healthy, of course, and that's the whole key for him, is just to be healthy and to stay healthy. And so, like I said, there are a lot of X factors at quarterback this year, and there's nothing where you can point to it and say, we think that this person is going to be able to give us this or that. I just think there are a lot of unknowns, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
All right. Well, here we go. Rookies. Let's see what happens. We're at the next stage of the game, and I can't wait for camp to get here because I'm ready for some football. I hate to say it. I know it's early. It's May, but I'm ready to see what these guys look like. And I'm also looking forward to the challenge that we're going to see with the new head coach. I'm also wondering, I'll throw this as the last question at you, that the offensive line, the way it's built right now, is it more conducive for one or another quarterback right now, the way it's built? I mean, I know we really haven't seen it together, and I know it might not be a fair question this early in the game, but I'm wondering if one of the 2 quarterbacks between Sanders and Watson will have a better chance to flourish. Like, did they build it for Shedeur, I guess maybe is what I'm asking.
No, I don't think so. I think that it's a line that has size. It's got athleticism. I think it can pull and do all those things that you're going to need it to do. I think it's going to be a very good run blocking line, which is going to be vitally important. But I don't think it's necessarily geared towards one quarterback or the other. I think both can flourish behind this line.
Very good. Mary Kay,
keep doing a great job, despite what family members may say.
No problem.
All right, Mary Kay. We'll talk to you later. Of course, we're reading every day in the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Thanks, Mary Kay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Mary Kay Cabot on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Plenty to dig into there, Jeff. Plenty to dig into.
That's a hotline name, by the way.
Yes, it is.
That's a good one.
All right, let's talk about what Mary Kay had to say when we come back. Jake Chapman coming up at noon. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Workouts today in Berea. The team will be working in individual and group drills on the field, and the rookies will join on Friday when rookie minicamp kicks off. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hey, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes Ken and Anthony in the mornings from 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. Each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. We just talked to Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. And, I walk out of that conversation, there are a couple things I'm wondering about the Browns as we head into this rookie minicamp, but there are also things, bigger stories, I think, about the Browns that maybe we haven't touched. And, one of those things is the running back spot with Quinshon Judkins coming back from injury. And, there were points there where we're like, I wonder if they're going to take a running back. I wonder if they'll even, whether they drafted a running back early or if they drafted a running back, towards the end of the draft. You thought, I wonder if they're going to do anything. They did add a couple of free agents, David Booth and TJ Harden, a couple of, college football free agents coming into this thing. But, they're sitting at the bottom of the depth chart when you've got Judkins and you've got Sampson and you've got your guy, Rocket Sanders. I know you don't want to. You feel great about him, so.
Well, if you're labeled the third running back and you have his build and I think ability, I think that's terrific. Again, running back is a weird spot in the NFL these days, Andy, and I think it's kind of coming around again. To where it's a
because we've had guys make an impact.
That's yeah, and you're exactly right about that. It's Saquon, but there's more than Saquon, and will Jeremiah Love be that same type of guy? Maybe. Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit has been huge. And I can see the value coming back to the running back position, which I think is good for the game. But if Quinshon's healthy, I'd love to see a little more Dylan Sampson. And most everything that I'm thinking about the Browns offense now and whether I should or shouldn't, I think about what Baltimore was doing the last several years.
That's a good point.
And I flash to that. Now, whether that is something I should do or not, I don't know. But what I see when I think about it, okay, you had Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews at tight end. You had two good tight ends. You didn't have great receiving talent overall, but Zay Flowers was productive for you, and you had some other guys that helped out from time to time. And you pounded the ball with Derrick Henry, and you also mixed in Keaton Mitchell from time to time there. And I just think we're going to have an interesting looking offense this year, a little different based on, and Todd ran three running backs all the time. And I that's why I keep bringing up Rocket Sanders, because he ran three running backs all the time.
You talk about it being unusual.
Mostly Derrick Henry, obviously.
Yeah.
But he used his running backs and used them very effectively. And
he also
Justice Hill along with and Rasheed Ali, who's from here, and Keaton Mitchell.
Yeah, he also likes to use a fullback, which me. I mean,
You're
I'm
all
not
for.
Well,
but he had who? Ricard in Baltimore, who was phenomenal.
Well, they've got Lucas Scott now as a fullback for the Ravens.
So maybe I shouldn't do that, Andy, but that's what I keep doing. And then I keep thinking about his mobility comment about quarterbacks and looking at Lamar Jackson and knowing how good Lamar is and knowing what Todd did with him. And I keep thinking, Jalen Green's not just – is he something here? Or is he just the sixth-round pick who was, we got to get another quarterback? That to me is one reason that I am intrigued by Taylen Green. There's no question about it. But I keep thinking, yeah, 6th round pick. If they really wanted him, you'd think,
yeah,
we would have taken him higher. But we'll see. We'll see.
I'm kind of stuck on the fullback thing too, because for me, a fullback is a guy that you can give the ball to inside the 2.5 yard line and expect him to be able to bowl his way in. Otherwise, he is he should be your number one guy for your regular running backs, whether it's Quinshawn or Dillon or even I'll give you Rocket, to lead the way down the field. And it's interesting. You talk about the position itself. There were like 11 teams last year, 11 to 15 teams that utilized the fullback position. Kyle Juszczyk's one of those guys from right here that he's been able to do it. Yeah, and then you talked about Ricard from the Ravens, and
who used to be a defensive lineman.
I also think that if you're a little bit of a bulkier tight end, you can come back and play the fullback spot too. In some ways, it's just a matter of where you're lining up, and if you want to give a guy a little momentum to get down the field.
And Andy, that's the kind of creativity that we're maybe hoping to see, expecting to see out of Todd Monken.
Yeah, I like when teams have fullbacks. I don't know why.
Hey, Dan, Andy likes it when teams have fullbacks.
Why do you find that so interesting? Fullbacks, tight ends, wide receivers that can catch.
And long snappers.
Anything else?
Got to have a punter.
Then again, you won't consider a tight end a receiver. So what's the difference?
No, he is a receiver. He's just not a wide receiver.
Unless you split him out wide, then what is he? Slot
Andy,
receiver?
If they were all wide receivers, then we wouldn't have tight ends.
What happens when
it's two different positions? And
not really.
And sometimes you line the guy up wide.
Not in today's.
Are we going to line? We going to line Denzel Boston up next to the right tackle? I don't think so.
If you need to,
I don't think so.
To play, I mean, look, would you be fooled?
Hey, KC, line up over there. Yeah, next to Fano.
Can you throw a block?
Don't mind that 300-pounder getting ready to beat the snot out of you.
Well, maybe you'd like a little bit more support on the line.
You're playing tight end here, Casey.
You're a fool. A fool. Dan in Cleveland. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, thank you.
Hello, Dan.
Hello. Based on the conversations today and on several days before, and I'd like to make just 2 quick points on the offense, Todd Monken and the quarterbacks, and the 2 receivers we got in the draft.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What you're overlooking when we're evaluating our quarterbacks, and I'm going to lump them all in there right now, but you keep emphasizing consistency of the quarterbacks. Mary Kay Cabot does the same thing, consistency. But and I'm talking from a coach's standpoint, not a fan standpoint, when you design an offense, it just drove me crazy for the last 6 years. Stefanski is not a play designer officially.
Mike Martz would argue with you, and Mike.
Well, I don't care about Mike Martz.
Well,
I'm just telling you,
Mike doesn't care about you.
I know he doesn't.
The point is. The point is, people who know football thought Kevin was a good play designer. That's okay. If you don't, Dan, that's perfectly okay.
Well, okay, that's just my opinion then. That's just my opinion.
Which is why you called. Thank you for that.
Okay, but see the play design. But I believe we're going to get from Todd Monken is sometimes. See, you don't, not you, but just people in general.
Sure.
You can't blame the quarterback. Because if you have lousy receivers and when I design the play, if you're not running primary or the other routes that are, deception routes, if it's not run properly and then the quarterback screws up, that you can't always blame the quarterback, but only the coach knows because he called and designed the play. And
Correct.
That's what you're going to find different about this Browns team this year because I believe that not that he's Otto Graham or Johnny Unitas, but Gabriel's getting railroaded here because his accuracy and his record with top teams in the country are opposite of what everybody says they like about Sanders. Even Jeff, you stated that I didn't know that Sanders was rated 49 out of 53 and Gabriel 39 out of 53.
Yeah.
So I don't know what anybody's talking about efficiency. We had a bad offense last year. And then on the 2 receivers, can I just make one comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now, don't laugh at me, but I don't think you guys are old enough. I don't think that I saw every
God
game
bless
that
you,
Paul
Dan.
Warfield and Gary Collins played.
Yeah.
But from the standpoint of new players, we won a championship in '64 with those two guys. In terms of body size that Monken talks about, Concepcion is 6'190", so was Paul Warfield. Gary Collins was 6'4", 225, and Denzel Boston is 6'4", 218. So we're going into a season with two talented receivers here that I think this team can win 10 games if everything goes right.
Fair
Dan,
enough.
I hope you're right.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you. Thank you.
See,
Speaking of
Dan does one thing
why do you have to play him off? He was fine.
He was going well.
He was fine.
He had his great points.
I mean, I was alive for 4 of Gary Collins' years.
Dan brings historical perspective to our show that I appreciate.
Dan the caller, not Dan Mennigan.
Oh, Mennigan brings, what would you do for me yesterday to our show?
It's probably true. Do you agree with that or not?
Yeah, and I noticed how Mr. Phelps did squat for me yesterday.
I offered to buy you lunch.
Sorry, at least he wasn't sticking dollar bills inside your headsets. You're trying to figure out what's going on while you think your headsets are broken. Thanks. What a good dude you
I
are.
owe you a pop today.
All right, I'm going to take you up on that. Headlines. They're coming up next. Jake Chapman at noon. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, on a game day for your Cavaliers.
Game day, baby.
Game 1.
Numero uno.
Against the Detroit Pistons in Detroit. We're talking all about it all day on 92.3 The Fan.
And I've got a, you're going to love this. Big connections. Cavs and Pistons coming up in the noon hour.
Big connections. Stand by.
Or maybe at 1 o'clock. Let's do that at 1 o'clock.
All right, we'll do it at 1.
All right.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Victor's Home Solutions. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rain hits. That's why you need to call Victor's today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. 866-VICTORS or online at victors.com. They'll go over every square inch of your roof and review their findings with you. And if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than Victor's. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time. And best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS, or online at victors.com. Protect your home, protect your roof, protect your peace of mind, and call Victor's Home Solutions today.
You want me to whisper that name? Have you heard my home run call? Conrad's!
Step up to the plate and save at Conrad's. Get up to $180 back on a prepaid MasterCard by mail-in rebate with the purchase of a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone or Firestone tires when using your CFNA credit card. Plus, save on other top tire brands with mail-in rebates through May 31st. Visit econrads.com for more great deals and schedule your appointment today.
Conrad's. Tito, here, boy. Good boy. You want to go for a walk? What is it, Tito? Petco? No, I didn't know they created a whole new in-store experience for the greater Cleveland area. What's that? Our Petco stores are now bigger, brighter, and packed with new things to explore? From toys and treats for you to fun new gifts for pet lovers like me?
Wow, so really on-trend brands, the latest gear, and a new treat bar where everything might as well just be labeled Tito's favorites?
Plus an upgraded grooming salon for baths, haircuts, and nail trims where you can get an awesome fresh cut for the summer. And new perks that actually show up as real savings at the register? No, I didn't. What's that, Hammy? You think, all things considered, it's really no wonder Petco is where the Cleveland pets go? Where the pets go? Herb, I don't speak parrot, buddy.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Cooler for your Tuesday with rain, high 63.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
Cavaliers and Pistons kick off their round 2 matchup in Detroit tonight. Both teams coming off of 7-game series where the Cavs eliminated the Raptors in 7 and the Pistons taking care of the Magic in 7. Detroit and Cleveland split their regular season series. Each of them won 2 games, with one of those being on the road. Tip-off for Cavs and Pistons in Detroit is at 7 o'clock. In the West, the Thunder will host the Lakers for their Game 1 matchup in Round 2. Los Angeles without Luka Doncic tonight. He continues to deal with a strained left hamstring. That game will tip off at 8:30. And the Guardians dropped their series opener in Kansas City last night. They fell to the Royals 6-2. The team will look to bounce back tonight in Game 2. Gavin Williams getting the start for the Guardians. First pitch, 7:40. And the Browns continue off-season workouts. Today in Berea, the team will be working in individual and group drills on the field, and the rookies will join on Friday when rookie minicamp begins. You can now get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Oh, yeah. Coming up at the top of the hour, Jake Chapman, Orlando Magic Radio Network. Of course, the Magic just got beat by the Pistons, so we will hear from the man that just called the series there. So he'll give us the lowdown. He is from Cleveland. We love him. He used to be a part of the show here. So we will hear from him coming up at noon. Jeff, it is 11:40.
Yes, Andy.
And it is time to lock it in right now. Headlines with Dan Menningen.
Is your voice loose? You ready?
I'm good, Jeff. Thanks for asking. Glad you were able to take me. That's, I don't know. I don't really have anything today. I was going to say, news not on your side. Here's Dan Menningen with headlines.
I do news for me and only me, and if you happen to be me, this is your news.
Selfish news.
Darn right.
And if you're on one side, how can you be on the other side? Whose side are you actually on? Here's Dan Menningen.
I report for me and only me.
You know how they came up with like that generic kind of fast food chain thing. Like if your number matched with on your side all across the country, you were on your side.
Oh yeah.
But if you're on, but if I'm talking to you, I'm on your side. If I'm talking to me, I'm on my side.
73 on your side.
That's true. Yeah. All right. Whose side are you on?
Me, myself, and I. It's the only one who hasn't let me down yet.
All right. I like it.
Actually, if it was the case, we would be doing a lot more Champions League breakdowns. But
Oh, De La Soul, let's go. Here we
Goodness
go.
gracious.
John Rahm announced
an
he has
underrated
reached
song,
an
by the way.
agreement with the DP World Tour. Both sides have made concessions per John Rahm. A statement from a spokesperson from the DP World Tour says, quote, DP World Tour and John Rahm have come to an agreement on conditional releases to play in conflicting tournaments on the LIV Tour during the remainder of the 2026 season. This involves payment of all outstanding fines accrued for the 2024 to date, along with participation in agreed DP World Tour tournaments outside of the majors in the remainder of the 2026 season. So in far less of a word salad way, boys, John Rahm seems to be on track to come back to the PGA Tour.
Well, taking a step anyway. Remember, the DP World Tour is the old European Tour. They changed the name of it.
I was trying to figure out what is this? Is this so PGA Europe?
Well, it was the old European Tour.
Okay.
And working agreement with the PGA and everything else. So they'll let Rahm come back first, apparently, grease the skids, put him back in proper standing. And that's good, Andy. You know, I mean, what the heck? It's only money. Rahm has it in his account. Mickelson has it in his. Bryson has it in his. You know? But
Yeah,
now,
I want to see how all the fences get mended.
Yeah.
I don't think they all will, though.
The PGA has to make sure they don't offend the guys who were loyal to them and didn't leave and didn't get the gazillions of dollars into their accounts that the guys who went to LIV Tour received. Dan, is that you think the biggest thing? Just make sure you don't make these guys mad by allowing these guys, oh, come on back now.
That's going to be the biggest hurdle, is the guys who are loyal, what is their reward for being loyal?
Yep.
The biggest one on your hurdle front, Andy, the one to keep an eye on is Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, that's how I was.
That's
Phil
the one.
Phil may never get back.
I wonder
No.
if we ever see Phil play in a PGA Tour sanctioned event again, and I even wonder
Including
if we see him on a
seniors?
senior tour.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has. Not only has he burnt a lot of bridges, but he has come by and dropped bombs on all of the wreckage of those bridges to make sure they can never be rebuilt.
I'd go watch him play at Firestone because that's what we have now,
Heck
the
yeah.
seniors. So
But yeah, we'll see where this goes from there. Who is next on the movement as the LIV Tour seems to be on the midst of a collapse on the basketball side of things?
hey, just one last thing, Jeff. Doesn't this remind you of Kart IRL?
Very
a little
much
bit.
so.
Yeah, it feels a lot like what happened there.
Except Liv was just gushing with dollars.
Yeah.
And Cart was going bargain basement. That was part of the idea.
No, you mean IRL? Was
IRL,
going,
yeah.
IRL, yeah.
IRL was,
I mean,
hey,
those
we're
could-
going to reduce the cost of this. We want it more American-based. You know, F1 is for the foreign guys. We want to be an American thing.
Right.
And so it's a very similar thing in completely opposite ways.
I remember, I don't know if I was talking
And it
to
ruined
somebody.
the sport.
Destroyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it was somebody from Bobby Rahall's camp or somebody's camp that I had talked to that had said, well, just think about it this way. You know, the engine alone in a car, championship auto racing teams, one of their engines alone were $1 million.
Oh.
The car alone in IRL was $1 million. This is all at the time. It's all relative to the economy at the time. But you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it was just
They did cut costs.
Yeah,
The
but
funny
and then-
thing is that it's now so foreign dominated with drivers again.
Yeah, what's
that
the-
it kind of defeated the purpose.
Yeah.
But nothing wrong with foreign drivers.
No.
Go.
As long as people are spending
Go,
money.
go.
Maybe
NBA
we can
playoffs,
get-
Anthony Edwards had 18 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and a block during his comeback of Game 1 against the Spurs that the Timberwolves were able to get the victory on 104-102 over the Spurs. Spurs were seen as being a bit of a juggernaut, Andy. Might be real after all, and are you buying the Timberwolves?
Yeah, are you saying that the Spurs are? You're saying that Minnesota, like the Minnesota underdog story, to me is the better part of the story.
Yeah.
I don't remember anybody talking about Minnesota going into the playoffs. Not one iota. Nobody was talking about them. So I mean, yeah, you got Gobert. You know,
Anthony Ant is terrific, and Gobert is a really good defensive player. And you have two guys like that, you can do some things. But don't count San Antonio out. They just lost one. They just lost one game. Only issue with San Antonio, guys, I think they're real young. You know, is their time here yet? Maybe. They're real young with key guys. But man, Stephon Castle's a really good guard. He's only 21. Victor Wembanyama, obviously such a young guy. He's only 22. And they're just really
he
good.
Had 12 blocks last night.
Oh, he's insane.
12 blocks.
It's
15 boards, 12 blocks, and 11 points.
You look at him and you can't help but wonder how in the world we are all the same species. Like, that's how I feel looking at Victor Wembanyama.
You know,
Is that a triple-double if you call it with blocks?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
It's with any category.
So it doesn't matter. It can be any category. You just have to have
It can
three.
be blocks. It can be steals.
All right,
Normally
now the real
rebounds,
Discord
points,
we're
and
weighing
assists
into
up.
here. Gentlemen, did you see what San Antonio did with the crowd? They also did it in game 1 of the previous series where every single section had a different color of fluorescent shirt. There was a bright yellow, a bright orange, a bright pink, a bright blue. Do we like this or do we not like this? Because there's a lot of discord going on.
I think it works for the Spurs because that's kind of their color scheme.
Yeah,
like
they
that.
call it the Fiesta.
Yeah, the splattered paint look. And, I mean, it is Cinco de Mayo, right? So why not?
Do we like this or think it's gross, Jeff?
I don't mean to cop out on this. Does it make fans happy? Seriously, it's a T-shirt. I don't care one way or the other. Does it make fans happy to go to a game and get a T-shirt? When I go to a game and I get a free T-shirt, you know what? I'm happy. So fine.
Here's what I find.
I have no issues.
I think it's cool.
Free
I
shirts
love that
all
they do it.
around.
I think it's really cool.
Free shirts.
I find it interesting that in the expensive seats in the corner on the floor, like the first 3 rows, that's not the same color as the rest of the section. Have you noticed that?
It did. It also does a great job of pointing out which stick in the muds decide not to put the shirt on, which I do enjoy the peer pressure that comes with that.
I gotta be honest.
As they pan the crowd and you see the people who don't have the shirt on because everyone else is bright blue.
I think it's great that they hand out T-shirts at these games, but
You should not have to put it on if you don't want to.
I don't think you should have to wear the shirt.
Really?
No.
Not at all. No.
Okay.
There's nothing more uncomfortable than if you're, let me throw a T-shirt on over whatever shirt I'm wearing.
Yeah, like a button down.
It's no good.
And by the way, what if you were on a date and you were trying to impress a lady friend and you were like, I actually got dressed today. It wasn't. I didn't roll out in sweatpants
He should
and
be
a
thrilled
T-shirt.
that you have pants on with a button.
Well, I'm saying. I mean, like people like to somewhat get dressed up to go to these games.
And
a
what
little
if
bit,
you
right?
have an extra large T-shirt and a double XL body?
Yeah,
that's not a good look.
That's a good point.
I mean, this isn't like the good old days. Like I remember, I would go out and get a good pack of cigarettes, and I'd put my suit on to go watch the boys play at the ball yard, and have a catch down there. That was fun. I miss those days.
Have I?
It's a good hat on you, though.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing better than seeing pictures of the old Cleveland Arena just smoke-filled during a
Those were
game.
great.
Trying to think of how these guys played anything out there when they had to go through like this cloud of nicotine to get from one end to another.
Cloud was in the locker room.
Yeah.
What made people think you needed to wear a suit and tie to go to a baseball game?
I don't know.
Isn't
Maybe
that
'cause
fascinating?
It's excellent.
Don't
Yeah,
you think
I
maybe
know. It's really
maybe
cool.
it was Sunday for some of those games?
I don't
'Cause
know.
Oh, for sure
there-
Sunday, yeah. With the
maybe
fedoras
Sundays were
and-
the maybe that was the only time they took pictures of these, and everyone was coming from church,
Back
and they
when
would go to the game.
when people gave a hoot. Not like today, Andy.
No, Jeff, I went with my ripped up jeans and I liked it. I didn't even care that I had wear a smelly T-shirt for a week.
Well, moving along to another place that was probably smoke-filled at one point or another, Madison Square Garden, as Jalen Brunson
think?
had 35 points, 1 rebound, 3 assists, as the Knicks beat the snot out of the 76ers.
Boy.
That wasn't even fun.
Did they ever?
That was a full-blown butt-kicking.
Knicks have set a record now with 3 straight playoff wins of 25 or more points.
137-98, that score.
Wow.
Hey, did I ever tell you this? I'm just going back to the cigarette thing. That when I worked in Montana, I worked with a guy that was the Marlboro Man.
Headlines, up in smoke.
You worked with the Marlboro Man.
So there were several of them. I worked with a guy who was the Marlboro Man.
Hold on.
Ding!
Yeah, that's totally a ding. I don't care.
Without question.
What did he do for you?
He was a reporter, but he was a little bit older. I mean, he was probably at the time.
Well, of course he was.
Well,
Marlboro Man wasn't 19.
Yeah, and I never really thought about it, but like he was, like had the perfect build, leathery face, like it looks like he just came off the range. Would be a perfect also reporter in Montana. And I remember meeting him. And the guy's name was Rex, and I was just like, hey, nice to meet you. How are you doing? And then, I don't know, somewhere down the line, he goes, well, I was the Marlboro Man at one point. I'm like, what?
Whoa!
Like, I'm wondering if he was the picture.
That's big time.
Was the Marlboro Man ever at Cleveland Municipal Stadium? Like, was there a picture of him up there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I wonder if he was the one on there. I never thought about it. I'm about to go look.
That picture is everywhere. Well, that's cool. Well, I'll be darned.
Did he smoke?
I don't recall. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. Fair.
Anyway.
Okay, I'm glad. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail that.
No, that's way better than watching that Knicks game. Trust me, I watched a chunk of it. Any thoughts whatsoever? I mean, I don't think Philly's done or anything like that.
I think the Knicks have a great lineup, and I like their team. We'll see. We'll see how they go. What did Mike Brown learn with Golden State?
Okay, just for the record, he was not the guy on the Marlboro Country ad that was at the old stadium.
Okay. Good to
But
know.
man, that insurance guy got a lot of run out of them. I knew a lot about that insurance company because I was like, hey, that's the Scoreboard Insurance Company.
Really sad news coming out of Detroit.
Uh-oh.
I don't even know what to do with half
sorry,
of that.
I'm sorry.
Sad news out of Detroit. Tark Skubal onto the 15-day IL with loose bodies in his elbow. He will be out. Estimates are 2 to 3 months. The team is not putting a timetable on it. That stinks.
That does kind of suck.
Here's the thing.
It doesn't suck if you're a Guardians fan,
Do
though,
we
because
want?
that means you
Yeah.
don't
Do
have
we
to
want
go
the
up there.
Guardians to beat the Tigers? Yes. Do we want the Guardians to beat the Tigers at full strength? Yes, that would be better. Only because, great. Dan hates, I hate, Andy, you hate when players get hurt. Because it's bad for the game.
Yeah.
It's just bad for the game.
I love tuning in and seeing the best people do what they do.
Absolutely. And go beat them.
Yeah.
Go beat them. I hope Skubal has a quick recovery.
I'll be honest, I was never upset when Pedro Martinez was hurt and then he came back and beat the Indians.
That's because they punched out Don Zimmer.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, but Skubal's a little bit of a different
Who
story.
is Kaleem Garcia, I ask? Who is he?
I mean, especially after the whole thing with David Fry as well and all the stories that came out of him driving to the hospital to check in on David Fry. Like, you can't help but look at that guy.
Yeah, no, you're
try
right.
to be a fan.
Yeah.
Good dude.
And want that guy to succeed where he can.
I don't want him to be hurt. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way it goes. All right, gentlemen. That'll do it for headlines.
Well done, Dano.
There you go. Maybe I'll find another cigarette character that I used to work with next. Oh, I will. Jake Chapman, Orlando Magic Radio Network.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
It's heavy.
Thank you. He's going to give us the lowdown on the Pistons. He just watched them as he called all those games between the Magic and the Pistons. So Jake Chapman's going to join us next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know the number. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If I'm the Dallas Cowboys or the Buffalo Bills, I'm on the phone with the Indianapolis Colts to trade for the number 4 overall pick in the 2023 draft, quarterback Anthony Richardson. Buffalo's backup quarterback is Kyle Allen. Dallas's backup quarterback is Sam Howell. For two teams that harbor legitimate Super Bowl aspirations this year, that's not good enough. Anthony Richardson, a worthy roll of the dice for either of those teams. I'm Nick Costos.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers, only at Starbucks.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers, only at Starbucks.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. I've been talking about it for a while now, maybe like 2 years. And this is your year to renovate that kitchen. Time for Choice Cabinet. They are helping hundreds of local contractors work faster and smarter, and they have not forgotten about you. Get that professional-grade quality, that factory-direct pricing you have been hearing about. Tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet. In fact, You want to make that special person in your life this Mother's Day a happy mom? You know what you can do? Go to the showroom. Go check them out. 4856 Richmond Road. 4856 Richmond Road in Warrensville Heights, and they will take care of you right there. And maybe you're walking out of there with the best Mother's Day gift ever. Tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet or go see their showroom. Get that dream project started today. ChoiceCabinet.com or visit one of their business partners. ChoiceCabinet.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Make the right choice this month, because if you're thinking about getting a new truck, a Ram truck should be your choice. And I'm going to challenge you right now. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one. You're going to hear the difference. That's all it's going to take. You see, I've done the side-by-side comparison between Ram and the so-called competition, and I bought the Ram, and when I go for a new truck in the future, I'll buy the Ram again. Because for power, there is no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my truck. And besides, while we're at it, why would you or anyone else trust any full-size pickup truck at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Can you imagine trying to merge into traffic on a little old 4-cylinder? Of course you can't. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram truck is. Pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. The Ram truck deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
What makes Mr. Hero so special? For starters, we've been a staple right here in Northeast Ohio for almost 60 years. The taste and quality of our food has customers hooked. Oh, and of course, the Roman Burger.
I crave the hero.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. Part-time basketball coverage on the Cavs flagship stations just won't cut it during the playoffs. This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Cavaliers kicking off their Eastern Conference semifinal matchup tonight against the Pistons. Both teams coming off a seven-game series. Cavs eliminated the Raptors in sevens, and it took the Pistons 7 to take care of the Magic. Detroit and Cleveland split their regular season series. They each won 2 games, with one of those being on the road. Tip-off for Cavs and Pistons is at 7 o'clock. Out in the West, the Thunder host the Lakers for their Game 1 matchup in Round 2. The Thunder swept the Phoenix in their first-round matchup, while Los Angeles needed 6 games to take care of Houston. Lakers will be without Luka Doncic tonight. He continues to deal with a strained left hamstring. That game tips off at 8:30. And the Guardians dropped their series opener in Kansas City last night. They fell to the Royals 6-2. The team will look to bounce back tonight in Game 2. Gavin Williams with the start. First pitch is at 7:40. And the Browns continuing off-season workout program today in Berea. The team will be working in individual and group drills on the field, and the rookies will be joining on Friday when rookie minicamp kicks off. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
Game 1 tonight, Cavaliers at Pistons, best of 7 series, 7 o'clock, Peacock, NBC Sportsnet. That's where you can find the game tonight. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Always an honor and pleasure to welcome back one of the finest producers to spend 6 minutes here with us on Baskin and Phelps. We know him. We love him. Was he here 7 minutes on?
I think it was 8.
Oh, 8 minutes. His name is Jake Chapman. You know him and love him. And he's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright's hotline. Hi, Jake.
What's up, Jake?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Nothing. You just want to make sure you're okay. We're worried about you. We're concerned.
I'm sorry you don't have games to prepare for because you do good work. And the Magic had
That's not what you told me before.
Magic had a 3-1 lead, and the Pistons came back. I'm sorry for you. Apologize.
Thanks. Thank you. It was rough. It was, it was fun for a moment, and then it went entirely sideways. I think everybody watched. Everybody saw exactly what happened, so we don't need to go too deeply into it. But I will say that
it's funny. I didn't watch. Tell me what happened in that series. I'm just kidding.
Well, Franz Wagner got hurt, and it swung the series.
There you go.
All right, that was good enough.
And the second half of Game 6 was unlike anything that I've ever seen before in my life, and I don't want to think about it or talk about it anymore, if at all possible. So let's move on. Cavs, Pistons.
So how about this one then?
How was your relationship with your family growing up? Because I feel like there's a lot of hostility going on here.
We've met his parents. They're lovely people.
That is true.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
No, they probably could have done better. But no, I'm just kidding.
Wow, man.
Oh, we love
Jake,
you. We're kidding.
Not one shot from me, pal. Remember that.
That's right. Jeff wrote out all these jokes before so I would have.
So riddle me this.
Thanks, guys.
Tatum misses Game 7 for Boston. They're up 3-1 and throw it away. Magic up 3-1, throw it away. Wagner gets hurt. How did the Pistons come back against an Orlando team that I know I didn't want the Cavs to see in the first round?
The Wagner injury obviously played a huge role. That is sort of the middle part of the series there, or at least the early middle part of the series, where the Magic had the advantage. Franz was defending Cade Cunningham, and Cade Cunningham for 3 straight games averaged 8 turnovers, and he didn't necessarily look like the Cade that we saw in Games 5, 6, and 7. So that was part of it. Certainly not all of it. The Magic, every team that won the rebounding battle won the game in that series that went 7. So the Magic for 3 games sort of out-pistoned the Pistons and sort of, did their identity better, out-rebounded them, and kept a team that averaged 58 points in the paint in the regular season well below that. When the Pistons played like the Pistons and won the rebounding battle and the paint battle, they won the games. And then Cade Cunningham was the best player in the series. So that's ultimately what it boils down to. I have a sense that's what this series is going to boil down to. The bigs on bigs, who wins that battle, and then who has the best player on the floor tonight? Is it Donovan Mitchell or James Harden, or is it Cade Cunningham? The superstars tend to decide these things, and that's certainly what happened in our series.
How beaten up do you think the Pistons are from this series? I know the Cavs are a little bit worn and torn from Toronto. Toronto was definitely worn and torn, but I'm curious, what kind of physical shape do you think the Pistons are coming into this?
Well, I'm sure they're a little worn down, and then you got to throw on top that Cade Cunningham had a collapsed lung.
Yeah, that's true.
Ago or something like that. So look, the bottom line is this time of year, health is deciding all of these games, and so it's been an issue with the Cavs in years past. It looks like they're fresh right now, but I think that was probably a pretty taxing series that they just made it through. And then everybody who watched knows that it was an absolute, slugfest for 7 games, the Magic Pistons. With that said, like Jalen Duren, he seemed fine in Game 7. I mean, he wasn't as impactful as he was in the regular season in the series, but if you want to talk war of attrition, he certainly outlasted Wendell Carter Jr. And Tobias got better as the series went on, and then Osar Thompson's like an alien. And so, I don't think they're necessarily worn down and ready to throw in the towel. They're a banging, bruising team, and I think they're probably, sort of settled back in. At the very least, they were primed for a physical series for 7 games.
The pride of Chardon, Jake Chapman, joining us, play-by-play man for the Orlando Magic and former co-worker of ours here at The Fan. Do the Pistons have enough defense to overcome what some people think is a lack of offense against the Cavs?
That's kind of the $1 million question. That's just kind of going through and doing some of the matchups. And I think ultimately the Pistons bench made a big difference in our series. Guys like Javonte Green, Paul Reed, Isaiah Stewart. And they made a big impact on the defensive end. And I think those margins might be kind of interesting and impactful. What happens when you break the lineup? What happens when you don't have your best 5 or 6 guys on the floor if you're the Cavs? What happens in any sort of minutes where Mitchell's off? And can you get Mitchell back to looking like Mitchell? Because the Raptors, I think, did a good job of taking him out of his game. I don't know, Jeff. I think probably the Cavs are going to have to defend better than they have been in order to win the series is ultimately what it comes down to. Who's chasing Duncan Robinson around, for instance, when you're going starting 5 on starting 5?
Yeah.
Because
I was wondering the same thing about Thompson, too, Jake.
Well, and see, that's the thing. Is so you can hide Harden on Thompson if you want to, or Mitchell, and they can get, because he does very little offensively. But that guy moves, and he flies around, and he gets offensive rebounds. And he can play make a little bit. He's not like a complete minus with the ball in his hand. So he is so good defensively. I think watching him try to defend probably 3 and 4 different spots with the Cavaliers is going to be probably one of the keys of the series and certainly one of the most fun things to watch.
Cavs had trouble hanging on to the ball, especially Harden. They were turnover city. If they get into this situation where they're not hanging on to the basketball, how much trouble are they in if they can't limit their turnovers against the Pistons?
Yeah, I mean, look, the big thing with the Pistons, because they're very, very limited offensively. They're probably the worst 3-point shooting team that even made the postseason. That's not necessarily their bread and butter. So they gotta win the possession battle. They need more wax at the tree. So if you can limit their offensive rebounds, if you can turn them over, and if you can protect the basketball conversely, like you just mentioned, that's a big part of the recipe against Detroit. The Cavs, I think will be able to, to not kick the ball around the gym. Like, they're good enough in that regard. The Raptors are like a whole different level. Like, the Pistons aren't going to be pressuring 94 feet and causing 8-second violations. That's just a part of the Raptors' DNA. And ultimately, I think it's probably why they ran out of gas. The Pistons are going to be more physical about it. They're going to be jumping passing lanes. Thompson just flies around. And so you got to account for him no matter what. You absolutely cannot be lazy against that team. I think if the Cavs are kicking the ball around and giving up easy buckets the other way, they don't really stand a chance. But I'm not sure I expect that to happen.
Why is it that we get to the end of NBA games and star players and good offenses go iso ball so often, Jake? You and I have talked about it over the years. It drives me nuts. And sometimes you want that to happen. Sometimes you need for that to happen. But so often it just seems to me, just run your offense and get a better shot than what you're going to be able to get with a contested shot against this guy who's all over you. Why do you think that happens?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think when you get into the postseason and when you get into the end of games, these guys are so good. They're so big. They cover up so much space. Running a ton of offense is dangerous because you're probably going to turn the ball over. It's the safest thing typically to do whenever. And look, let's be honest, it's a different sport because everybody's trying in the postseason, and everybody is certainly trying in the last 2 minutes of a close game. And so in the regular season, yeah, you can run that crap and look for back cuts and all kinds of fun stuff. When the rubber meets the road and everybody is locked in, typically the best look you're going to get is a 15-footer from a 6'10" guy with a hand in his face.
I just don't. You tell me when we talk about officiating, and I mean, what is their job during the playoffs? And I guess most of the time it's okay. Just keep these guys safe and keep the game moving forward, because I think that's how they. It's sometimes I see a hard foul here that gets called. I see a hard foul that doesn't get called. Are you a superstar? Are you not a superstar? Did you care that he's a superstar? Did you not? Like, I'm still trying to figure out what makes good officiating during the playoffs, because as you said, it's a different world. You tell me, define, and this is not you ripping referees, define good officiating in the NBA during the playoffs.
Yeah, Jake, go ahead. Rip the refs. Get a fine.
You're not ripping the refs.
Get a fine.
Tell me what makes good ref. What is
coach.
good refereeing?
Nobody cares what I say.
I'm asking you.
Well, I think it's a great question. How did you describe it? Can keep them safe and keep the game moving forward?
Keep the players safe and keep the game moving forward. I think that's true at any level in any sport, but especially in the NBA. So
that works for me. I mean, look, people love playoff basketball because, especially people like our age, that it reminds us of the game that we grew up on. And we have no illusions. Like, regular season basketball in 2026 is not like it was in 1996.
No.
And so the physicality is okay. So we're going to have that ratcheted up level of physicality, but we also have ratcheted up athleticism, and also it's a bit of a different game than it used to be. So yeah, you got to keep them safe, and that's, I think, first and foremost what they need to do, and I think they do a good job in that regard. I think sometimes we go overboard with the sliding your feet under, make it a flagrant foul type of stuff. Mm-hmm. But that's first and foremost. Like, just keep guys from clotheslining each other. Like, keep Charles Oakley from reappearing, and then keep the game moving forward. Like, I think we're at a point where we're not too slowed down by the replays and the reviews. It's kind of annoying still, but the pace, I think, is really important in it. And you just, you can see it too, because these guys are all very familiar with each other. It just keeps stuff from bubbling over. And so if that's throwing out a stupid double technical that feels like does nothing, fine, it kind of does something. It's their version of the warning. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you do have to be a little bit more, call stuff a little bit more strict, because it feels like it's rising to the level where it might boil over. But it really is. There's no clear-cut answer, because each game is its own entity. And when you're refereeing Isaiah Stewart or somebody like that, it's a lot different than somebody else who doesn't have a reputation. So I think that human element is important. I think it's something that we all sort of value. And I think it's, when you get into the playoffs night to night, your threshold needs to sort of vary depending on all of that stuff.
J.B. Bickerstaff offense now compared to when he was head coach of the Cavs. Steps, growth.
Yeah, I mean,
or
look,
Cade Cunningham.
It's just Cade. He's so, heliocentric, to use a word that I'm sure Menigan likes. He's like Luka. Like, the ball's just in his hands, and he just goes where he wants to go at his own pace. His handle is so tight for a guy his size. And then he's just got beautiful touch, amazing court vision. If you try to send a double, good luck, because he just sees right over it, or always, knows where it's coming from and is able to make the right play out of that. I think you do at times have to try to trap the ball out of his hands and throw him different looks. But, as far as JB goes, it's figuring out different ways to get that guy different matchups. And that's going to be a lot of what this series is going to come down to in the half court. I saw I just did a quick little look, like, it looked like Duren played well in the 4 games in the regular season. So I think that's going to be a huge key. Where do they get second chance points? Do they get paint points? Do they get junk points? And then, the rebounding battle, the paint battle, it's going to come down to the bigs, I think. Cunningham's going to be Cunningham. Donnie's probably going to be Donnie. And then, who wins the margins? I think that it'll probably just boil down to kind of banging 2 cinder blocks together and seeing what happens, because the front lines of either team are formidable, seem like they're playing pretty well right now, and it's going to be a huge matchup.
Right, Jake, I'm just trying to get the cliff notes out of what you just said. The Cavaliers will, and if the Cavs do blank, they will win the series.
It's Gene Rayburn.
Thanks.
If the Cavs are true to their offensive identity and don't get beat up physically, they'll win the series.
The Pistons will win the series if blank happens.
The Pistons will win the series if Cade is the best player on the floor and if they win the front line battle.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, I'm writing all this down.
Great stuff.
So we can give it back.
You're the best.
You are. It's
I was
almost
a
like
copy editor at Ohio State, guys.
Oh, you were the copy editor?
Brevity.
Oh,
fellas.
the brevity.
Brevity.
I thought the Lantern had hired you to do some work for them. Not true? You doing okay?
Well, back in the day, yeah. I don't know if I would call it hired, but they allowed me a few inches here and there.
Well, my friend, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. I hope your life is going well for you, and you're always welcome back on the station anytime you want, even though your very first day someone called you an idiot. I'm sorry. I still feel bad about that.
It's a moron.
No, I was an idiot.
I
called him an idiot. Someone on the air called him a moron. That's what happened.
He's not an idiot.
That means you're doing something right.
There it is.
You have evoked emotion. Goodbye, Jake Chapman. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, bud.
So long, fellas.
We appreciate you. Hello to all your family here in Northeast Ohio, too. All right, he is Jake Chapman, and he is the Orlando Magic Radio Network voice, and he was nice enough to join us right here on Baskin and Phelps. And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Does it get any more fun than that? What Jake had to say. Did you think his keys were right about how the Cavaliers can win this series, how the Pistons can win this series? We'll find out here in a moment. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
in Berea, the team working on individual and group drills on the field, and the rookies will be joining on Friday when rookie minicamp kicks off. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jake Chapman just joined us. Mary Kay Cabot was with us at 11 o'clock talking Browns. Jake at noon talking about the Cavaliers. He's the play-by-play guy for the Orlando Magic. He's originally from Cleveland, and he has also worked in Detroit for the Pistons, or on the Pistons radio network too. So, so Jake gets it. He understands it and gave us some pretty good perspective on what we're going to see in this series. And one of the things he had talked about was just clearly rebounding. Like, if the Cavaliers can out-rebound the Pistons, they're going to be in it, and they're going to have a legit shot to win this thing. I do think it's interesting. You said earlier in the show, Pistons in 6. I should have nailed them down on giving us a prediction in the thing. I didn't. Although, Jeff, I think that a lot of people believe, based on stuff that I've read, that think Pistons 6, maybe Pistons in 7.
No reason the Cavs can't win this thing. The thing I'm real curious about in this series, though, Andy, is, and I think it could come down to a couple of guys for the Pistons who we're not thinking of, but Jake certainly, I mentioned them yesterday, Jake mentioned them today. Asar Thompson, really athletic guy. What does he do? Jake loves him on defense. Okay, they're going to put him on Donovan and let him go? You know, is that where that's going to go? So we'll see about that. And I love three-point shooters when they get hot. And the Cavs can't let Duncan Robinson get hot. Duncan can shoot it. And if he gets hot, he can win him a game. I don't know that Tobias Harris will be as good against the Cavs as he was against the Magic.
Do you think that I know it's weird because we want to look at it too, and I'm sure that JB is looking at it the same way too. Are we making too much of a big deal about the coaching battle here?
No, it's really cool.
I think it's cool too, to a point. Right? They're still coaches. At the end of the day, they're not ones that put the ball through the hoop.
Yeah, well, they're the guys who are going to take the hit. Ask Jamal Mosley.
Yeah, we didn't talk to Jake about that, but yeah, you're right. I mean, they will take the hit for this, or the front office. I think more people have their fingers pointed at Kenny if this doesn't work out than they do the front office, or is it 50-50?
That's a good question. Can you point the finger at Kenny a year after he won 64 games?
Me personally, no, I can't.
Yeah, I can't either. And can you?
Can you point the finger at Kenny when you basically reloaded the team at the trade deadline too?
I don't think so. But I also can't point it at Kobe Altman. Kobe is put together, look, for instance, as opposed to what is going on with the Browns and has been going on with the Browns. Kobe's put together a roster that wins. Now, it might not win in the playoffs, but it wins. They won 64 games last year. Home court advantage in the first round this year with a bunch of injuries. And that roster wins. But does it win enough to get you into the Eastern Conference Finals or, better yet, the NBA Finals? That's the question. And would you make a change in the front office of a guy who puts out winning teams? That happens. I mean, that happens in the NBA.
I find it
a
interesting.
different set of eyes is sometimes what an owner's looking for on things.
Mm-hmm.
But, Andy, as you sit here right now, would you say Kobe Altman has done a nice job here?
Yes.
Me too. Would you say Kenny's done a good job here?
Yes.
Me too. So if they don't win, maybe it's just that they didn't win.
I'm with you. I just think there's an ego factor on this too.
You're talking Dan?
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't know that you can be a billionaire without having some sort of ego, right?
Well, you better, I guess. But I
especially if you were an entrepreneur the way he was, a venture capitalist too, the way that he, made his money in the beginning.
Yeah.
And to get to where he's at, you're talking about guys that had to take risks in the beginning and they're willing all or nothing. And, they got to the all. And he's got to the all and helped two cities kind of rebuild along the way.
Well, I disagreed with the two small guards in the backcourt.
Yeah.
I want to hammer that point. Kobe Altman.
I didn't know. How did you feel about having two small guards?
Kobe finally changed that.
Dan, do you remember? Was he ever on the record?
It seems like a passing fancy.
No, I wasn't quite sure how you felt about two small guards.
Though Kobe put that together, he also is the guy who busted it up. And if things don't work out this year, I don't see the value in canning good people who have done good work. Now, you might need to sit down as an organization and say, we need to shake some things up. We might need a big trade. We might need to move on from one of these key guys that we've been talking about for some time. But here's the catch, and if it doesn't work out, here's what Dan's going to have to figure out. Kobe's done a really nice job building this team. If we're going to move on from this, is he the guy that I want to have move it along? And I'd be hard-pressed to say, no, he's not the guy. I think he is the guy. And he has built good basketball teams here.
So
doesn't mean you can't build it by making a move, Andy,
No, so it's funny because we live in a day and age where analytics are driving these teams, right? And this is a Browns Cavs comparison here, right? Analytics is clearly driving these teams. And we heard from the story last week about, from inside the war room, how they had orange dots on players that they thought were worthy of first round, and
that they thought would be good Browns.
Yeah, and
good
then I haven't seen it. I've only read it that the proposed trade from Dallas to come up and switch their first two with our two first round picks, and it was immediate. No, that's not enough for what they wanted to do after, and then they added a fifth round pick, and they were like, no, they had the three players they wanted in mind. Again, it made life easy for the general manager in a super high-powered position, not high-pressure position, when you're trying to make picks in a live draft when you only have 8 minutes instead of 10 minutes, and you're trying to figure it out. Like the stuff that I've read, and I still want to watch the show, I haven't seen it yet, that the decisions were made flawlessly without any emotion. And that's what we had heard, and that's what we read. And so, but when you come back to this, now I'm talking about, Andrew Berry and Kobe Altman, as well as I do, Jeff, and maybe it's under talked about compared to football, but the Cavaliers are very, very, very much into analytics, and that they let that sometimes figure it out. And if you rely on the analytics, and if you're Dan Gilbert and you want to pay for the analytics and you want them to come back, now when you talk about letting the general managers make moves, that's human. That's not analytics. That's not computer simulated generations of what happened, of what's going to happen, or try to predict the future.
But it would be, though, Andy, because
if you fire him, is that what you're saying, or if you're trying to
even if you tweak the team moving forward or make big moves, you can be sure they're going to use data like crazy when making a trade.
Oh, I agree. But what if the trade is one versus another and they're close? You know what I mean? Like, now you're relying on the human element.
At some point you
and
are.
Scouting. And by the way, the data comes from human element a lot of times too. Other than stats.
It's getting heavy.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying? So that if you're trying to make a decision, Dan, are you with me on this? I don't think this is too far away from your analytics world. That if you're making the decision
it's Dan's world
to keep
calculator boy, pay attention.
That's true. Was that a Texas? Oh my God! The Cavaliers won a championship because they bought a Texas Instruments calculator. That's great. No, it's just that we have two franchises here that highly utilize analytics.
Well, Andy, there's a system in place in the arena that monitors every movement on the court of every player. I mean, you feed that baby into a computer, you're getting. There's data like crazy. Everything is broken down.
So do you want me to ask you the next question?
I don't know what the next question is.
Do you need a general manager if you're going to let all the data get run by a computer?
Of course. There is the human element, and you've got to make decisions on trades. But
if you've invested all this money into the analytics and all that digital information and all that stuff, then I don't know how you can truly blame the general manager if you've got you know what I'm saying?
Well, they do it every day.
I know. It's crazy. You invest all this money into taking the emotion out of it, and then when it doesn't work, you extract the one thing that has emotion, and then you put a new emotion in there, which is a person. Confusing?
Well, the way you laid it out sure is.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
Kinda, yeah. You still have to have a human running your personnel department and making decisions based on data and information and scouting.
Speaking of data, speaking of scouting, speaking of information, what's going on with the Guardians pitching staff? Another team that enjoys analytics. Let's talk about that when we return. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Okay, so let me ask you this first, and so I'll give you the opportunity to complain here in a second. We ended up our fridge is starting to go a little bit. I still think it's good. Like, obviously, I think it probably can go for another 15, 20 years, knowing me, right? Like, I'm like, well, let's get every minute out of this fridge we possibly can.
The way to live life, Andy.
But with Mother's Day coming up, as a reminder, Mother's Day is coming up. I was like, you know what? Let's do this. We can go get another fridge. So we went out and got.
Nice?
So we got a new fridge. Very happy with it. It came in today.
The French door opening type, where you can put all kinds of food in.
Yeah, I kind of liked. And let me ask you this: do you guys like the see-through thing though? That's kind of hot right now in refrigerators.
Like you can see what's in the fridge from the outside.
Yeah,
I've not seen one of those.
Yeah, so it's like it's almost like a black stained kind of glass thing where
Nice.
you can kind of see into it. It's not
Okay.
bad. I kind of like that. I thought
All
that
right.
was good.
Nice to hear.
Yeah, so I was contemplating that, but the bigger
Hey, look,
question,
celery.
it isn't about the Big Ben celery, and so it's not about the new fridge; it's about the old fridge. So very man cave, right? Isn't that where we're going with this? This is man cave material.
Absolutely.
So we had a little bit of a debate, and you have three options. In my world, we had three options: either let it go and let them take it, which probably in the long run would have been the best decision.
Why?
One less.
Was it working?
Yeah, it was working.
There you go.
But it's one less headache. Let's just say it stops working tomorrow, and then I'll be like, ugh. And I also people were talking to me about some kind of Freon element to this. I may need to be educated on that. But so the one option was to put it in the garage, and I was kind of all for the garage. And then I was like, when we bought the new one, the guy who was there said, these refrigerators really aren't made for your garage. And they're not going to last if they were already close to near the end, why would you put it in your garage? Because you're going to put yourself in a situation where you're just going to have to get rid of it faster. So I was like, okay. And then the other was the basement. And so I was like, you know what? And so when it was all said and done, it became basement. But that was a tough decision, guys. I got to tell you.
You know what?
So you have two fridges.
We now have two fridges, yeah. Which, of course, it's not going to be like you use the refrigerator in the kitchen the way you used to use the one when you only had one, and that was it. So now I'm sure it's going to turn into, well, there's room in the fridge downstairs. There's room in the fridge downstairs.
Right.
Until there's no room in the fridge downstairs. Then you're
of
like,
course, that always goes hand in hand with the overflow fridge.
yeah.
But if you have a fridge downstairs, then you have to bring up all the food to cook it.
Yeah, but it's closer to. So I thought this is an advantage fridge in the basement because we have a little walkout. That's where the grill is.
Oh,
so
you can put all your grilling items.
That's
there.
what I'm thinking. I'm
You
thinking
can thaw
that's
everything.
the beer and grilling fridge.
That's a good thaw fridge.
Right? All right, thank you. All right,
Says the man who doesn't drink beer.
Well, every once in a while I do. It just depends on the day.
Yeah, good thaw fridge. You can throw all sorts of beverages. You can put sodas in there,
Yeah,
sparkling waters,
All
whatever
your
you want.
marinades.
Marinade,
marinades. Wow, this
Let it
is
sit
a
there
man
as a
show.
marinade?
Stock it up with hot dogs.
All right, so did I make the right decision, basement?
Heck yeah, you made the right decision.
Down with it? Yes? No?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
You can throw beef jerky and
the
cheese
minute,
in there,
the
too.
minute you added walk out to the grill, that's sold.
Mayor, are you listening? Because I got to know. Did I make the right decision? If you're even listening. Okay.
Bathroom.
She's working.
Yeah. Oh, she's working. Okay.
Yeah.
All
With the grill right there, and you can walk out to it from a fridge.
Yeah.
Sold.
Yeah,
Well
I
done.
think that was, that's about as good as it's going to get other than having a refrigerator already on your deck, that's first class stuff. We're not anywhere near there.
Yeah.
But like I have some friends that have refrigerators
Well, you know a
built
lot of
into
rich
the thing.
people.
Not really. I know people that are smart. How's that sound? Smarter than me with money. How's that sound?
It is kind of funny how fridge on deck can either be a sign of like highfalutin or it can be a sign of hillbilly. Just depends on if it works.
It's really true. I guess if it's stainless steel, then. But if it's stainless steel, it's first class. If it's stainless stolen,
yes,
then it's hillbilly. Okay,
Right.
I just
I
want to
have
make
a
sure.
friend who went to Hawaii in the last year.
Yeah,
This is about decks.
yeah.
And they had an Airbnb, and the toilet was outside on the deck. And the only thing there was a curtain you could pull.
Okay.
But if you had to go to the bathroom, you were outside on the deck.
I got to tell you, if the ocean was in front of you,
I don't think it was.
if the ocean was in front of me and I didn't have to see,
Careful.
and you knew no one could see you, I'd have no problem with that.
Careful.
No problem with that at all. There's a hotel in Vegas that has, I'm trying to put this the right way. It's probably, the bar they have is, I don't know, 30 stories up, 25 stories up, and in front of the standing area for men in the bathroom, it was like one-way mirror. So you're standing there, and the urinal is in front of you, I guess is the right way to put it. And you're standing there, and like it's just city for miles, and then desert.
That's kind of cool.
It's kind of, if you're afraid of heights, it's not very fun, but okay.
The same glass that they use for interrogation rooms.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Wow, good point. All right, air your grievance, my friend.
All right, so my latest grievance comes courtesy of our fine airlines in this fine country.
Yes.
So the airlines, beginning May 19th, and this is all of them that are starting to do this for different miles, but one in particular announced it today, is no longer doing snacks or free beverages for flights under 350 miles. What the hell? You're already charging me $50 a bag. Why in God's green earth can you not at least throw me a bag of pretzels and a Sprite?
I think you're right.
And nice use of Sprite.
Is it really? But, is that really going to do us in? Is that really what's going to tank the airline, is the fact that someone has to come by and open up a 2-liter of Coca-Cola and dump it in some ice and go, here, now hush up and watch your movie?
There was a time when flying was kind of snazzy.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, you wore a suit, just like going to the ball game.
Absolutely.
It was nice stuff, and you thought it was really something special. Now you're like cattle.
It's horrendous.
That kind of, it's really stinks for. Isn't one of the major peanut companies based out of Northeast Ohio that packages them back up?
I believe
I
you're
think they're
correct,
out of
but with
Solon.
peanut allergies, they've really cut back on peanuts on flights.
Yeah, but I'm the only guy on earth that has great pride. He gets on an airplane somewhere out west, and he turns and he sees the peanut bag and it says Solon, Ohio on it. I have pride in that. I don't know why.
That bad boy.
I am a homer, aren't I?
You're the biggest homer I know.
I get excited for something. I'm like, hey, look at this.
Shake that bad boy while humming Hang On Sloopy.
I'm in Idaho, and look at that. These peanuts came from Ohio, or at least they're
one of
packaged.
Your greatest and worst attributes all rolled into one.
Oh, you're no fun. Did you have another grievance?
Oh, that's my biggest one. It's like, what are we doing here? It just has become so ridiculous to do anything anymore. It's all a pain.
I'm half tempted at. Do you have a grievance today, Jeff, or no?
Yeah, my grievance is we're talking about grievances when we were all planning to talk about the Guardians rotation.
Why don't you call 216-474-0092 and talk to yourself? That'll be fun. Hello? Hi, Jeff. Oh, hey, look, it's Jeff in Cleveland. Hello?
Hello?
Is Jeff there?
All I know is we have our Cavs.
Hey, first-time caller. Love the show, Jeff.
Pistons Connections coming up at 1 o'clock.
That's coming up. Yeah, listen, Jeff, it's good to talk to you. Always a pleasure. What's the one other thing today, Jeff? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Just one thing. It's not other thing.
No. When I say it, it's the other thing. Otherwise, it's just one thing. Yeah, now I'm kind of mad about these snacks on the planes. Guardians are 500, Jeff, in case you haven't noticed. Have you noticed?
Let's cram this in.
Welcome to the Jeff Phelps Show.
Do you ever find yourself just sitting alone, tossing a coin in the air for your own entertainment because everyone already left?
He's doing the Thanos rock thing. That's what he's doing.
No.
Right? He's doing the Thanos rock thing. At the end, right before he goes.
Everyone's having fun on one side, just a kid on the other side who's like, they don't want me to play with them anymore, and I don't know why.
Because I'm a loser. I have no friends. I'm eating lunch by myself today.
Man.
All right, can we get into this? Jeff, I'm trying to talk about the Guardians for the last 5 minutes, and you keep derailing me. Oh, are you done? You are not seriously mad. No. First time in 15 years.
Am I supposed to talk now?
Yes, you wanted. I was talking about the Guardians, and
if
I thought
facial
you were on
expression
board.
said "bite me," you just saw it.
Yes, anyone on YouTube did. Royals beat the Guardians yesterday 6-2. Bybee, man, 0-5 on the season. Are we worried? Are we worried about the pitching?
Can I go Dan Mennigan on you here?
No, but go ahead. 0-5 doesn't mean anything.
Well, it does mean something.
What's his whip?
It means something. Tanner hasn't been as sharp as he's been in the past, but that's okay. He's made 5 starts. You got to be thrilled with Gavin Williams. You got to be thrilled with Parker Messick. Gavin looks like the real deal, man. He's been outstanding. And Parker looks like a guy you want out there on the mound every 5th day, without question. And I like what Joey Cantillo's done. I'm worried about our guy Slade. Slade's getting hit hard. And the one thing this year that I wonder about more, in the past, they were able to just go down to AAA and bring up an arm. Logan Allen, you would think, is the first man there ready to go. There's another guy that's pitching really well who's come up through the system, pitching well in Columbus right now. His name's Rorik Maltrud, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. And Rorik's actually throwing the ball real well. So there might be a couple of options down there if you want to send Slade down, because he's not been very effective yet.
No.
And we both like Slade Ciccone.
Yeah.
And remember, you gave up Josh Naylor for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want him to succeed. And we like him. I like the way he throws. But, he might need a couple of weeks in Columbus to figure it out a little bit. And then maybe you bring somebody else up and see what happens. But this team's going to be based around pitching still, Andy, I think.
I think it's been for years, ever since, you remember when it wasn't? Remember when they had all kinds of offense and no pitching? And then suddenly someone said, you know what, maybe we should flip this thing around.
Maybe we should flip this.
And they did.
Yeah,
and
that guy was Larry Dolan, by the way.
Yeah, and they did a great job with that. But the offense has struggled since then, too. So, you got a couple bats up there, but never enough. I find it odd that we're actually talking about pitching as being like bullpens are
as being
fickle,
a little shaky.
Yeah, bullpens are fickle, and every year sometimes they're good, and most of the times they've been good for the most part, and then sometimes they back off. But
I don't have
do
any issues with Bybee.
I don't either. Let's just see how this thing plays out. Like ESPN gave the Guardians a B for the first month of the season. I thought that was fair, considering they're 500 right now, but they're still tied for first. So it's the Central. 216-474-0092. The connection between Detroit and Cleveland and these, this rivalry as we get set for Game 1
Bigger
tonight.
than you think, Andy Baskin.
It is?
Yep.
We'll find out next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This
Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Hear all the latest from Browns rookie minicamp starting on Friday.
Come on, man, wake up! There we go.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football.
Here we go, buckle them up!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the 1 o'clock hour and a game day for your Cleveland Cavaliers. Tonight, they play the Detroit Pistons, and we will be here to talk about it with you tomorrow as well. But your chance to tell us what you think about the game, where we're going with this thing, who's going to be the linchpin in this series, and what do we expect in this series as they start tonight at 7 o'clock. Games on Peacock and NBC. So, you know what? To get a little bit more in-depth, Jeff,
we're going to do a contest.
Let's do a contest.
92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the word POINTS, P-O-I-N-T-S, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Download Mr. Hero's mobile app, get a regular BOGO offer, buy one, get one, for just signing up. Receive monthly coupon offers, order online, earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or Apple Store. It's all from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Again, points, P-O-I-N-T-S, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
All right, as we get set for this series between the Cavaliers and the Pistons, you have some points to make about this great relationship we have with our friends in Detroit.
I have points to make, Andy.
Yes, you do. You're like a PowerPoint presentation.
You're so absolutely right about that. You know, we have the coaching thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, there's more here.
Is there, though?
So
isn't it really just J.B. Bickerstaff?
You're going to be stunned,
Kenny Atkinson?
Andy, about the little
nuances
between the Cavs and the Pistons. The connections are overwhelming.
I can't wait.
First of all, we'll start with the owner of the Cavs, Dan Gilbert, from Detroit. Obviously, former owner of the Pistons.
Oh, yes.
Part owner of the Pistons. Owned a piece of them. So that's good.
We have the Dan Gilbert connection.
There have been two guys who have been the head coach of both franchises. J.B. Bickerstaff.
Daly.
Chuck Daly. Chuck Daly was the head coach of the Cavaliers back in the day. I remember covering games when I was in college when Chuck was the head coach. And he used to do his press conferences in the little hallway leading into the locker room from the Coliseum.
That's how, but they put a little banner behind him or anything?
Oh, banner schmanner. They didn't do that stuff
Asbestos?
back then.
Remember the asbestos practice gym they had?
It wasn't, though.
What, that wasn't, what
Scott
was it? Just insulation?
Scott Wedman wouldn't sign until he saw the reports that said it wasn't asbestos.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow, I did not know that.
The Pistons general manager, Trajan Langdon. Trajan Langdon, former Cleveland Cavalier and former Cavaliers assistant general manager in the 20-teens. So Trajan is running the Pistons right now, president of basketball ops and all that good stuff. I thought I would try to put together an entire team of Detroit-born players for the Cavaliers. Couldn't quite, well, I could do it, but they're lousy. These guys who played for the Cavs were born in Detroit. Andrew DeClercq, Johnny Davis, Kay Felder. Remember Manny Harris? Was in like the cryogenic chamber and almost froze off his foot. Donnie Marshall.
I do remember that.
Robert Tractor Trailer.
Oh.
And there's some discrepancy as to whether Ira Newble was born in Detroit or born in Southfield, but he's up there in that vicinity anyway. So there's that. How about Northeast Ohio guys who played for the Pistons?
Oh, tell me, Jeff, because I live for this stuff.
Alvin Robertson.
Of course.
Who had a quadruple-double, by the way, in the NBA.
I thought you were saying bypass.
Our buddy from Canton McKinley, Phil Hubbard.
Ah.
Scott Mays from Sandusky. He played for the Pistons. And the mayor, Brad Sellers.
I forget that Brad played for the Pistons.
See? You're learning stuff.
Wow, Jeff. You have made me a better man today, and I'll be a better man tomorrow for it.
The Pistons coaching staff, current coaching staff, J.B. Bickerstaff, of course,
That's
head
easy.
coach. The assistant head coach is Luke Walton, former Cav and former Cav assistant coach. And on the staff, Vitaly Potapenko.
Oh.
And Sidney Lowe, who was twice an assistant coach with the Cavaliers. And former Cavalier player, Jarrett Jack. All kinds of familiar faces going to be in the arena, Andy. It's going to be stunning.
I liked them when they were with us. Now I'm like, meh.
Former coaches of the Pistons from Northeast Ohio.
Oh.
Flip Saunders.
Flip.
Terrific head coach.
Yes.
And he's from Cuyahoga Heights, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And former University of Akron Zip John Lawyer. John was an assistant coach in the league for a long time and was head coach of the Pistons for 32 games back in 2013-14. And a heck of a nice guy, by the way. Always liked talking to John, always liked talking to Flip. You want the other coach crossover on this?
I don't know. I thought you were going to say like John Beeline, but then I was like...
Yeah, we're getting there. Just calm down,
right,
would you?
Okay,
would you just relax?
This makes me uptight. I don't know.
Just
I'm not
relax.
very good at crossword puzzles.
Former Piston head coaches who were Cav assistant coaches. Richie Adubato. Ron Rothstein. Both of whom were assistant coaches on Mike Fratello's staff. One of the great coaching staffs this franchise ever had.
And Rothstein was in Miami when LeBron was there too, right?
And Rothstein was in Miami, former head coach of the Heaters.
Yeah.
And guy I liked a lot, John Kuester.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
John was an assistant coach here under Mike Brown, and he became the head coach of the Pistons. And if you want to flip that the other way, former Cavs head coaches who were also Pistons assistant coaches. Brendan Malone.
Oh, yeah.
You know who his son is, of course.
Uh-huh.
That'd be Michael Malone. Larry Drew. And John Beeline. Recently an assistant coach with the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, I know.
So how about that one?
Wow.
You enjoying that?
Oh, Jeff, I feel like I won the lottery.
Oh, I'm not quite done yet.
Oh, no. Please give me more.
According to basketballreference.com.
Oh, it doesn't get any better. What's their nicknames?
Listen, loser.
Yeah, I'm a loser. Listen to this. You spent time on this. Now, who's the loser? I'm spending time listening to this. I'm the loser.
Well, we could talk like this, or we could have you talk about your stove this segment.
Oh, you want to talk about the stove? I'm good with that.
According to basketballreference.com.
Another one that if it's on the porch at one house, classy. On the porch at another house, hillbilly.
That is a great
49
point.
different players played for both franchises.
And guess what? Jeff is going to name all 49 right now. Go!
Might be better than what you come up with to fill the segment.
If you do it at the Animaniac State song, I'm in.
There are a couple of guys that there's some pretty significant guys here. Current players, Karis LeVert and Dennis Schroeder. That'll be fun.
Yes.
Phil Hubbard, who we mentioned. The nicest, nastiest looking guy in the history of sports. I don't know if anybody looked more intimidating, but was a nicer guy than Ben Wallace.
He was a nice guy.
Ben was a great guy. And, you know, when he got traded here, and he wasn't traded by the Pistons here, but I think it was the Bulls. When he came in, it was like, oh, man, this is Ben Wallace. He is one intimidating guy. And he couldn't have been a nicer fella. Andre Drummond, who was great in Detroit, and then came to the Cavs, and now he's with the Sixers. And maybe the best overall player to play for both teams, Bill Laimbeer. Remember Bill as a rookie was with the Cavaliers? But there are 49 guys who played for both franchises. So I think that's kind of interesting. So, you know, you might think it's just Dan Gilbert. You might just think it's J.B. Bickerstaff. But no, Andy Baskin. No. There are connections all over the place for what's going to be a hard-fought, nasty playoff series in round 2 of the NBA playoffs.
You know, you bring up Phil Hubbard, and for me, when I think of Phil Hubbard, you know, I think about playing for the Cavs. I think about him playing in high school because his last game in high school
McKinley
was against
St. Joe's.
No,
Cuyahoga Heights.
Close.
Cleveland Heights.
Cleveland Heights. Yes.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah, that was his last game. That was a huge win. I'll never forget that. The Franklin brothers, Mark Sack. Trying to think who else was on that.
Any of them play for the Pistons?
No, they don't. But they have traveled through Detroit at one point and had some of their fine pizza while winning money in Greektown. So they've got that going for them.
Mark West, Bob Sura, Joe Smith, Derrick Rose, played for both franchises.
What's worse, this or Francesa?
Tree Rollins, Ben Poquette.
Francesa is worse or funnier?
Oh,
My man, Scotty
this is
Pollard.
better than Francesa.
Scotty Pollard, great dude.
Not a fan. Was not a fan.
Well, I've been pulling for him when he was in the league and since his heart transplant.
Yes, I know. After that, but when he was in the league, he was. You're right. I take that back, especially
Ronald Flip Murray. Remember
why
Flip?
do you have to do that to me? I had this one really bad memory of him, and then you brought me back up to speed on what happened afterwards.
Heart transplant.
Where I tried to let it
Scott
go.
Pollard. Scotty, I know you're not listening. That dude was fun.
Yeah,
Played for both franchises.
Don't ever ask him what it's like to play with LeBron James. Hey, your thoughts on playing with LeBron James?
Brandon Knight.
Like the dumbest question I've ever asked anybody?
Damon
I've
Jones.
asked 10 times dumber questions. And Scott laid into me. It was media day out in, I think we were in Independence, right? Yeah, we were in Independence by then.
John Henson.
He's really good with those Muppets.
Our buddy Joe Harris.
I like Joe Harris.
Joe's with both teams.
Are we going to sit here and read names for the next 4 minutes?
This really has turned into guys can sit around and talk about old players for hours.
I'm just telling you.
At
There are
least you get a
connections.
haircut somewhere
There are
else,
connections all over the place between these two franchises.
So does that make them the rival?
I
then?
do think it's fascinating.
Is it
that
enough for the rival?
4 of the assistants for J.B. Bickerstaff have huge Cavs ties.
Is that
Jared Jack, Sidney Lowe, Vitaly, and Luke.
Advantage, disadvantage? I don't
think it means anything.
No, because the players are all different for the most part.
I think it's cool.
Are they the rival then? I know you brought this up yesterday.
I still think the biggest rival for the Cavs is the Chicago Bulls.
I would have said that at one point. I don't know that I say that today.
I know the teams.
When Jordan was
there,
there,
I think the teams of the 80s, late 80s, and early 90s were so affected by the Chicago Bulls that they are the number one rival.
Could you make an argument that the Pistons are the number one rival?
Yeah, in maybe 7 games you can.
Maybe, but the Cavaliers have a 12-game playoff winning streak against the Pistons. I think that was right. I think I read that yesterday. That I kind of feel like Detroit's more the rival then, especially because it's so easy if you want to go to Detroit and go sit in the pizza oven. And
I
watch the game.
don't think there's been much intensity in that rivalry.
I think there will be after this.
I hope so.
Especially the way you lay
That
it
would
out.
be great.
The way you lay it out with the coaches too. I don't know how you can't look at this and think one way or another you're going to say we got the better playoff coach or the right at the end.
Oh,
one side's going to say,
I don't think that.
You remember when Bickerstaff
I don't think one series will
beat
decide
Atkinson?
that.
Yeah, but it's all it takes.
Look, they're both good
to make
coaches.
a little bit of history.
I don't think you even need to pick. They're both good coaches.
Well, you know what? I'm going to let other people pick here in a moment.
Good.
So I'm going to let you make your pick. What's going to happen in this series? Will the Cavs win? Do you have faith? I'll go back to the beginning of this and, where we talked about having expectations that might be too high for the Cavs upper tier players. I don't think so. You've got the highest salary in the NBA. I expect this team to win. And I do think that the bar for this team was to make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, especially after they made the trade. What are your expectations of the Cavaliers going into the Eastern Conference semifinals against the Pistons tonight? Where's your faith factor in this team? Do you believe they can win it? Because I still think you're hesitant out there. I think majority of the people in Northeast are like, I'm worried. I think I'm a little bit worried. Or you like, you know what? Cavaliers are good. They're going to make it happen, and they're better than the Pistons. Most people think it's the Pistons in this one. What do you think? 216-474-0092, Baskin and Phelps.
minicamp kicks off. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Jack liked our last segment so much he wants to do Indians-Tigers connections.
That's great. That's awesome. Can't wait. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Yes, game 1 tonight. Cavaliers, Pistons. We are pumped, excited. Can't wait to see this. I'd love for them to come out and steal a game here. Go get one on the road. That's what I say. Go get one, because that's something they didn't do in the last year.
Go do your Minnesota Timberwolves impression.
Yes, just go get the first one. Even if they don't, I'm okay with it if they can get the second one. I don't know about coming back 0-2, but you know what, Jeff? It's not really a series until when?
Until the road team wins a game, Andy.
There you go. Said by, who said that first? You or somebody else?
He was LeBron James.
Oh, okay. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Your prediction for this series. What do you think will happen? Can the Cavaliers win? Are you up or down? Buying or selling on the Cavaliers right now coming out of that series against Detroit, knowing that they had to play a tough physical series against a scrappy bunch of guys that were banged up, had some major injuries, and were able to survive and advance. That's what the Cavaliers did against Toronto. Jeff, taking a look at some of the predictions from across the internet and periodic tables all across the world.
I don't know, Dan.
Periodicals, not periodic tables, sorry. Although if they were periodical and they
I'll
were
take
sitting,
zinc.
The answer is
Cobalt.
The answer is AG. The answer was AG. Good effort. Cleveland.com has the Cavs in 7. Akron Beacon Journal, Pistons in 7. Yahoo Sports, Pistons in 7. ESPN, of their top 10 experts, 7 of them picked the Pistons, mostly in 7 games, and 3 picked the Cavaliers, all in 7 games. Arizona Republic, well, they like the, what did I write down? They like the Pistons in 7, and the Detroit Free Press, they're split. 2 picked the Pistons in 7, and 1 picked the Cavaliers in 6 due to their having veterans.
Somebody we know who may or may not run hoopswire.com thinks Cavs in 7.
That would be Sam Amico. You can say that. It doesn't have to be.
Well, he didn't tell me I could, so I didn't. So he'll be mad at you.
You just said he runs HoopsWire. He's on all the time. Anybody that's listened to this show once over the last 15 years would know that it's Sam Amico.
I think this is an interesting thing that I saw yesterday. NBA playoff power rankings from SI. So they rated the 8 teams that are left.
Was this before or after the swimsuit issue?
The number 1 team was Oklahoma City. Number 1 team was Oklahoma City.
Hey, did you get the box scores for baseball last week from the Sporting News? That'd be great.
I'm not getting fired.
Number 2.
Anything I add
fired
to this-
about what?
Anything I add to this is going to get me fired.
Number 2 is San Antonio.
Okay.
And this came out before they.
I'm sorry.
Before yesterday.
Jeff, I'm going to be honest with you. I was too busy joking around. What was number 1?
How about the defending champs?
Okay, that makes sense.
Your Thunder from Oklahoma City.
Yes.
Oklahoma City, number 1. San Antonio, number 2. Power rankings of the 8 teams left. Number 3, the New York Knicks. It was before their blowout win last night.
Yeah.
Number 4, the Detroit Pistons. Number 5, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Number 6,
I'm not playing this game anymore.
LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers.
Ooh.
Number 8, Philadelphia. Number 7, the Cavs. I thought it was a little low.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, here, go
They
ahead.
said they didn't win their opening round series. They survived it.
Is that true?
Yeah, but you could say the same about Detroit.
Yeah.
It says Cavs will face a Pistons team that looked wobbly against the Magic, so there is some opportunity here. If the Cavs are going to top Detroit, they need their stars to step up. Mitchell, Harden, said Evan Mobley was held to 8 points in Game 4 and 13 in Game 7. You know, one thing I think that will be, I think, pretty critical in this series, I don't think the Cavs can win a game, or will have a real tough time doing it. Win a game where both Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley are held in check. I think they're going to need one big guy to have pretty good numbers and a pretty good impact each and every game.
Because of Cunningham or because of...
No, just because of the Cavs. Just because of the Cavs. I think they're big guys, and you know, they don't have to be beasts every game. But and you don't need 22 points and 19 rebounds like Jarrett got in Game 7. But I would think one of those big guys every night needs to go for about 16 and 9 at least. And I don't think that's asking too much. I would say that number-wise is a minimum. Those numbers would help you impact the game. And if one of those big guys most every night can give you, you know, like 18 and 12, something like that, I think the Cavs will be hard to beat.
I don't know why. I have a funny feeling about tonight's game. I do think that
There's one to steal is Game 1.
Yeah, do you think the Cavaliers had a tougher series than the Pistons?
Oh, no. No, I don't.
So you think Orlando gave Detroit more of a run than
They were down
Toronto?
3-1.
Okay, but I get it.
They had
but
to come back and win 3 straight.
When it was all said and done.
All the Cavs did was win at home.
When it was all said and done.
Against the Raptors team that didn't have their point guard. And for 2 games, their number 2 scorer.
When it was all said and done. Can I finish?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I thought it would be more fun that way.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was actually just super irritating. That you look at how the Pistons had to get there and what you said about having to come back from down 3-1 could have been taxing. I mean, extremely taxing. And I think it was also very physical for the Cavaliers against Toronto. I kind of have a feeling, and I'm going reverse from last year, right? Last year, we all thought, and I think you said too, you thought that the Cavs would beat Orlando, but it was going to be a little tougher than it was. Am I wrong or right? I'm trying to remember what you said last year, if you can remember. I know. You can't remember what you said yesterday, but can you remember last year? I knew that you...
I thought the Cavs would win that series, but I thought it would be tough because I like Orlando.
But you also were the one guy I knew that was throwing up the red flag against Indiana, like hard. Like I was coming in here like, yeah, we're going to beat them. Yeah, why wouldn't we beat them? It didn't make any sense to me that I thought, look how good we were during the regular season, look who they were. And so I kind of feel like we flipped the script on last year. Maybe that you had the tough... Maybe you had your tough series first, and you might be able to have a little bit of breathing room in this. I don't believe that what I'm saying for a minute. I think I'm wishful thinking that maybe the Cavs walk into this series and they've grown. They've obviously got to play more games together. They have experience. Some of the things that they were lacking going into. I don't know if not having any rest after the series doesn't help a whole lot, but I kind of feel like, and let's face it, Detroit's young compared to the Cavaliers, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at this series, I definitely think the Cavaliers have learned something about themselves they did in that Toronto series. And, you know, they're out of there in 6. Maybe they're out of there in 6 if the ball doesn't go up in the air for a minute and a half and then fall back through.
Think about the momentum that the Pistons go into this series with. They had the best record in the Eastern Conference in the regular season. Folks kind of thought, well, that's a fluke. And then all of a sudden they're down 3-1 in their first-round series.
Oh, then people really believed it was a fluke.
And then they bounced back. I mean, they dodged a huge bullet. And they've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Or they're spent.
Well, the Cavs would be just as spent.
It's a different kind of spent when you're winning your home games. It was back and forth. It was equal.
That game 6 was nasty.
I want to quote the great Jeff Phelps on this. It was the 5-6 matchup, Jeff. That's what it was supposed to be.
4-5.
4-5, sorry. 5-6. 6-7. Don't let the facts get in the way of my argument.
But we also thought that the Eastern Conference was pretty even, 1 through 8. I did. I mean, I thought the Cavs Magic would be a bad matchup. I think if the Cavs happen to get there and so do the Sixers, I think that's a bad matchup.
I am shocked that Boston's gone. be honest with you.
Well, Jason Tatum didn't play in Game 7. And Joel Embiid did.
True. You know? I have a weird feeling about this.
Meaning what?
Meaning that they could come out and maybe play the best game of the playoffs that they
I
played
don't think
tonight.
there's any question. Why not? Andy, the Cavs are good.
You're on the road, and why not? Because they just played this year. I'll give you your argument back at you. That why not? Because they're banged up a little bit. They played an extremely physical series
They're not
against
banged
Toronto. We'll find out quickly tonight. I mean, that was a physical series. You tell me they couldn't have used another day or two off?
Couldn't tell me the Pistons could?
Absolutely. But I kind of and
got to go play, man.
I don't know. I have a weird feeling. Dan, am I wrong, or is this just the medication? It's amazing what
Pistons played on Sunday as well.
I know. I was there. I saw it. Big TV.
You were in Detroit?
Mentally, I was there.
My question when it comes to the Pistons is, okay, so what happens if I throw a double team at Cade? Who's going to score? And on top of the fact that they need some kind of shooting on the floor.
Harris?
And more Duncan Robinson equals more opportunities to exploit Duncan Robinson on the offensive end. So
don't count out Duren. And don't count out Tobias Harris. And don't you know Karis LeVert would love to shove it up the Cavaliers' wazoo?
I would. Those fall under the category of if we come back here after game 1 and those guys go out, I will eat those words. But until I see it, I need to see it before I'm going to really, really worry about it.
Well, the Cavs have more. Cavs have more offensive weapons,
right? Especially Tobias Harris. Again, I have seen Tobias Harris in playoff series go off for 30. I've seen Tobias Harris have 6 points.
Always liked Tobias. I've always liked his game.
Nothing against the guy. He just
I can't even argue with you. I've always liked him though.
Because it looks like Kevin Huerter is questionable for this. If the Pistons get Kevin Huerter back, it's a little bit better because at least he has an
outside shot
of defense that he can play, unlike Duncan Robinson, who's a bit of a turnstile. So
what do they get? They get 10 minutes out of him per game when he plays.
Who?
Or they did Huerter.
Huerter? I bet you see more of him because they're going to need some kind of shooting in this series.
He can shoot.
He can fill it up. He's just been banged up.
Left adductor strain.
Yeah, I want to see if Karis LeVert is playable in this series. They weren't playing him a whole bunch. He's dealing with injury too.
Oh, you sure that's not your kidney?
It's my appendix.
Oh, true. Leave it to Jeff Phelps to use the organ that you don't even need anymore. What? Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
Oh no, I'm done. I've made my mistake.
All right, you think the Cavs are winning or not? Let's just go game 1 first, and we'll come back for the whole series after this. But
no, I think they drop game 1.
Cavs win game 1?
Oh. We're gonna go game by game?
I'm gonna go game, and then I'm going series after the break.
Pistons.
You like the Pistons? You like the Pistons?
I think Pistons tonight.
I like the Cavs tonight.
Good for you.
I do.
Nice.
I want to believe.
I think they're going to get one of the first 2.
Hope you're right.
I don't. Maybe I'm insane.
If they don't get one of the first 2,
then we're in trouble.
I think they're hard pressed. Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Yeah, tell me who wins tonight, and then tell me who wins the series. We'll do that when we come back. It's almost like quick predicts without the quick and the predicts, but you'll just tell us what you think they're going to do.
So in other words, just tell us.
Yeah, just tell us. Okay. Just tell us. A new segment right here on Baskin and Phelps. That's next. 216-474-0092. Hey.
workout program today in Berea. The team is working on individual and group drills on the field while the rookies join on Friday when rookie minicamp kicks off. You can get all the latest Browns news pushed straight to your phone by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan in the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Earlier on today, we had Mary Kay Cabot join us from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com, and Jake Chapman, our former co-worker here at The Fan, now the play-by-play man of the Orlando Magic, to talk about the Cavs and Pistons series. If you missed those interviews...
if I missed a moment of the show, what should I do?
You should use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app.
Cool.
It's powered by Integrated Restoration.
They're our friends.
Your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration.
Can they fix 4 hours of radio? That's my question.
I don't know. I thought the morning guys did okay.
Oh, man. You're tough today. You are. You've been Dr. Red Pen for most of the day, just so you know that.
It's a blue pen.
Again, right? Like can't even lean into that premise. Dan, are you with me, or are you leave me on the island?
Oh no, I've just accepted it for what it is. No matter, this is kind of like how my parents felt about me in high school, which is, he's going to try his best, but it's never going to be that great. I think that's how Jeff looks at me.
What? Oh,
he's going to try his best.
Thought you were looking at me.
Great.
Hey man, I'm just trying to talk sports.
No,
we got a playoff series starting tonight.
I know, but
got a starting rotation that's in shambles. Well, not really, but
shambles is a push.
Do you ever find yourself
we have 4 quarterbacks and we don't like any of them?
After
we have
some people like some of them.
I'm a big Talon Green fan. Come on, Talon.
If the solution to your problem is Talon Green, you probably need to find a better solution.
That is true, Jeff.
Exactly. And thus is the point.
Do you ever find yourself at home having these same kind of conversations with your wife? Because I think my wife's like, I'm just waiting for at one point. I'm not Jeff. This is not a debate. We're going to talk about
it. My family will just say, don't speak so loudly.
I get that all the time,
You're not
too.
on the radio. It's like, I don't speak loudly on the radio. We have a microphone. It's not a megaphone.
Yes. I get that you're loud sometimes. It's irritating. It irritates me.
Well, we're not as loud as Daryl or Spencer.
That's true. Dan, do you have the same issue at home or no?
I just get told to go away.
And do you?
And yet he's going to marry her.
Yeah. Do you sit in the corner or what do you do?
We have a TV in the basement. I just go to a completely different floor and sit and think about what I've done.
Until something needs to get fixed or
Pretty
cleaned?
much.
Or cleaned?
Or cleaned or cooked.
Yes.
Then I get summoned.
I think it's the 7th or 8th thing that I can't do at the same time. Well, wait, I can do the dishes. I can take out the garbage. I can do it. Okay, sorry. I know I'm not alone. I know there are other people in that same world as me. Thank you. Okay, I know you feel my pain. As she feels the pain of me prolonging things and being a procrastinator. So here we go. Game 1 tonight, 7 o'clock. Cavs Pistons. You can look at it any way you want. I think there's a ton of pressure on Kenny Atkinson to win over the next 4 days. Life would be really, really good if they can come out tonight and just win game 1 and then let the rest of the series play out. Tonight, I think, is a gigantic game for them because it could take a ton of pressure off of them. But I'll say that for game 2, too. If they lose tonight, then I'll say it for game 2. The Pistons are the number 1 seed going into this thing. I think you understand it because the Cavs were in this spot last year. Exactly. And then they ran into Indiana. Can the Cavs be the Pistons Pacers? I don't know. I do know they have a lot of talented guys on this team. And when they make the ball move and it's not stagnant and no one's playing hero ball and they're not trying to force passes and the turnovers dissipate, which I'm scared because the turnovers are what absolutely crushed me watching that first series. But they came back and won, so that was fine. I don't feel like the Cavs played 4 great games. I thought they played 2 really good games, and then they were able to string together the other 2 wins by playing timely basketball, like in Game 7, being able to break through the tie in the second half and get through. Because they easily could have won Game 6, and you get some kind of a fluky shot that ends up going in. A lot of times that's a huge momentum turner, and then all of a sudden you find that team in the NBA Finals like, well, it all went back to that one ball that hit the backboard and went straight up in the air, and it took 1.3 seconds to get back down, and boom, next thing you know, we win. Like those are the kind of plays that catapult teams to championships sometimes because it gets that close. It's almost like a no-hitter in some way. But I don't see it. I can see the Cavs getting a win tonight. They just need to execute. They need to rebound because I thought Jake made a great point, and I thought that the whole time. But if they can win the boards, if they can limit their turnovers, and please just don't settle for threes, they'll be okay. I'm not saying they're winning the series.
I wonder if the Pistons have a bit of an edge because JB coached these guys. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them. I wonder if he has.
You could take the edge the other way.
I wonder if he has any inside knowledge that he thinks he can put to use defensively against Evan, against Jarrett, against Donovan.
Couldn't you say that the other way, though, too? That our players have the edge because they know what JB wants and his tendencies in certain situations to play certain defenses.
No.
Wouldn't you ask yourself, yeah, I would say, okay, what would JB want me to do here? Okay, I'm going to look out for that. What would...
I don't think so.
Why is that advantage coach over advantage player?
Because the coach knows the players better than the players know a coach with an entirely new group of players.
I don't know the tendencies change, though, especially if you're winning. Would they split the season series 2-2? Does that matter?
Yeah.
I don't know. Does that matter?
No.
I don't know.
If there's anything that can be gained from that, it might be again, might be just a little inside knowledge that JB has against some of the Cavs. I mean, he looked at him for years. He knows strengths, weaknesses, and they get better. I'm not saying that's even an issue. If there is something
I think it's
there,
a fair talking point.
If there is something there, I think it's an edge for him.
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say it's advantage players because I think the players know. Like if you're coming out of a timeout, Jeff, and you need a steal on an inbounds pass, yes, the coach knows his players, but the players that played for him know what he would call in that certain situation, don't you think?
No, I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think if there's any edge, it's JB knowing something about the Cavalier players.
Do we have a moment of the show, Meredith Kane?
We most certainly do. Our moment of the show came from Mary Kay Cabot, and she was talking about the Browns quarterbacks and expectations for the team this year.
They have to solve the quarterback problem, and the truth of the matter right now is that we don't know if they have their quarterback of the future on the roster at all, or if they're going to be back at that next year in the draft or wherever, or in free agency or the trade market. So this season will be very telling in terms of what they have and what they still need in that department. But when I look at this roster right now, I think that it is good quarterback play away from contending for at least a wild card spot in the playoffs. And if they can even get that this season, I don't see any reason why they can't do that. So that's what they need. That's what they've needed for a long time. And that still has to be job number one.
There you have it. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. She was with us. We ask you, why are you smarter? It's brought to you by our friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488, 216-770-5488. Dan Menningen.
Our social media mentions are powered by Shipen Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Smarter today because there really is a fine line between hillbilly and classy. You never realize it until someone is moving a fridge or a stove onto a porch.
That's a good point. Well played. Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of our conversations about the Cavaliers and their matchup with the Pistons, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous for this series.
Ooh, she's nervous. Jeff Phelps, are you nervous, or why are you smarter?
I enjoyed our conversation with Jake Chapman. I thought Jake had some great insight into the Pistons, what they did against Jake's Orlando Magic, and what might happen against the Cavs. I expect a really competitive series. Be stunned if it doesn't go 6. if not 7.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is 6 or 7. I do think the Cavs can go out there and jump out there and get this first game tonight. Man, I am optimistic and hopeful that they can show everyone exactly what they are when they move the ball and they don't turn the ball over, and they don't feel the need to have to jack up 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 after 3, especially in the fourth quarter. If they can get around that, get some rebounds, I think they could be good to go tonight. But I'll just keep my fingers crossed like you are. And that's why I'm smarter today. Kids, thank you. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll be in post-game mode. We'll talk about Game 1 of the Cavs and Pistons, plus we'll jump back in on the Guardians as they take on the Royals. You are still Jeff Phelps, am I correct?
Last check.
Okay, he's still Jeff. I'm Andy. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. You know what's coming up next. They're going to take you almost up to tip-off there. They're ready to help you out. They are the Afternoon Drive right here on 92.3 The Fan.
No, it's not moving it. The East
You
changed.
changed it.
The only reason I never
'Cause the
said get to the
playoffs happen and the
finals
playoffs
is
are
because
hard.
the Celtics were in your way. The Celtics are no
got
longer in
knocked
your
out.
way.
Why? Because it's hard. The
Yes.
playoffs are hard to advance. It's
Yes.
hard to win these
Good
series.
call on that.
It's hard to do.
Yeah. And yet, do you
I'm
have
not
as much
looking at it
talent
as
as
I'm
anybody
not
in the
looking at it
Eastern
as a
Conference?
failure.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we are on the eve of Game 1 of the second round playoff series between your Cavaliers and those hated Detroit Pistons. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader. Words hard, me, Nick. Because if we didn't, there would be consequences. We got Jake Murren producing today, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You guys can watch all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free, by the way, if you want to hit that subscription button there and like our videos. We like to be liked around these parts. And we got Katie Pollock in the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you today?
I think today's calmer seas today. I'm predicting it.
Oh, jeez. That's not going to happen then.
Why would you put that out there? I'm putting the good juju into the atmosphere.
Now, unlike predictions on sporting events that I have no outcome of, I can swing this outcome if I wanted to go a different way. So
you're going to do this out of spite because I pissed you off for an hour yesterday?
Not it. But I can't confidently say calmer seas and calmer heads are going to prevail. I can't confidently say that. I wish I could. I can't. I love that you think that's going to happen, though.
Isn't it a good attitude to start the show with?
Bless your heart. I'd love that. I'd love that.
It doesn't seem like you. It sounds like a bless your heart kind of thing. I want it, but I can't guarantee it.
I want nothing more than for that to be the case. But I feel like I've entered a lot of shows where I want nothing more than that to be the case,
right,
and it
Mac,
just never
do you believe
happens.
It? Do you believe that JP really wants this to be the Olive Branch show?
I
just
do.
A couple
I'd like that.
Buddies with a trust tree in the nest?
Couple bros broing out over Cavs basketball.
I believe JP. I believe JP on this.
That's a calculated answer by you. We'll see. We're in wait and see mode. That's right. We got to see how it's going to play out. That's what we got to do.
Mac should really hang on to the idea that the two of us are going to spar, because if we don't spar, you know what happens.
I think that it gets turned on to me anyway.
Yeah, it goes right to Mac.
That just happens anyway.
That's just the ebbs and flows of the show. That is what it is.
Yeah, that's your job.
Bless your heart. That's nice that you think that we can talk about the Cavs and not get in arguments with each other.
Well, I actually think this is a great place to start the conversation, because I think for anyone frustrated that I haven't waved the pom-pom like yourself and Anthony Lima, and Ken, don't forget about Ken. He's on vacation, but that's a big old pom-pom waver there.
Yeah.
I think tonight is the perfect opportunity for the Cavs to begin earning my trust.
Okay, good. I agree with that. Because one thing you've wanted is them to do something on the road. This is a road playoff game to start off the series. You flip it back to basically home court advantage being the Cavs with a win tonight. And so, yeah, there's a lot that they can show you tonight.
Well, so I think it definitely starts with winning on the road, and not just winning, playing well enough to win and playing every possession like it's the last. For most of that Toronto series, I don't want to say most of it, because the Cavs did come out and kick some ass the first 1.5 games, and they did win the first 2 games. But because you're starting this series on the road, if you came out with the same intensity in Game 1 that you did in Game 1 of the Toronto series, I think that's the perfect tone setter for this. Because the reality is Detroit is going to set the tone in some of these games, because that's the only way they can win. So being able in their house to basically cast the first stone, that's something I haven't seen from the Cavs outside of that Miami series where they just dictated the whole damn thing, and that's not what I expect in this one. It's not something I'm really accustomed to seeing with the Cavaliers, especially when it comes to on the road.
I guess I'm trying to figure out how early into this game are we going to have some sort of big chippiness, big fight, and who's going to be the one to deliver that?
Isaiah Stewart. We don't even really
Schroeder,
have to.
No, but is Schroeder going to be the one that I have to go on the attack?
Oh, I hope
have to make sure that I set the tone, and he knows all these Pistons players are all friends, and they just played with him last year. He knows them. I want him to basically turn around and just. I don't know, get in their face, yell at him, push at him, do whatever he needs to do to let him know it's different now.
I think I would like him to wait until Beef Stew starts something, and then I want Schroeder to finish.
Wouldn't you think if you're the Pistons, don't you think that's one of the edges you have is the toughness in this whole entire series? Wouldn't you try to lay that foundation about as early as possible?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a toughness and a mentality thing, but okay, I'm not trying to play both sides of the fence here. you do have to still make sure to play your game.
No, for sure. But like the Pistons, I think the Pistons are still going to be angry about what happened in the regular season.
You think they're thinking that far back?
Not the games. You're forgetting the words. Remember after the Pistons game, the Cavs came out and said they're not in our league?
Wasn't that in January?
That was February.
February?
And
Late February, early March.
was after a game that we didn't have Mitchell or Harden in, and they came out in the Cavs. It was one of the rare times after a Cavs game this season where we watched the Cavs just be very, very vocal. If I was the Pistons, I'd still be pissed about what happened there.
I mean, it's 3 months ago. You might be right, though. I mean, here's the thing. Anything that adds juice to this series.
They're the only ones that really kind of just said anything towards the Pistons' way. Everybody else just kind of treated the Pistons like stuffed teddy bears, essentially.
Yeah, everybody kind of just ignored them. But, I mean, listen, I think the fact that it's on the road, I also just think, like, This team is the best exemplification of the gym class heroes. Like, this team is only
That's
here.
What I've called them all year.
The Pistons were only
gym
number
class
one
heroes.
seed in the East because they just played harder than everybody in the regular season while everybody else was kind of taking their time. Certainly the Cavs did as well.
Well, yeah, and we have some of the defensive numbers that support some of what you're discussing, especially when it comes to they were number one in steals. They were number one in forcing turnovers. They were number one in committing personal fouls. They were number one in block shots. They were top 5 in various rebounding categories. Like the Pistons, this team, everything you saw Toronto do, they did it on steroids. But did they do it because it was the regular season and they could just bully people around? I think that is part of the narrative, yes.
Well, and I think to speak to that, like Toronto won a different way than they ended up being competitive in the Cavs series. And Toronto adapted into a more physical team because that was the only way they could hang with the Cavaliers. They certainly weren't hanging in a myriad of other ways. Detroit's smart enough to know our one way to beat the Cavs is to do what everyone's done for now going on 4 years, which is punch them in the mouth and see how they respond. And so, like, that's a different. Like, Toronto's coach messed around for like a game and a half before he was like, oh, wait, the Cavs aren't good at physicality. Maybe we should push them around. I don't think J.B. Bickerstaff's going to do that. So I expect that you're going to get a team trying to make a statement tonight in Detroit. And I think the Cavs understand you can't let a game early, whether it's this game or the next game, you can't let one, you need at least one of these because no one in the NBA, including people here in Cleveland, believe that you're going to do this.
After 7 games, did you learn Darko's last name or no?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going to. Yeah.
Good coach, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Listen, I'm Hungarian. If you're Hungarian, I'll learn your Eastern European last name.
Is that it?
Any other Eastern European? I'm sorry, you're dead to me.
Just completely dead.
I haven't forgotten 1956. Look it up.
Okay, then.
I don't really know what that means.
I was going to say, can you tell me what happened in 1956?
It's the Hungarian Revolution.
Is that what that was?
But I don't remember a lot of other Eastern Europeans helping us out there. By the way, nobody was. It's okay. It's bad. Communism was bad. However,
yeah. Okay.
No, I mean, this is the kind of game that begins to swing my faith. And that's what this whole series is about to me. The whole series is the Cavs earning my trust. Because this is where they've stalled out the 3 previous years. It's where Donovan has stalled out, 6 of the 9 years he's been in the playoffs in his career? Something like that? Like, this is where I do think that people who don't buy into the Cavs and the pom-pom waivers, such as yourself, where I do think this is where the rubber meets the road for all of us. And that doesn't have to be, because I do think we've gotten a little tribalized in the you're right and I'm wrong, and I'm a part of it, so I'm not trying to act like I haven't been. But I think we're all in agreement of like, all right, this is what we've been building for. This is what the Harden trade was about.
We're definitely all in agreement you can't lose this series.
And you look ahead, and it is all right there. So now is the time. Like, this is, I don't want to hear one person in this series start to think, well, we still have next year. I don't give a rat's ass about next year. I don't give a rat's ass about this summer. Like, I'm living and dying with this game tonight, and I will for the rest of this series, because this is the only thing that matters, and I desperately want the Cavs to play like that, because if you do that in every game, you're winning this series, and you're probably winning it a lot quicker than anyone thinks you are.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting to see what kind of tenacity they come out with tonight, and I'm dying to find out if we talk about that energy, whether they have it or don't. I'm just kind of convinced that there's just going to be laissez-faire moments with this Cavs team that just kind of exist with them because it's just the collection of players that they have. I know that's not something a lot of people want to hear. You wish that they just had so much intensity 24/7. They just don't. They don't, because there were so many moments in that Toronto series where they should have been like, all right, now it's time to go. Now it's time to do it, and they didn't. So like I'm not necessarily expecting that. I just need a little bit more urgency than what you showed previously.
So I think so you're probably right, by the way. Allow me to start with I think you're right. Like, expecting the Cavs to be a wildly different team at this point, it's just probably not who they are. And this is, and in fairness to them, if you just keep drawing the worst matchup possible for you, although Indiana played a different style of basketball than Pistons do. Pistons played a different style of basketball than Toronto. Toronto played a different style of basketball than Orlando did 3 years ago. And all of them just decided we're going to play this one specific way to beat the Cavs. So at some point, you would imagine the Cavs would be like, I think we know what they're going to try and do to us. Yeah. But I like, for what you're saying, if you come out flat in this game, at some point, if you just flip the switch, I'll forgive you.
Well, so that's the thing, is it's going to look like a flipping of the switch, but the reality is they're just going to end up making more shots or missing. That's like how this series is going to go, in my estimation, Nick. It's pretty simple. Detroit can't score the basketball. They didn't do so in the Orlando series at all. They had 3 games that didn't even score 100 points. You have so many opportunities to just be that offensive juggernaut that they've been, and one of the best offensive teams in the NBA. That's how you win this thing. And so, like, it's going to look at times like they're just chucking up threes and they're not able to hit, and they're not able to, like, they're not doing their part. The reality is, this series will really be defined by the make or miss aspect of it all.
Yeah, there's one other thing, though. You do actually need to play defense in this series. And whether the late closeout was like the entirety of the plan defensively in the last series, if you do that same stuff in this series, they're all professional basketball players. If you leave these guys wide open, they're going to hit more threes than you think they are.
They're 28th in three-point makes. They're 29th in attempts in the season.
Where was Toronto?
They were the last. They were on the 20s, like the early 20s. Again, the Pistons are worse than what Toronto was. And the other thing about Toronto is that they had guys in that series that just kind of came out of nowhere and weren't expected to be part of the Toronto plan. I'm talking about Jacoby Walters. I'm talking about even Jamison Battle. I'm talking about like some of those guys, even Shed, that came out and hit threes at a prolific rate. And so, like,
it's because they were wide open.
The Pistons, but the Pistons, they won't take the same amount of shots is the idea here. Like, they won't. Like, where I credit the Raptors is they at least got to the idea of, like, all right, we're going to at least up our usage and up what we do. The Pistons at no stretch have shown that they're willing to do that.
If you leave them wide open. Like, here's the thing. The offense was not good in the Toronto series. I think the bigger reason why that was so much closer is there was a different level of physicality from them to what they were doing on offense and you were doing on defense, and then you just kind of said perimeter defense is optional. This is the playoffs. You really cannot do that with anyone, and I think the Raptors did prove that. 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Game 6, there was a do or die for them. They had to win that game against Orlando. They made 9 threes. Game 7, do or die, same scenario.
Were they leaving them wide open on the perimeter?
Yeah, they were daring them to shoot it. They made 10 threes. They had the fewest amount of made threes out of any playoff team this postseason. Like, the one advantage I think that really goes to the Cavs' favor is that even if they dare Detroit to shoot the 3, Detroit has not shown an ability to want to take that shot.
Mike on Twitter saying Dennis Schroeder is going to be full deli. I'll strike that and reverse it. Dennis Schroeder is going to be a deli-level folk hero after this series. The guy is full of bleep and vinegar, and that's going to make a difference. I hope you're right. I would love a good. He had a good series in the last round, but I'd like a good stirring it up series from Dennis Schroeder there.
Schroeder's got to be our goon.
I'm ready for
He's got to be the goon.
6'1" goon.
X Factor goon. I need to see it. This is going to happen.
Channing Frye joining us, Cavs legend. Channing Frye joining us at 2:40. We got Miran Fader of The Athletic. She had an exclusive on the Cavaliers. That's coming up at 3:20. Quick Hits coming up at 3:40. Then John Fanta at 4:20. A very good week there, John Fanta, the Kentucky Derby. And then Albert Breer at 5:20. A loaded show. It is all about Game 1. It is all about the Cavaliers. You guys can join us right now, 216-474-0092. What would a Game 1 victory prove for the Cavs? And we might actually have an honest olive branch that was thrown out there today on this station. I think we can all come together now to beat Detroit. You be the judge in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Channing Frye, Cavs legend, coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll get his take on Cavs Pistons. He's somebody that'd love to know, like, the soft label that the Cavs have, what he thinks about that.
I bet he's going to be a big Dennis Schroeder X-Factor guy.
Why do you think?
Because I think he knows. I think he knows the Cavs have to come out and show some toughness and brutality, and Schroeder's going to be the one to deliver that.
I wouldn't hate it if it was Dr. J.A.
Dr. J.A.
If he just walked up and just, again, it's a flagrant, you might get kicked out.
Yeah.
If he just knocked the living hell out of Isaiah Stewart, would I hate it? Or if he baited him. Ooh, I don't mind a good baiting.
I mean, he did it 2 years ago. That was a big debate with him a couple years ago now.
2 years ago. I need to see it now. I need to see it in this series.
I think that's fair to want to see it in this series.
Yeah. I didn't mean that in like a personal way. It sounded very personal. I'm just very direct today.
Well,
I'm really actually in a great mood today. I promise you.
These type of series are always funny to me because it is like in the back of your mind. This is not going to be popular, but it is what it is. Well, if you just find a way to just, I don't know, make Tobias Harris not be a factor and do so in a dirty way, you're winning the series. I mean, you are. Like, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to put this on Cade because that just seems downright like dirty and maybe not right. But you take Tobias Harris.
When it's Tobias Harris.
You take Tobias Harris out of the equation because everyone's going to run like, oh.
Why are you looking at me like I'm Jeff Gillooly? By the way,
what a foul play on Jared Allen on Cade Cunningham. Like Detroit they might come to Dr. J.A.'s house and burn it down. Okay, you do it to Tobias Harris. That's just getting chippy is all that is.
That happens in the course of an NBA.
That's just getting chippy is all that is. You take Tobias Harris out of this, I'm not worried about the Cavs.
I like that you're all prim and proper, Mr. JP right there.
Yeah.
Dr. JP, as many people have called you. And now you're like, it'd be a terrible thing if something happened to Tobias Harris. You've started.
No, I'm just saying. I never know.
You've gone
when they have nothing else offensively.
Full Tony Soprano very quickly.
They have nothing else offensively to offer. I just wonder if why it never comes across in the game plan. Like, hey, you just take out Tobias Harris, you're gonna be fine.
Tobias, it'd be a real shame if something happened to your car on the way home. It'd be a real tragedy, Tobias.
Send him to Magnini's.
I'm not saying bang, bang, boom, boom, sugar in the gas tank. That's not what I'm saying.
That sounds like what you're talking. Oh, yeah, because Jeff Gillooly and him is such a better place.
Maybe the NBA equivalent of that, like the on-court NBA. I don't know, just having to get in the scrum, maybe look Tobias' way is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Maybe just look his direction.
Maybe somebody, fashions, I don't know, like a toothbrush into a very pointy object and just right in the kidneys, just once.
I'll trade a Schroeder for Tobias Harris. I'll offset that if that's what that means.
No.
If that
Keon Ellis.
That's how he sees the court.
Really didn't play a lot.
That's how he sees the court
round.
again. At some point, we'll figure out what's happening there. No appearances in game 5, 6, or 7 for Keon Ellis.
Yeah, 6, 7.
They don't trust him.
Well, yeah. What's weird is with Keon Ellis, he had just fallen out of the Sacramento Kings rotation, and then you got him, and then it took about 2 months, but he's falling out of your rotation. And I don't get it because one of the things that really stunk in that Toronto series was the perimeter defense, which is exactly why you bought Keon Ellis here.
No, but I think that was part of the problem is that they realized that even though Toronto was going to shoot more threes than maybe they did in the regular season, I think the reality was that we have enough defense because Toronto's just not an overall good enough shooting team. And I think the same thing is going to be said for Detroit, too. They're going to look at it that same way. Like, we're going to beat them just being better offensively and just being a million times better offensively.
If you're just joining us, Channing Frye coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll run the whole Jeff Gilloolying Tobias Harris.
That's your term, not mine.
I think that's history's term.
But,
getting a fat goon with a weird mustache to take somebody out, that is, in the history of time, that is a Gillooly.
I didn't give him a weird mustache.
I think it was implied.
I also didn't make Dennis Schroeder fat either. I don't know where that came from.
Well, in this case, it would be like Fat Harden. He's fat today, and he's back to being normal Dennis Schroeder tomorrow.
Another weird thing online. Everyone's like, "Oh, Fat Harden's back." It's like, what do you guys? What he's always been a little thicker. Like, he's not. When did people think that he's like rail thin all of a
All
sudden?
right. Is this
always been a little bit of a thick boy?
Is this where you start saying that he's big
fat,
boned?
It's not fat hardened.
Is he husky?
Because he just lives like he looks like he's like maybe I don't know 5 pounds overweight consistently.
I just want to say you sound like my mom when I was in 6th grade and someone would call me fat and she'd be like, "No, honey, you're just big boned." No, it turns out I was just fat this whole time. That was the ruse. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying James Harden is fat, but I am saying that your logic is consistent with moms for, fat young men all across America.
If that's fat, we got problems, okay? America's got problems if that's fat.
It's called obesity.
That's not fat. You'll know fat Harden slaps you in the face. You're not guessing if there's fatness
With
attached
what?
to that. Oh, not his belly. I hope not his belly.
Oh, you usually got to pay extra.
It's just
for
very
that.
obvious. It's very obvious when fat Harden is in play. This is not fat Harden. Unbelievable.
It's not skinny Harden.
Well, I don't think that exists. I think that version is that's gone. That's gone. Yeah, everyone's skinny when they're 22. So, I'm sorry, I forgot who I was talking to here.
Thank you.
Yeah, but most people are skinny most people are skinny when they're 22.
I was just big boned when I was 22.
Maybe there's a part of this where Harden is 36, I'm 37. We're in the same part of life where it just feels like those extra 10 just will not. They just won't go away.
Oh, I thought this is where you try to turn yourself into a unit again.
They just won't go away. Well, I am 6'2", 230. So,
That's
I mean,
true.
if DeLauder gets to be a unit, I guess I'm a unit as well.
Does that mean if it's fat Harden, it's...
I don't know what
I don't
Harden,
want to use
I don't
that
know
word
what
for
Harden
you.
weighs. I have no idea.
I'm so immune to being called fat that it does nothing to me. I feel like if somebody called you fat, you would spiral for a day or two.
That might help me out. Might be the encouragement I need.
Fat ass.
Basketball Reference has him as 6'5", 220.
That's...
Well, yeah. Okay, if you just stop counting.
You see what I'm saying though? You see what I'm saying? 6'5", 220. That's
no. This is
we're
like
in that same stretch, Harden. Me and you, buddy. We're like the 10 pounds that just won't go away.
This is like
we do everything we can to get rid of it. It just doesn't go
when
away.
you buy a new house and it has to be like not audited. When it has to be
The inspection.
The inspection, and they just once they get to the number that the loan is for, they just stop counting. That's pretty much James Harden.
Is that right?
He does weigh 225 pounds. But if you keep counting, there's more poundage there.
Is that right?
Now,
I think he looks in fine shape.
To me, yeah.
Just like 10 or 15
That's what
over.
he needs. He needs a fat friend like me to hang out. Not one person will call him Fat Harden again. If I'm just his big Dom, right? Oh, my God.
Big Dom got an extension today.
He did. He was extended. Yep.
I still don't know I don't know what he does.
I
But
got a take on that.
He got an extension.
I got a take on that coming up in quick hits. I think
Okay.
I figured it out.
All right, good.
And it all is going to make sense in about an hour plus time. Now, the warring on this station, you and me have had some Donnie Brooks.
Yeah.
Me in the morning show. I think that's about it. But it was a lot of warring for us. And Lima has previously tried to extend the olive branch. But it was in the form of the Cavs are up 2-0. You get to admit you were wrong about James Harden. And then when I declined that, there was no new olive branch. I think we heard one this morning. You and I, in our Donnybrook about whether it's just getting to the Eastern Conference Finals anymore, and me saying now that Boston is out, I think we are allowed to reset our expectations. That made its way to the morning show. And Lima, it's not going to sound like it, but I think in the end,
I don't hear it.
Lima weighs in on our Donnybrook.
Wait,
and
hold
I
on.
think,
How are you like it doesn't sound like it?
Well, because you got to understand the idea behind it. You'll hear there's common ground here, and I think that in and of itself is an unofficial olive branch.
I heard that, and I'm like, okay, they definitely moved the goalposts. I mean, Nick definitely moved them. But when Boston is out of the bracket, and this is part of the reason why I was like, let somebody else beat Boston.
Yeah.
Engineer your way into a bracket
I said the
where
same thing.
you don't have to be the team because you don't have the wings to try to guard Tatum and Brown. And so in the end, maybe I was a little too worried about Boston, but they're gone now. Should be wide open. I actually see what Nick is saying, though. It is a moving of the goalposts. Like, let the record show. It's to win the argument against Nick, he has made it harder to beat him in the argument. But, man, it would feel like a major missed opportunity if they don't get past this round and don't give themselves a fighting chance to move on to the NBA final.
So he agreed with your assessment that I was moving the goalpost.
Yes, he did.
He also agreed with me that it's okay to move your goalpost when the only team that scared you in the East is out. I think that's the trust tree with the nest. I think we found our common ground.
But it kind of goes back to the original
haters and
argument,
homers.
We ever had, though. Because remember when we first started the Harden argument and the trade for Harden, and we have clips of this, like one of the vocalized things I said was you made that trade because the East is as bad as it is. That's part of the math in all of this, and that's part of the equation. And they did that before Boston had ever even come up back into the picture.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what does that have to do with now, though, with Boston being out?
No, I mean, like part of the East being bad has always been part of the equation. That's always been part of the story, and so
yeah, but it was the East being bad.
Always trying to figure out what was the end goal that would make everybody at least satisfied at a minimum.
Yeah, but I think that I think it's okay to change your math. I do.
But I don't think Lima did, though. I think Lima acknowledged the same thing that I'll acknowledge. There will be fans out there that say now that the way that this is broke, that you need to make it to the NBA Finals. Just didn't sound like Lima was going to be one of those fans, and I'm definitely not one of those fans.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys would like to cling to being right, and I appreciate that.
Well, I think what's going to happen is I think we're going to end up in this awful gray area in between where I feel like I'm right about it, Lima feels like he's right about it, and then you're on the other side and you're going to feel like you're right about it.
I don't know why.
I'd love a clear-cut winner or loser for being truthful about it.
I was actually going to say, I think this is the year they either lose to Toronto and then we're just blouses. That's just it. This is just who they are. Or I think they're going to be in the NBA Finals. I for some reason, and Mac, I encourage you, save this audio, use it against me. I do feel like this is the year of the extremes. This is your year. It feels like now or never to me, and maybe that's because I want some definitive answers. Maybe I'm being informed by that. But the truth is, like, the road is right there in front of you.
I don't know.
My doubt has always been about the Cavaliers.
But now I don't know if you've set yourself up to either. Is that a win-win or a lose-lose?
Explain yourself.
The proposition there is that if you now say I think the Cavs are going to go to the NBA Finals, that means if they go to the NBA Finals, you'll just go back on the idea that, like, I don't know, in round 2 you said, like, all right, they're going to make it to the NBA Finals. On the other side of this, though, I guess the lose-lose portion of this would be if the Cavs fall short this series, then now we have audio of you saying that they'd go to the NBA Finals. But your bigger arching point would be right.
I think you might think I care more about being right or wrong than I actually do.
No, I just don't know the congruency there is the problem.
216-474-0092.
Did that make sense or no?
It's a little Pepe Sylvia. I don't care that right. I don't care that much to be right or to be wrong, to put that much thought into trying to rig the game for me, as it were. I don't really care that much. Like, I would rather be wrong and James Harden gets you the NBA Finals, and Donovan does too, the rest of the Cavs do too. I'd rather be wrong.
I believe that. I believe you'd rather be wrong. So,
well, that's why, like, I don't even care to rig the game in my favor. It's just trying to react in real time to what's happened and then give, like, all right, this is definitely a different circumstance than I thought was going to be the case.
All right, so we got you in. NBA Finals for the Cavs.
Or they're going to lose in the series. 216-474-0092. Channing Frye, Cavs legend, NBA champion. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Mirin Fader of The Athletic coming up in about 40 minutes here. On the eve, on the doorstep of Game 1, Pistons-Cavaliers, coming up later tonight up yonder in Detroit, and to talk about the Cavs' path in the, now feels weekend without Boston East. We're going to welcome in a man who knows something about winning a title in this town on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He is an NBA champion. He is a Cavs legend. The road tripping podcast, Chosen Family Wines. The great Channing Frye joins us now. Channing, welcome to the show.
Man, that's a great hype session, man. I haven't had one of those in a while.
Well, you're an NBA champion. I can't. I got to give it the one championship I've experienced in my life.
Hey, same here. We're all going through the same thing.
Does it feel like a decade since you guys won that thing?
It actually does, and you know what's funny is that it's still. I've only watched that game 3 times and cried 3 times. But then, I mean, it's been, you know, I kind of appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I think it's nice to have that big fish story. You know what I'm saying? Every time I tell a story about the parade, it's first it was 1 million, now it's 6. You know, next year it might be 20 million. They had to shut the whole state of Ohio down and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, there's just so many great stories that, like, I forget that I'm able to relive from different perspectives. But I'm really, like, where basketball is now from where we're playing is amazing. Like, these games have been off the charts.
Yeah, it's interesting. All right, before we get to the Pistons series, I do want to ask you about you had a video that went very, very viral, and then Evan Mobley's mom was retweeting it and commenting on it. Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, was that a weird feeling that if we middle of the game, Mobley's mom is then doing that? Is that weird?
No. I think here's the thing, and I know Donovan Mitchell, right? And I don't have any problem with what he's doing. And my whole point was each series, if you're the best player, that doesn't mean that you're just going to be the best scorer. What I was saying in that series, I felt like Evan Mobley and Jared Allen were the true advantage. Now, am I asking him to turn into Steve Nash? Absolutely not. But I said for a series, you got to take advantage of the advantage, right? Every series, you got to say, here's my advantage. We got to go at that, right? Do people, when we played the Hawks, the advantage was Kevin and I spacing the floor, and then they had to switch, and then Kyrie got to go. And then obviously Braun is going to do his thing. Kyrie is going to do his things. But for me, at a certain point for any great player, especially when they're a scorer, when they demand that much gravity, you have to allow your other guys to be stars at the same time. And that shows your growth, right? And for the Cavs to win, they have to engage Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, Max Strus, right? That's why you bring in a James Harden, a Schroeder. And then after that, if you got to play straight up, then Donovan Mitchell's going to get 50 on you, and they win. And so for me, that was my whole point. And obviously Perk riled me up. And, we started yelling or whatnot. But no, I don't take any of that personal. Man, I talked to Paolo's parents. I talked to a lot of parents just about, perspectives and what I'm saying. So don't ever think I'm knocking a guy's game. I'm just saying I wouldn't ask anybody who couldn't do it to do it.
So no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think the takeaway a lot of fans had then is it was almost like it was Evan Mobley's mom endorsing what you were saying, and that's a little problematic in the middle of Game 6.
Obviously not, because they won.
Yeah, maybe it was the retweet. The retweet turned it around.
I don't know. No, listen, there's always going to be stuff. I think. Listen, Evan Mobley's camp, right, meaning his trainer, meaning this, feel a certain way about their boy, as they should, right? I have a son in high school, and how I think of him is very different than maybe other people think of him because I see all the work he's putting in. And I think, for me, as you get older, you realize that nothing of that is personal. You just want what's best for your kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. And so I don't really bat an eye at that kind of stuff. It's more where we just need to make sure that whatever is retweeted or not retweeted, that the communication stays on par within the team.
All right, Channing, you might have just answered this, but I'll still give it a go. How do the Cavs get over the hump and finally get beyond the second round?
Well, I just talked about this, I think, like an hour ago. I forgot where, but let's play this game. Okay, who's the best player in the series? You would assume. It's an easy answer.
Donovan.
Oh,
No,
I thought Cade Cunningham. Yeah.
Cade Cunningham, right? One. Cade Cunningham is going to win you a game. It's just guaranteed, unless your game plan is elite, but he is an MVP caliber player. You would say he's going to win you a game, right?
Yeah.
Do we agree?
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, who is the second, third, and fourth best player in this series?
Then it goes Donovan. Then it goes Mobley.
Yep.
And then Harden.
You would.
Yeah.
Then Harden, right?
And you could even switch Harden
say,
to Mobley if you wanted, but yeah.
For sure. But again, that's how I look at a series. Hey, Harden, if you get 15 assists, I don't care about your scoring anymore because, with Strus and Dean and all those kind of guys, Evan, Jared, if you can get them engaged early, defensively, Cleveland is a very different team. When they are physical and stopping at the line and not moving, the line of I don't want to say scrimmage, but the line of attack, right? Is a better word for that. They're a very, very good team, and I think can compete with anyone. And so the issue is this. Can you replicate that intensity versus a team that has an identity of living that intensity, right? That is the biggest question is you've discovered this, I like this intensity. I like being aggressive and physical and, talking a little crap here and there. And can you do that versus, Jakob Poeltl, no offense to him, Jakob Poeltl is very different than Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. So can you keep that same energy as a team, not just Jared Allen, but as a team against this team that has solidified who they are as a style and as a culture and break them to having doubt? And if they can do that, and continually attack downhill and continue fight through, there's going to be some hard fouls and continue to attack mismatches and take it personal, I think they could do it. But it is not going to be easy, and it is going to require them to be locked in as a group and the game plan, after those three guys, let's say put James Harden, Max Strus, Dean Wade all in one little group, right? So your best two players win you a game, your bench and your auxiliary players win you a game, and then Kenny Atkinson got to get these boys fired up to the point where he's making them psychotic, like foaming at the mouth, ready to go to prove the world wrong,
Yeah, no, definitely. I guess I'm then because the way you laid it out was great, right? And you're 100% right, and especially down from the players and the rankings and everything there. I guess I'm trying to figure out if all that's true. Why is it that Vegas has us as the underdog, and then in every panel that we can find, whether it's ESPN, The Athletic, any of them, they all think the Pistons. At least more people think the Pistons are going to win than the Cavs. Where's that discrepancy coming from in this series?
The history of the team. The history, and then that's just a fact. It was like we've seen a glimpse. So we saw a blip, right? So it was like, the stock market was going down, and all of a sudden it spiked up. And we saying, wait, is this going to make another jump, or is it going to go back to what it was before? But I believe, after watching what I saw, you guys having Max Strus, you guys are generally healthy, one of the healthier teams in the NBA, I would assume. And I'm going to err on the optimistic, where ESPN and Fox and Vegas is saying, we don't believe that you guys, as a Cavs, as a team, can deal with physicality like that, especially not with a team that hangs their hat on physicality. And so that's just basically it. And that's basically it. I mean, I think you look at the Pistons, and I always follow everybody and what they're saying. I think that's a good point. This is not personal for the Cavs. They've moved on. They've had success. I think this is very personal for JB. I haven't asked them, so don't quote me.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was JB, I'm coming there spitting magma fireballs.
We are going to
quote
you.
He knows every little thing about his players, and obviously they know about JB, but he can, that scouting report is going to be a little different.
Channing, should the finals be the expectation with Boston out for the Cavaliers?
Ooh, that's a great question. And correct me if I'm wrong. Don't the Cavs have the highest payroll in the NBA?
They do. Sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, and you just got past Detroit. The Knicks look good. They could be beat, but they look very good. Philly looks solid when Joel Embiid is engaged. I would say either the NBA Finals or Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. That's really – and it has to just be like this dude got out, like Jalen Brunson or Cat, like went crazy. And I would run it back with James Harden next year and one more year. But if not, we really got to reassess the vision and we got to address, is it time to are we coloring in oil paints or watercolors? And maybe we just need to go back and get a new canvas and work with that. It happens. It happens.
If you were to shake it up, are you talking like adding LeBron to the roster, or are you talking like a Giannis for Mobley swap? What are we talking here?
Oh, boy. That's hard to say. I'd have to see all the options on the table, and I'd have to talk to the upper, obviously Dan and all them and whoever's running it about what they want that direction to look like. Here's how I see it. You could go, hey, Donovan, hey, Jarrett, thank you for your time. We're going to really just kind of let you guys go where you want to go, bring in some young talent and build around Evan and see what happens there and save us some money on a salary cap. Or we say, hey, we're just going to go for it one more time and Evan for Giannis. But now you got Giannis and Donovan and James, hopefully. What do you do with Jared Allen? You have to rebuild your whole roster. You can't have Jared Allen and Giannis on the same team. He doesn't do well with another true post, right? He always has spacing posts. Or you say, hey, do we triple down on scoring and say, what's up, KD? If you're disgruntled, come back over here with James Harden. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, KD, whoever is a very different team in the Eastern Conference. So, you have options if we're just playing what if, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, Channing. You can't run from this one. We know you're friends. Yeah. We know you're on text basis. Is LeBron coming back for one more run at a ring here in Cleveland this summer?
To be honest, I genuinely do not know. I genuinely do not know. But
he knows.
If I do not. I'm a horrible liar. So one, if they by any God's green chance get by OKC, I think there's no chance in hell. Right? I just don't think there's a chance, right? I think if this gets weird and, this stuff happens during the summer, I think your chances are better. I'm not going to put a number on it. I think your chances are pretty good. But that's a lot of what ifs to happen. And also, does he solve the problem here, right? Do you want to win or do you want to have a going away party? Because that's an expensive going away party. It's like Gilbert Arenas' $1 million birthday party he threw for himself.
I'd like to do both.
They got money. Dan's got money. We know that.
Listen, he got money, and the reason he got money is because he doesn't have the highest, a $300 million going away party for 42-year-old LeBron in the Eastern Conference.
What if we also let you have a going away? It's you and LeBron.
Now,
you got you at the same time.
Wait, listen. Have you ever let a balloon go in a tornado? That's how gone I am.
Well, Channing, it's always great to talk to you, man. And hopefully we get to bug you more as the Cavs go deeper to the playoffs.
For sure, yeah, dude. At least look, give me a legit 7 games, right? Give me a legit 7 games, and I just want to see these guys continue to grow, evolve, and mature. And I think this last series was way better than last year playing Miami. They're now playoff ready, and I'm excited to see them take on a challenge versus Pistons.
Well, we're excited to keep hearing you, man. Congrats on the post-playing career success, and thank you for that championship. We will never forget it.
Oh, neither will I. I'm looking at the champagne bottle right now.
So you forgot some of it.
Yeah.
All right, Channing Frye there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We're going to end up doing the nice guy thing back and forth.
Yeah, is that right?
I was going to keep complimenting him. He was going to keep laughing at my very hysterical jokes. That's the way that was going to go for a while. We got a break.
I was going to let it play out. I was, yeah.
That's good. You don't let that happen a lot, so I'm glad you were.
I was, we're good on that one.
We'll react to what Channing had to say and talk about the Cavs as underdogs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Knicks take game 1. Last night's win had New York buzzing, and the Knicks become the first team in NBA history to win 3 straight games by at least 25 points. It's hard to tell whether the 76ers were tired from short rest after Game 7 in the first round series against the Celtics, or
and myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in the Fan live and on demand now.
Who's the best player in the series? You would assume. It's an easy answer. Cade Cunningham, right? One. Cade Cunningham is going to win you a game. It's just guaranteed. Unless your game plan is elite, but he is an MVP caliber player, you would say he's going to win you a game, right? Second, third, and fourth best player in this series. That's how I look at a series. Hey, Harden, if you get 15 assists, I don't care about your scoring anymore because, with Strus and Dean and all those kind of guys, Evan, Jared, if you can get them engaged early, defensively, Cleveland is a very different team. So can you keep that same energy as a team, not just Jared Allen, but as a team against this team that has solidified who they are as a style and as a culture and break them to having doubt?
Channing Frye, former Cavalier, NBA champion, all-around good guy, giving us his take on how the Cavs advance in this series. And the truth is, I do think in every series, and the Knicks would be very interesting to have this conversation about because I do think it's close. I do think the Cavs have the talent advantage in every series, no matter if they have the best player in the series. And I think that's what makes the Cavs, and in the way that still not the perfect build, but still does make then what makes it most interesting is can you get everybody on the same page and kind of producing?
Well, that goes back to a common thread that we've had with these Cavs teams for years, though, right? It's always like, oh, the potential's there, because we do see the amount of talent that they have. It's just getting them all on the same page to then actually, deliver it over a 7-game series.
I thought Channing was great, and I do think, it's so funny because Channing always refers to himself as kind of the optimist, and he is, but he's also not a homer. And so he tends to, he'll agree with maybe something you've thought previously, and the next pot, it's on me. And then, he kind of go around. And I do think, I thought his summation on why the Cavs are underdogs, which is, we're on fool me the 4 times now.
So the only part I had that I was like, all right, and I understood from the Cavs perspective, but then you would think then, it was almost as if he was offering up that the Pistons are some sort of juggernaut that has been through a bunch of postseason success themselves. The Pistons have not won a second-round series in 18 years. Mm-hmm. So if the flip side of that, I get it if you're playing a New York, for instance, right? And it's you have these demons on your side. Knicks were just in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They can showcase, they can get to that spot, they can do that. It hits a little bit differently for me than a Pistons team that is, they're on the come up, they're on the rise, but this Pistons team hasn't accomplished anything.
Yeah, I think that almost goes in their favor of you had a great regular season. You haven't really been in the playoffs consistently for a long time, and Cade Cunningham's an MVP candidate this year. Well, that's better. Almost the not knowing of what the Pistons are is better than knowing what the Cavs have been the last 3 years.
Well, yeah, think about it. There's no there's no getting up to the first tee and being like, oh, I shank it here every single time I play this course. I'm going to do it again. That doesn't exist in their head, because in their head, all they have is a playoff series that went 7 games and they still ended up with the right outcome for themselves. And so that's kind of why yesterday I was leaning into the idea that they're almost on the Pistons, that is on this free roll of sorts, and it just kind of stays in the back of my brain. I'm not convinced the Pistons are going to win this series, not even close to it, but the idea that the stakes are much different and the pressure is very, very different in my estimation.
Yeah, it feels like the Cavs have more to lose than they do have to gain. And that's being said, by the way, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals for a lot of people is going to legitimize this beyond just the Harden stuff. It's going to legitimize Donovan in a new way. It's a new threshold that he'll have cleared. He'll get a modicum of credit for that. But in the NBA, it's always going to be, well, did you get to the finals? Did you win the finals? Have you gotten there? Have you really contended for it yet? Whereas if you lose, it does feel like, all right, blouses, what are we doing now? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. It will hit just as hard, if not harder, than if you would have been out in the first round. And I really cannot even envision how drastic the changes would have been if Game 7 went different in round 1. But the same thing's on the table if you lose round 2, and that's with the idea that you're not even the favorite in the series.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this is I want to know what mentality the Cavs are going to show up with, because Vegas is saying you're the dog, and there's plenty of reasons why that is, whether it's from the Pistons side of things or the Cavs side of things, whatever it is. But if we think back to that regular season game 3 months ago, the Cavs felt like they had vindicated some conversation that I don't remember people having about the Pistons being better than them, which, again, I don't remember people having.
It was a weird time for them to do that in a weird moment because we hadn't seen the Cavs publicly speak that way.
Well, and that kind of speaks to what am I going to see tonight. Are the Cavs going to come out like a team that Vegas says, I don't believe in you? Or, at the very least, I believe in Detroit more than I believe in you. But both of those things signal the same thing. They don't believe in you. No matter what you did last year, no matter what you've done in the 4 years, cumulatively. And that is something I'd love to. This is why tonight,
well, Vegas is confused by the Cavs, as I kind of think a lot of us are. I think that's really the heart of that right there. Is Vegas can't confidently say they know exactly what this Cavs team is going to be in the postseason because we don't have enough evidence to suggest that they're going to come out gangbusters and just go crazy.
And that's why I want to see it tonight. And
for
again,
sure,
by the way,
of course.
it should be. I'm saying tonight. It could be Thursday too. Like if in one of the next two games you show me that you're cognitively aware that Vegas or the NBA in general, the NBA media, people on this station, myself, don't believe in you, and that we're looking for that proof, the best way to do it is show it in one of the next two games and show it definitively. And I think, as good as the Pistons were in the regular season, this is where talent should take the day. That's why when I've seen all these people, the throngs of people choosing the Pistons, and not as many people choose the Cavs.
Bobby Marks has Detroit in 5 games in this series.
Which is wildly, he might end up being right, but wildly offensive to what the Cavs have done. The idea that a team that is a bunch of gym class heroes, which is something you've said about the Pistons, would do that to you in 5 games. The band's playing. The Titanic's going up in the air.
I just don't see a world that exists. But I don't want to end up being Charlie Brown with the football once again with this team either. I don't want to end up because I really do feel very strongly about this series, and I feel very strongly in favor of the Cavs just having a offensive firepower that Detroit's not going to be able to hang with. But that's why tonight's so fascinating. And tonight is going to be there's so many answers out of a game one, and you're going to see how the response after game one and how Vegas looks at it. It's going to be very telling. But you'll be able to tell exactly how they match up and how the bigs are going to be used, and whether or not just offense alone is going to be enough to overtake the series. What kind of response some of these guys have? Does Duren look like he was in Series 1 against Orlando, where he was lost as lost gets? Wendell Carter basically stopped him from existing in that series, or is he going to go ahead and be the guy that was an all-star this year? There's so many layers to this. I'm just fascinated to find out what happens.
Yeah, I don't know how many people nationally are basing their predictions off that's the 1 seed versus the 4 seed. I think if we took regular season records out of it, I think the Cavs should win the series a considerable amount of the time. And so, truthfully, when I look at it, I go, no, I don't think the Cavs should be underdogs here. I think the Cavs should be favorites because I think the Cavs are the more talented team. And in the NBA playoffs, that amounts for about 75% of what truly matters. But I can't blame anybody but the Cavs. And it's not just the Cavs. There is James Harden history out there that people like to argue about how good or how bad he's been in the playoffs.
There's Donovan Mitchell history as well.
It is a cumulative thing. Like, I can't, as a Cavs fan, I can't be outraged that they're dogs because essentially Vegas is saying the same thing I am, which is prove it to me. Like, this is a great opportunity to prove it to me that you're serious about winning championships. And it's hard. It's not going to be easy. And they happen to play a style of basketball that you've struggled with more than anyone. But in fairness, everyone who's played a different style of basketball has just adapted to that style because they know that's how they've beaten you historically. So if you want people to stop picking on you in that way, well, this is the opportunity. And there's a part of me as a Cavs fan that I love that weight that we talked about at the start of the series. I love that it feels like the weight of the world is on the Cavaliers because every team that has eventually broken through, thinking of Boston a couple years ago, being the last team that I can remember that had this kind of pressure on them, there's no way, no matter what schedule you went through to get there, if you win or go to the NBA Finals and win it or not, You can't take that away. No, you broke through something, and that's where that's kind of this series is a start of that. I didn't think of the Toronto series as that. To me, was a preamble to meaningful basketball. This is really where you start to change the way people talk about you.
Yeah, this is it. And again, this is part of what I love about the NBA playoffs so much is that there's just so much. It's kind of like an NFL playoff or NFL regular season game where just one NFL regular season game we just change everything about these people and we just build these narratives off of it because you only get so many. That's what exists in the NBA playoffs. Like Evan Mobley in 2 games is rewriting what people think about him. Jared Allen in 1 game is rewriting what people are starting to think about him, but we can't just have you go back in the hole then. Like, we're going to need some consistency out of these players, and we're going to need Donovan to show up in a massive way as well. Like, that's the big thing we missed in the Toronto series. We had flashes of Donovan, but like how you're going to watch Cade Cunningham go for 30 tonight, I need Donovan to start doing his share.
216-474-0092. Should the Cavs be underdogs? Yes. But and I don't want this is going to sound very heavy-handed, but it's their own fault. Like they should be the underdogs because they've got more to prove and because they have a bigger body of work of not getting it done. I still can't come back. I can't come back to this enough, though. I'm just going to be pissed if the Pistons beat you because I just don't respect them as a second-rounder or later player. I respect Cade Cunningham. I do.
He's great.
A very nice player.
You've called out during a pretty decent amount, I feel like.
He's fine, but like it's not the kind of post-league anymore. Like Jalen Duren 20 years ago might be the face of a great team, might be the best player on a championship team. It's 20 years later. The game's changed. And I don't think he's a well-rounded enough player to hurt you. If he does, it's a massive failure from Allen and Mobley.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if like we brought up like Tobias Harris, we brought up even like Duncan Robinson. If Duncan Robinson, the only threat they have from the outside, if he just happens to get going and just starts to make it rain threes, like there's little areas that they can go out and get you, but they shouldn't. They really, I cannot speak this loud enough. You can't let this Pistons team be the one that takes you out. You're much better than them in my mind.
Should the Cavs be underdogs? We'll ask that of Miran Fader of The Athletic. She's got an exclusive on the Cavaliers that we'll talk about in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Athletic joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. If you guys missed our interview with Channing Frye at 2:40 today, great stuff with the former Cavalier. And if you guys did miss a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Something we'll get to later in the show is there were 10 ESPN analysts, they call them experts, I don't know how much I agree with that, after what I read, that picked the Cavs-Pistons series. 7 of the 10 took the Pistons, including Bobby Marks, who took the Pistons in 5.
Took him in 5. I did not check where Vincent Goodwill landed on this one, because remember last series he had the Raptors winning that.
So I think it was
Is it just different people?
Yeah, everybody else had it in 7-game series. But I can't recall exactly what Vincent said.
I know he picked the Pistons because I heard him elsewhere pick the Pistons. He's a Detroit guy. It is what it is. But, I just hope Vincent Goodwill's on the streak of being wrong.
But our next guest is going to weigh in on the Cavs and Pistons. She's got an exclusive up on The Athletic about Donovan Mitchell as Donovan tries to rewrite the narrative about him in the postseason and maybe rewrite some of his time in Cleveland as well. And we go out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Miran Fader of The Athletic. Miran, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, well, we're just going to tough questions right off the rip here. Who you got in this series? Remember, you're in Cleveland.
Cleveland, duh.
That's a great answer. It's interesting.
Really funny if you're like, I just talked to Donovan. I don't think they have it.
No, it's going to be a tough series. Hopefully less painful than last series, but yes.
So there has been this school of thought that the Raptor, and this wasn't the case going into the series, but after the series, I've noticed this narrative emerging that people think that the Raptors are a worse matchup for the Cavs than the Pistons because the Raptors are a bit unconventional in how they're built. Do you agree with that emerging narrative that has come out of this Toronto series?
Kind of. I mean, I think regardless of, how they play, it just exposed the fundamental problem, I think, with Cleveland at times is just like not playing with urgency. I think it's more about them and not, I guess they've been talking so much about last season, at least in my world from doing this profile of just like, we have to be on the same page and we can't take things for granted. And you just kind of saw that happening all series and you can't wait till a pivotal game 7 to turn it on. So I actually think it has more to do with their own sense of responsibility than whatever team they're playing.
I thought it was interesting. Everyone knows so much about Donovan's relationship with his dad, for instance, who's got a very high profile himself. I had not seen anyone go back as far as you did in tracing it back to his grandmother, where he got a lot of his inspiration from. What exactly did you learn in doing this piece about how this has all made Donovan Donovan?
Yeah, Donovan is, by all conventional standards, a successful person. But when he was growing up, he learned about what makes a successful person isn't necessarily what you achieve, but it's this constant striving. And so his grandma, coming from Panama, not knowing anybody, raising 3 kids on her own, never, finishing college, to then working as a nurse and going to college and getting her master's and doing all of this at one time because she had this mindset. My life is good, but it's not everything. This is not it. I want more. And Donovan grows up and he sees this mindset. I want more. I want more. And to see the way that she lives her life and even something as simple as cooking and making, pigeon peas with rice, she could have easily did a shortcut and got frozen coconut milk. She was like, no, we're going to buy the coconut and we're going to do it manually by the grater. And watching that grater really taught him something about what it means to want more. It's not enough to want more. You have to do the things, not take the shortcuts to get whatever more is. And so he's at this very strange period of his life where, yes, he's successful, but there's this big elephant, and it's the thing that's missing, which is winning. And he thinks back to that grader, and he thinks back to her, and that's what pushes him forward. That's actually his motivation. And I too was surprised. I was like, why haven't more people written about her? And so when I was in Salt Lake City doing the story, I was just like, hey, can I ask about your grandma? And he was like, wow, yeah, like she really inspires me. So that was where we started.
Maren, it's interesting because Donovan, with each year, has become more insistent about winning and kind of, even this year, kind of being asked about the Darius for Harden trade. And he weighed in. And I know those are things he's done previously, but the sense of urgency does seem to be increasing. Is that just awareness from Donovan that given his age and given maybe his body type, that his chances to change the narrative about his postseason success or lack thereof, that he understands that maybe his window on that is narrowing a bit?
I agree. I think it's those two things. I also think something happens when you turn 30. You know, for all of us, we evaluate our lives in a very specific way, and I think he's no different. You know, he's going to turn 30, and he's also at that other big milestone of like, okay, I'm going to be in my 10th year. What am I doing? And I think that, you know, as people competitive as him, they do think about how they're judged. You know, a lot of NBA players say, oh, I don't care what people think. Oh, I don't listen to it. They do. They absolutely do. And he is very aware of what people think of him and say. It's not that he necessarily cares, but he even said it himself, like there is this narrative, and then he quickly corrected himself. He's like, it's not a narrative. It's actually true that I haven't been out of the second round. And so it brings up these questions. Is he good enough? Is he this? Is he that? And so he's very aware of the conversation around him. And he wants to win regardless because he loves his teammates. He loves the city. He wants to win. But, like, you're not immune to those conversations. And I think ultimately this is how he's going to be judged in his career. And when you have success, when you have a grandma who did it all but still said, it's not enough, I want more, you start to look at your own life and you're like, what am I not doing? What can I do to have more?
Well, you know, we've had people that cover the Cavs come on, and they tell us that Donovan reminded them of LeBron in many ways. That drive, that insane drive that they have, it just felt very similar to the same time they were around LeBron. You covered Giannis. You wrote a book on Giannis, so I'm going to lead to your Giannis experience more than, let's say, LeBron experience in this. When you think about Donovan and then your relationship with Giannis, is there any similarities, any crossover between the two there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Definitely. I mean, they both have this. No matter what I do, it's not good enough. Work insane. You could work for 12 hours straight and be like, why didn't I push to the 13th hour? They both have that insane level of drive. They also have this incredible intelligence of when they watch film, they're watching things that other people don't watch. So they're not necessarily watching themselves. They're watching the things between the plays. They're watching, you know, something as small as, this person didn't rub off the shoulder as tightly as they could have, and that's why that play didn't work. They're both, like, very stickler for the details. The one thing they really share in common is, and I know people with the Bucks are going to say, well, bringing up coaching, but they're both extremely coachable. Extremely coachable. They are always like, what did I do? What can I do? What did I do wrong? I've never seen superstars act like so non-superstars with both of them. And Donovan, you know, he has the respect of the whole locker room, and yet he is always asking, like, what could I have done better? What did I do wrong? And, like, everyone has been making a big deal of the clip with Schroeder and yelling at him. You know, I interviewed Schroeder in the locker room. He had nothing but positive things to say about Donovan's accountability. He's like, man, it is so rare to be around somebody who takes accountability and who is so devoted to his teammates. So really, I think the respect in the locker room, the devotion to getting better, it's very Giannis-like.
All right. We got a lot to ask you about the Cavs, but because we're on the topic of Giannis, he seems to be one of the big dominoes that could fall this offseason. What's your best guess on where Giannis plays in 2026 and beyond?
You know, I've been asked that question since the book came out in 2021, and it feels like every single year I teeter-totter on, like, is he going to go? Is he going to stay? As with all of us. I have to confess that, there are people at my company that are very well plugged in, Eric Name being one of them, rather than myself. But I always just believe in my heart, not based on any current reporting or anything, that he will be a Buck for life. I don't know why I think that. I don't know how I know that. I have always thought that. And I think this is just my personal opinion, I think a lot of the conjecture and the things that happen in the reporting and around, I think he does things to signal, to make change, to sort of force management to bring in new people, change things. But ultimately, I know he wants to win there. So I will always say that.
Yeah, and obviously we had a lot of, Giannis for Evan Mobley trade discussions. We know the Cavs reached out in trying to potentially, see if a trade could be on the table there. Do you feel like if the Cavs don't make it out of this round against the Pistons, do you feel like they're going to blow it up? Do you feel like they're going to make a lot of big drastic changes?
I'm not sure. I think Joe Varden at our company would probably have more insight on that, but I absolutely can see them making some moves. I mean, the Harden thing was a big deal, but I don't know. It's my sense that I don't think that's the end of it. I think there is, just like we were just talking about, this very conscious. Donovan is very conscious of his age and the years he has behind him rather than in front of him. And if they are going to choose to keep going with him, then they need to bring more pieces around him. I don't think that's breaking news. I don't know if Evan Mobley is as far developed as they'd like him to be at this point, despite the way he's turned around his season. I could totally see a lot of changes. I don't know about blow it up, but, Donovan deserves to have people around him that he can lead. He has all the leadership qualities. I mean, I think that's the one thing that my story really focused on is like, what does it mean to be a leader? Does it mean to just say, hey, we got to pick it up? Or is it in the little things? Is it in walking up to each player and saying, I think you can do this? Or like texting Jalen Tyson, hey, I believe in you. You can do this. So I think the leadership qualities that he has are very rare, but I think he needs to be able to have the personnel around him to express those leadership qualities.
Mirren, I've moved the goalposts. I'm going to start this with a very honest admission. Before the playoffs, I thought just getting to the Eastern Conference Finals and making it look good against Boston was enough for me to say forward momentum has been, for the Cavaliers, it's happened finally. However, with Boston out, that's the only team I really feared, maybe even respected in the East. I kind of feel like the NBA Finals is now the goal in my mind for this Cavs team because I think the path is right there. Are people who are like-minded with me right to be moving the goalposts with Boston out?
You're right to move the goalpost. However, what I saw in the first round has me very concerned, and I just don't know if I just don't know. I think we have to see how it plays out. It could be your theory earlier on like the unique challenges that the Raptors presented, but my story was not supposed to run in the first round. The story was prepared to run way later. It was not supposed to run before elimination game in the first round with the Toronto Raptors. So I think that kind of gives you a sense of like, I don't know if we can prepare that far ahead, even with Boston gone, but we'll see. I mean, the Pistons, they're an awesome young team, right? Like they're going to give them fits in their own way. I think this will be a really, really good test to see where Cleveland is.
Mirren, it was a really great piece on Donovan, a side we really hadn't seen explored. So we appreciate the piece and we appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Mirren Fader there of The Athletic on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. If you haven't read her piece on Donovan, it really is. It's a very nice piece, and you get to see a side that I think Donovan does share a little bit more of than like LeBron does.
Yeah.
So
she's a great writer.
Yeah, it really is. And Donovan helps make the story by being just really honest about his his relationship with his grandma and how it kind of changed how he's wired a bit.
Yeah, it's interesting at the end though. She's like, "This was not supposed to come out at this early. This was not the plan. Was not this." You could tell they were keeping it in the holster for probably the Eastern Conference
Was
Finals.
it Game 6?
And then
once they saw them lose Game 6, did they rush to
Yeah.
production?
Yeah, the Athletic is like, "Well, hold on, we got to release the big Joe Vardon piece when they actually lose, and then in back of that, we're gonna have this. We gotta strike while he's still playing. Nobody cares if Donovan's out."
Great stuff with Mirren. We got quick hits coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
866-SKY-RIZZY.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes. He was a big hit of Derby week. We're riding that Fanta rocket ship as far as I'll be his Turtle. You can be his E or his
he
drama.
definitely has a better outcome in my opinion than Turtle does.
Ooh. Well, yeah, I mean, no offense to Jerry. Nobody wants to be Turtle. But I'll still be it if there's money in it. I'll be completely clear with you. Now, the interesting thing is, are you more E or are you more drama? Now, that is interesting.
Yeah. Which one do you think?
And there's half the people listening going, who are those guys?
Is that right?
Is that a bummer that there are people that don't know what, like a show that was pretty awesome 20 years ago?
Yeah, that is a bummer. I'm convinced, though, that people that are like 22 and 23 just don't know anything, and that's not their fault.
Actually, in fairness, now that you say it, I do have... whether it's friends or, family members, they're that age, they're now getting into that, coming out of college, and they're like, hey, have you seen this show Entourage? And it was like, yeah, I saw it 20 years ago when it came out.
Like, it was great.
Yeah.
Everyone loved it then.
Please tell me what happened.
I'm trying. There's just a couple shows, though, that they just don't care about, and they don't care to go back, and that's fine. When I was their age, I didn't want to go back and watch all the great shows that everyone told me that I just missed out on. Maybe I would have, though, if I had the capability. We didn't have the capabilities when I was that age.
But you know what's crazy is you and I did grow up in an era where, thanks to Nick at Night,
I watched a lot of Nick at Night.
Thanks to cable,
I did watch a lot of Nick at Night.
It's funny. Watched
so much like Happy Days and Lucille Ball. Like I Love Lucy.
I have a frame of reference for MASH that no 10-year-old should have had in the mid-1990s.
Yeah.
But I did because it was like, we'd go over and stay at Mama's, and Mama would watch TV until 1 o'clock in the morning, and there's MASH.
Mine was exclusively Nick at Night, though. So you had to go through all of the, down to Laverne and Shirley, and it was just whatever era Nick at Night was.
Is that the bottom of the barrel for you?
It was pretty close. It was pretty close.
All right. In fairness, two women working in a brewery in Milwaukee. Not a great pitch for a show.
Yeah.
It was legendary in the 1970s.
People loved it. But you were just succumbing to whatever Nick at Night decided, and that was all that it was. And so, at least in this instance, you can go back and be like, oh, I have a clue I might like whatever that was, Entourage, for instance, and they just don't care because there's so much new.
The good news
is so much new out there. They don't have to go back.
Well, the good news is the industry as a whole has really slowed in the last 2 years. It's actually started in the pandemic. So it really just it uprooted the entertainment industry. So it does feel like we're getting less new now, and so it does feel like you're able to
but it's not just
feel more comfortable going back with a good rewatch.
No, because you're not competing with television shows anymore. You're competing with YouTube. You're competing with TikTok. You're competing with all these other things, and the amount of I'm not saying it's good entertainment, but the amount of content that exists on YouTube is insane.
It's a lot of bad content. It's a lot of really bad.
And what the sad part about it, and I find myself guilty of this too, not necessarily with golf YouTube stuff, is it's if I have a free stretch, I'm going to watch that. What does that do for limiting my horizons? I constantly tell myself, you can't watch another golf video. Maybe explore a little bit deeper.
But you still watch another golf video.
I end up watching another golf video.
Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
So the Eagles have lost several key front office members this offseason, but reports say one of the guys are retaining Big Dom, their chief security officer. He's getting a contract extension. I will tell you, I've started to come around to the idea. I think Big Dom is a made man. What other chief security officer gets a publicized contract extension? I didn't even know those dudes had a contract. I thought they just worked there.
I'm thinking made man as long as Sirianni has a job, though. And so, I don't know that he's a true made man.
Oh, I meant he's a paisan. He's a member of the Omerta. I think that's how you say it. He's a member of the mob. He's a connected man. Jeff Lurie, I think the Eagles...
He's big and looks like it?
His name's Big Dom. He's a security guy. He's got a...
What's the hook?
What about it?
What's the hook? Does he give a bunch of mobsters free tickets?
He acts like a gangster on the sidelines.
Yeah, but
he's an enforcer.
That doesn't make you Tony Soprano.
I watched The Sopranos. He's the guy whose name I can't say. Big something.
Oh, okay. I got you.
He's an enforcer. That's what he is. But he enforces for an NFL team.
Do you think he just like hangs out at the Bada Bing in his free time?
I gotta say,
'cause there's not much training for that job. It's just being a bouncer at a nightclub is all you are, just in the NFL.
Okay, well that's not how I would put it because I respect the mafia. It's if they went from we're muscling in on everybody's like trash business.
Oh no, I meant the actual job, not the mafia itself.
Oh,
like the actual job that Big Dom performs. You're just a bouncer at a nightclub.
Oh no, you just show up and you're just
Big.
Dom.
You're big, and you protect Sirianni from having anyone come after him, basically.
Yeah, for a little protection,
including
for
his
a
own,
little something on the side.
His own players.
Yeah, for a little something on the side.
I think that job goes away if Sirianni goes away.
If it turned, no, Big Dom again. Like this is.
I think Big Dom's a confidant. I think he probably does get things.
So he's more of a consigliere, less of an actual body man.
He's more cocaine cowboy than he is.
So he's more like Sill. He's less Tony Sirico.
Well, you have to have another thing to it, right? Like you can't just be the guy that. You know how many big people exist in life? You can't. That can't be
Right
your.
here.
Yeah, that can't be the hook. Like the Browns aren't hiring to just sit next to Todd Monken and make sure he doesn't get injured. You have to have another hook.
Yeah.
He started with the Eagles in 1999 as the assistant to the chief security officer.
Oh, I've Wikipedia'd him before. He's been around.
I'm going to tell you right now, that's a made man. I don't know who's running the Philly crew right now, but I know Big Dom's pretty close and he's pretty high up there. He's making sure
he's
to take a little off the
providing
vig.
some value that keeps him. Who else in that organization has been around since 1999? He provides some value that we're not able to see.
That's the value is, hey, we're going to make sure nothing happens to the stadium. You just let Big Dom stay here. He'll take a little money off the top, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Cocaine cowboy.
Oh, man. I want him to be a mobster so bad. One, it's time the mob comes back.
Well, I mean, it probably tracks better than...
Everything's out in the open now. Right?
Didn't like everything being out in the open kind of kill what the mob currently is?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want that. Like, they still got to be under the ground.
I mean,
that's,
you can't
that's
just
a safe thing.
It's much harder to just kill somebody today than it was, let's say, 40 years ago.
I'm not as much interested in the killing, but the gambling and the racketeering. What's that a gambling company doing?
Did FanDuel kill the mob? I don't know.
I'm going to bet on the mob long term.
Do we have to blame DraftKings for the
Let's
mob's
ask JFK what happens when you cross the mob. Hey, forget about it.
They're just not as powerful as they used to be, and I say that with a complete understanding that they could still have me.
I want to say
buried at any point.
I think you've never been more powerful and low key. That's a compliment.
They're very low key. All right, speaking of TV shows and series that people haven't watched in a really long time, Joe Burrow was at the Met Gala, and he was talking about Justin Jefferson, and this is apparently what they do in their free time.
Yeah, it was fun. I got my friend Justin here. We went to college together, so it's always a great time when I get to see him. Had a lot of great people. It's always a fun day to just sit around. We watched some Sex in the City.
Really?
And just hung out a little bit.
Which character do you feel like you are? You know, everyone picks their fave.
I don't know about that. That might not be a question for me. That might be a question for somebody else that knows me.
He's such a Samantha. Come on now. Joe Burrow. You want an entourage for this generation. Joe Burrow, he's into Sex in the City, and he's not scared to tell anybody about it.
All right. As long as he doesn't say that whatever that sequel series was, that he liked that, it's fine.
And Just Like That?
Yeah.
So I watched Sex in the City as a kid.
Yeah?
Yeah, because basically it was
instructional.
It was the only version of porn I could essentially get. That's really what it was. I was like 12 years old.
Yeah.
And not the Sex in the City on TBS that had everything. I'm talking HBO.
Yeah.
HBO.
You learned
For
some real
reason.
things.
Well, I told you previously, my mom just gave me a book for the birds and the bees that just said what's going on down there.
Yeah.
I really think what she did, the true expression of me learning was, yeah, it's all right if you watch Sex in the City. And so then 12-year-old me watched a lot of Sex in the City because it was on the up and up. But that was basically my version of a Playboy growing up.
I don't know why.
Such a Samantha.
I hate the Met Gala. I think everyone that goes there looks like a-holes. You can make
second year in a row for Burrow at the Met Gala.
He looked like a chotch. I'm trying to think.
How about Chalamet letting Kylie Jenner just kind of exist on the carpet by herself because he had to go to the Knicks game? Meanwhile, Ben Stiller was at the Met Gala, not a true ball knower.
Yeah, I'm actually back in on Chalamet after this because that's what a real fan does. I mean, I get it. Ben Stiller almost got divorced, so he's trying to keep things together. All right? That's new love. New love meets old love. Good for them.
How did they almost get divorced? What happened?
Oh, they were separated, and then the pandemic brought them back together. It's a real love story.
The pandemic brought them back
because they
together.
ended up cohabitating.
And then realizing they liked each other again?
Yeah. It's a very sweet story.
I wonder how many stories like that exist in the pandemic.
Total simp move by Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
You're Zoolander. Come on, buddy. You're better than that.
It's not a true
fan.
fan.
But I do hate the Met Gala. Just a bunch of a-holes. Like, look how relatable we are. You look like a bunch of jerks.
They're not trying to be relatable. It's a $100,000 dinner that they dress up in funny costumes for that we all can't afford. They're not trying to be relatable.
I'm sorry. If it was a $100,000 dinner.
That's what it is. It's a $100,000 dinner.
Better do my taxes and manage my lawn. Like, there better be something more than a dinner.
Or you want someone from the Met Gala mowing your lawn
It better be the best dinner I've ever had. For $100,000?
It can't possibly be. There's no way.
Where does that money go? I'm sure to charity. Wink, wink.
I think to the Met Gala. Yeah, to the Met, I think is where it goes.
Who's the Met? Mr. Met? Mrs. Met?
The museum, the Met.
She got thick, by the way. Mrs. Met, I don't know if you've seen.
She did. She didn't get thick. She's always low-key been thick.
I think there's no low-key about it. Well done, Mrs. Met.
You well done, Mr. Met.
Yeah. He sits in a chair.
That's the happiest baseball.
Well, Slider does his business.
Oh, no. That was the worst cuck journey you've ever taken me on. That was the worst one.
Slider does the belly trick.
That's what he's practicing. On the dugout, he's just constantly practicing for Mrs. Met.
That's true.
Is the reality.
That's true. Again, there's a motion of the ocean kind of thing going on with Slider right there.
I think Slider's asexual. I don't this doesn't track.
Oh,
Slider's just not into it. Slider's into just a good time.
No, please tell us more about what Slider's into.
I almost said tricks, but then that didn't make it sound good at all.
Yeah, that would definitely not be asexual if he was into tricks.
I meant actual tricks, not turning
He's making
tricks.
something disappear.
You put him in
have some Sanka.
You can't put him in a. You put Mr. Met in a cuck chair, okay?
Spot the lie.
Show me the evidence.
Mr. Met. And then look at Mrs. Met. Who's winning? Still Mr. Met, even in that chair. A clean slate. Yeah, right. For the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to The Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes here. We'll talk with John about his incredible Kentucky Derby debut over the weekend. We'll get his take on Cavs Pistons, which, of course, Game 1 is tonight. Be very nice to get that Game 1 victory there. So Fanta coming up in about 20 minutes here. I think we got to start this segment, though, by giving the Browns real credit.
Oh, we do.
They have normalized something that in real life is just not logical.
Okay.
And every single member of the NFL media is helping them. They've just bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
In a way that, honestly, the groupthink that I'm hearing when it comes to the Browns and Deshaun Watson, it's as if Todd Monken has individually instructed everyone talking about the Deshaun Watson situation to think the same thing, and like he's really sold it to them and they're really buying.
All right, so what is that same thing?
Well, that's a great question, Jonathan, because Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, was on with the Morning Boys and Spencer this morning and talked about what this opportunity is for Deshaun Watson.
I think you have to kind of come in tabula rasa, like just a clean slate, and let them just compete for wherever they're at, whatever age they are, whatever injuries they've overcome, whatever off-the-field issues there have been. I just think you got to try to make it as fair as possible and evaluate from what you see. I mean, I think Todd Monken remembers when Deshaun Watson went to Baltimore on one leg and beat him. I think it's just the only fair thing to do is just to, literally not have any sort of memory bank of what's happened before and let them. That's why he's there still. They still think there's some football left in him, and let the best man win the job right now. And I think that's what they're going to try to do with as much clarity as possible.
Okay, he's here because they can't get out of the contract.
Yeah,
I would venture to say, I don't know if this is a hot take. See
I'll let you know.
Push back if you think.
Sure.
If they had been able to get out of the contract going into this offseason, they would have.
They would have right around the time Jimmy Haslam admitted it was a swing and a miss.
Yes.
If they could have, they would have. By the way, I really hate how much legs he gets with that stupid Baltimore game. I really do. He threw for 188 with a touchdown and an interception, and people act like he lit it up for 400 yards and basically had a perfect passer rating.
It's also one game in 5 years, going on 5 years.
We have 19 total games with Deshaun. And I can only think of a couple that I actually thought he played good in. Like
yes.
the numbers aren't nearly good enough in any stretch. We have way more bad than we have good, and it's just far outweighed.
But this really only happens in professional sports, this idea of clean slate, because there is nowhere else on the planet that if you had failed the amount that Deshaun has failed to play good football and stay healthy here, there's no way that any human can just erase that last 5 years. All right, the Cleveland stuff never happened. I only know the Deshaun and Houston stuff.
Yeah.
And I only know the now. That's not how humans work.
Well, I love it, though, because then they're going to go to the Houston stuff. Like, part of the idea of why they want to give him a chance is because of what happened in Houston. Mm-hmm. So, like, you can't
So we're not forgetting that history.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, you're being very particular with what history you want to remember in this discussion, and that's where it just comes across very disingenuous.
And I will say, the clean slate narrative that continues to annoy me as more people repeat it. And I can't say enough. I really love Brian Baldinger's work.
I just don't think everybody deserves it. Everyone doesn't. No one across the board. You don't deserve a clean slate. That's just not how life works, okay?
Yes.
And I can give you a million different instances of if I was wrong to the people that I would not let back in my life if they wanted the clean slate to go ahead and do. But with Deshaun, you have all the evidence you need. You like, there's no, why do we have to be this so great organization that's like, oh, we just let bygones be bygones? It's the worst trade in NFL history. He sunk the franchise for half of a decade. I have to remember those things.
And here's the thing. This gets put on fans. And some of it's because I, as a fan, go, not on my team. You can do anything this year, Browns. Don't put that guy back out on the field for any myriad of reasons. The massive failure on the worst trade in NFL history. The fact that the guy has used Cleveland as an ATM and really hasn't ever become synonymous with Browns football off the field. Like, there are so many reasons why this is just a failed mistake, and it's impossible to clean the slate. But it's not just about fans. There are guys in that locker room who have been there since he's played football.
Yeah.
They're not going to forget what an absolute black cloud was hanging around the franchise the last time Deshaun played on a damn field.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, Todd Monken, this bullcrap that guy hasn't watched a second of football from Cleveland, I don't buy that for a second.
No, but this does help explain why it was so easy to get rid of Stefanski, is the idea that Monken is going to give them this. It's going to give them this narrative that Monken's going to be the one, and Monken, it's a fresh set of eyes, and Monken's just going to put out the very best because he's got to start off his coaching career as best as he possibly can. But I would tell you that's where it becomes problematic because Monken doesn't have the same access to what we've seen with Deshaun over the previous 3 years. I'm talking access within practices and everything else where he'll fall for the idea that Deshaun has this thing fixed when we know the problem with Deshaun isn't what happens in practice, it's getting on the actual field itself. There's a mental lapse that happens there, and he's not able to pull off the transition.
Well, and I think to that end, it's going to be insulting enough if you put Deshaun Watson back out there in week 1. To a fair amount of fans. It might not be the majority, but it sure as hell not a small minority of fans who feel the way that I do, which is, nope, that's done, let's move on. Like, put him on the exempt list, put him on the active roster, and then never activate him for a game. Whatever you have to do, let's just get through this year, and let's let Deshaun go off and see if somebody else will give him a real chance. That's bad enough, though. It's bad enough you're going to put him out there. To this effort to normalize what the Browns are trying to do, as if it's common sense. Everybody does this. This is not how the world works.
Well, they're presenting
Clean slate is a mythical thing that you're creating to help distract from the fact it's the worst trade in NFL history, and nothing good can come of this.
I don't know why they don't go further, Nick. If they're going to present it like it's some sort of brand new Deshaun Watson, and we should treat him like he's just like, we were happy to get this guy off the scrap heap, and he's going to turn around the franchise. I don't know why they don't go further. Give him a brand new number.
Oh, that's interesting.
Let's take it a step further. Get rid of the 4, and all of a sudden, this would be new Deshaun. This would be number 11 Deshaun. This is new Deshaun.
What if we just called him
Change
new
the branding.
Deshaun?
That could be part of it.
Yeah.
Legally change his name. It's now new Deshaun
Happened with
Watson.
Coca-Cola and Pepsi at different points. New Deshaun.
That's the old Deshaun. We don't talk about old Deshaun.
Yep.
We're now in new Deshaun.
Yeah, no. I think you're thinking of Deshaun Watson. We're here talking about new Deshaun.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do to us. We might as well just act as if he's just a brand new person.
Yes.
That we've never seen play football before, and we have no history with, and we don't know. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. He can't play.
But it's bad enough that the Browns are again, the Browns are going to try and do what's best for the Browns. So I guess in this case, it's less about them, and it's more about media members who just because the Browns say something, just go, oh, it is like a clean slate. Like, guys, and the problem is it's everyone. There's not one person nationally that when you talk about the Browns go, hey,
I got one.
Deshaun Watson wasn't great.
I got one, but he's not typically the guy you want on our side.
Oh, no. Who is it?
Mike Tannenbaum.
Oh, man.
Tannenbaum's the only guy looking around being like, guys, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. The Deshaun thing, he's not going to play. He's not going to be good, and I don't know what's happening here.
Actually,
we usually don't want Tannenbaum on our side.
Actually, this might be a case where when the most clueless person in football can clearly see that clean slate is the
right?
biggest BS ever sold.
Yeah.
Somehow the extreme polar opposites end up being in the center agreeing on the same thing. When you can get me and Mike Tannenbaum to agree on something, I'm sorry. You've taken too much of the bait.
I've done some soul searching. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out what we're seeing that they're not seeing. I'm trying to figure out where the lapse is happening here. I think for some of them, it's just they don't think anything of Shedeur Sanders. I think that is part of that.
Mm-hmm.
We and you obviously don't feel that way.
I also think some people just don't like Shedeur.
And that's another part of that as well.
And really Shedeur's camp, I should say.
But I can't figure out how anyone thinks Deshaun Watson's going to work. I can't. But way too many people are just willing to give him the millionth chance he's had in a Browns uniform as if he's never played here before.
But way too many people, smart people, people that I like Brian Baldinger, are just taking the Browns line, hook, line, and sinker, and not questioning it. That's what has me being like, guys, we can't. I get it. You don't think about the Browns the way I do.
Right,
I think about the
we
Browns.
think about it. It's 5 hours a day for
Cavs,
us. Yeah.
Guardians. I think of Cleveland sports
This is
from
our
the
life.
moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed.
Yeah.
It's not always a great existence, but it is my existence.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking you to see things the way I see. Everybody should have their own opinion. But when everybody that I see, their analysis of this is, well, you got to go a clean slate. No, and by the way, Todd Monken is doing this because he's selling the fight. Todd Monken, that's an honest man. If him and me were sitting down for a Coors banquet, I guarantee you, if I said, Todd, that old clean slate thing's a bunch of crap, right? He'd be like, of course. I'm a human being.
I don't know,
I
man.
do know the last 5 years happened.
I argued this with Coach Riz, and Coach Riz was very adamant. That's just not how coaches think. He's gonna only operate with what his eyes are telling him and what's in front of him. And I went back and forth with Coach because I don't believe that. And I think it's a big mistake if you're just gonna sit there and look at what Deshaun will do through 3 practices with installs and say we got our guy. I just think it's a massive mistake.
216-474-0092. Are you buying the clean slate narrative? And if the answer is yes, please tell me another point of existence beyond sports where the clean slate narrative actually works. Because that's the only place I've ever heard anyone pull it off, ever. John Fanta, NBC Sports, will talk clean slates. The Kentucky Derby in Game 1, Cavs, Pistons in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's Cavs season, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer, MMQB, coming up in 1 hour's time. And an interesting take on who the quarterback to beat is in the 2027 NFL Draft. We'll talk with him about the clean slate narrative. How, quite frankly, I'm going to hold that. I was going to say something mean. Whether he agrees with that. We'll see. I don't want to editorialize it. We do have Albert coming up in 1 hour's time, but our next guest, not just a huge Cleveland fan, not just from Cleveland, not just on NBC Sports. No. He is also the man that I will say took over Kentucky Derby coverage. Some are saying it's the best Derby ever simply because it's been fantasized about on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. The great John Fanta joins us now. John, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Great to be with you, and thank you for that wonderful introduction, Nick. I had a blast.
Was the mayor of the infield at the Kentucky Derby, is that the drunkest person you've ever interviewed?
Wow, it is you, the mayor.
Ever interviewed? Absolutely. Ever been around? Come on, we've been to the pit and the Muni lot enough to see worse than that. He was able to form words. I don't think they were English, but my goodness, that guy, I want what he's having.
Yeah, it's fun. I liked your stuff with Portnoy the best. I like Portnoy. I like what he does. But I thought that was the funniest stuff. But like once we knew you weren't doing the Donna Brothers role, I was trying to figure out how you're going to make it work. And John, you pulled it off.
Well, thank you, JP. I appreciate that. You know, it was really fun, guys. I mean, the thing about it is there were people from Australia, Venezuela, Hawaii, Alaska, all over the globe that came to this event. And when I got out into the infield, we genuinely had multiple segments where we weren't exactly sure what we were going to air on NBC, which was kind of the fun of it. Like it was improv television where we were tracking down people in the moment. I was experiencing the Derby in real time, and I love the challenge of it. Like, I left Fox for NBC last August, had a great time at Fox, but when NBC hired me, they're like, we're going to expand your horizon. And I didn't have this on my bingo card, but like, I loved it because it was real. Not very few hits were like staged. We had a couple things prepped, but I just think when people are watching TV, they want to see things that they can relate to. And I hopefully they could relate to some of that.
All right, that's enough of that, John. I do want to know, the Browns this offseason have been pushing this clean slate narrative with Deshaun Watson. Do you think that is entirely possible to pull off, that in that locker room, in that organization, after 4 years of failure, going on 5, that Deshaun has a clean slate this offseason?
Yeah, that to me is ridiculous. Like, how can you undo what we've seen? He might have a clean slate with the coaching staff because they didn't previously work with him, but the film doesn't lie, and neither do the results. What professional athlete gets a clean slate in anything these days when being evaluated by their play on the field? Look, you want to criticize Kevin Stefanski and rip his offensive design apart and say that he was part of the reason why Deshaun has faltered. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and get into a fight over that. But guys, many of the things that have limited Deshaun Watson have to do with Deshaun Watson, in my humble opinion, no longer being a quality starting quarterback in the National Football League. I hope to God he proves me wrong. I hope this clean slate thing works out. But you don't get a clean slate. That's not how anything works. You have not performed up to standards. You haven't even performed up to half the standards thus far. And unless Todd Monken is a miracle worker, which he would be if Watson is a top 15 quarterback in the league, through 3 weeks of the upcoming season. But I'm sorry. The clean slate, get out of here with that.
All right, John, big game tonight for the Cavs, obviously. What do you want answered the most out of tonight? I feel like in game ones, we usually get a lot of answers.
Will the superstars show up and ball out? That's the question I have. The NBA is a superstar-driven league. You've got Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. They've got Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris. Well, it's time for number 45 to show why he's in Cleveland, to show why the Cavs show the level of urgency they did at the deadline, and to go out and function together and lead their team. Sunday's Game 7, I thought Mitchell and Harden did what they needed to do to win the game. But they weren't the reason why the Cavs won the game. They played a role, but Mitchell didn't shoot the ball well. Mitchell hasn't shot the ball well in weeks. Jared Allen's the reason why the Cavaliers won the series and won Game 7. The duo has to perform tonight. If you're going to pull this off in Game 1, 48 hours removed from a Game 7, your best guys have to come out and play, and that's the question of the series. It's now or never. You figure that if Donovan Mitchell's going to snap this drought where he has not been able to climb the mountain of getting to a conference finals, you're not going to find a smaller mountain than this one.
All right, John. Boston is out. Should our expectations for how deep the Cavs go in the playoffs this year change now that Boston is out?
Yes. The expectation level should be win the Eastern Conference. It really should be. Now, New York looks great. They looked fantastic last night. But the three of us all know everybody watches one game sometimes, then they get into definitives. Like, that's the series, or I don't see them coming back from that. I'm guilty as charged. I thought the Cavs had the Raptors beat in 5 games. And that series is a prime example of you can't overreact to even the first 2 games of the series because the series can change. So I do think that the expectations should adjust because as much as the Knicks are a formidable team and I believe are the best of the 4 remaining teams in the East, the Knicks have their flaws. They do. And the Knicks have also dealt with different injury issues where look at last postseason. Last postseason, injuries greatly impacted things. So this is a marathon. The NBA playoffs are an absolute marathon. Everybody had the Wolves dead. The Wolves look like they could very well be representing in the Western Conference Finals for a 3rd consecutive year. So my expectations have changed, and they've changed to the degree of, like the Cavaliers should be in a series with the New York Knicks that goes into a Game 5, God willing, hopefully, where the series is tied up at 2 and you say, you know what, this is what it's all about here. You're fighting for an Eastern Conference crown. If they lost to the Knicks in 6 or 7 games, I'm not going to sit here and mope and have a funeral. I mean, it'll be hard to take, but they were one of the last 4 teams standing in the National Basketball Association. You start with 30. But you got to get past this thing first. And here's the thing. Here's another big question. To win this series, can you win a road game? Because you haven't proven you can win away from your building. And at some point, you're going to have to.
Okay, so it sounds like you wouldn't make changes if they go to Game 6 or Game 7 with an Eastern Conference Finals appearance then.
No, I would not I wouldn't make sweeping changes. I would maybe make a change, but I'm not, like, blowing anything up or making massive shifts when I got that far.
I do feel like you settled in between the 2 answers there. You started off on Nick's side, and then you ended up on my side by the end of it, and I don't know how that feels.
I think he's telling you to choose a lane.
I don't know how that feels.
Nick Wilson isn't telling you, but Jonathan Peterlin is.
Nick believes the expectations is now NBA Finals. I say if you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals in Game 6 or Game 7, it's a job well done.
Yeah, I'm on that side. I'm on the side of make it to 6 or 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's see how things go. I'm not of the side of if you don't make the NBA Finals, you now blow it. Are you suggesting that they would make several changes to their roster if they don't make the NBA Finals?
I think those are 2 different points. I'll be disappointed if they don't make the NBA Finals. I don't know that they'll blow it up.
Well,
wait.
I think what do you think? Jonathan Peterlin's going to be cheering if they don't make the NBA Finals? Like, oh, job well done, good season. I don't think we're arguing that. I think we're saying there's a difference between them not making the NBA Finals and making significant roster changes, like trading away Evan Mobley and potentially parting ways with Donovan Mitchell, rather than just not making it and making a change or two. There's a big difference there.
I think where I'm coming from is I think 3 years from now, if you haven't won an NBA championship or been to the NBA Finals, we're going to say 2026, that was our best chance to win. And for whatever reason, they didn't have the right alchemy to get it done.
I think that that's a fair argument, but the way that the question started was, would you make changes, multiple different things, if they do not make the NBA Finals? And I'm saying if they get into an absolute grind with the New York Knicks, who have won their last 2 playoff games by 70 points, more than that, that I'd be disappointed to the point of I've got to make several structural changes. I would make changes if they fall flat on their face and lose to the Detroit Pistons in 5 or 6 games, because ultimately you didn't prove a whole lot to me. But you beat the Pistons in this series. This is the step that they've needed to take. They have not been able to get to being one of the last 2 teams in the Eastern Conference. If they get to the Eastern Conference Finals, would you not admit that they will have proven something to you?
I mean, I think they should beat Detroit no matter what this year. I don't respect this Detroit team. I think they're a paper tiger. I think they're a 1 seed in name only.
So then you've got them winning this series in no more than 6 games.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, that's fine. But I think there's a difference between taking the Knicks to the wire. And if they get their butts kicked by the Knicks, we haven't discussed this option, which could happen. The Knicks could sweep them or beat them in 5 games. Or I strongly consider doing something that's different, because I've always been a proponent of that. I didn't like Garland, and I told you guys, I've been yelling it from the mountains, like they had to make a change, and they did. So I'm not saying do nothing, but I'm saying if they go 6 or 7 games with the Knicks, I think you got to be strategic about what you do when you've gotten this close.
If they go, John, if they go 6 or 7 against the Knicks,
6-7,
would the Harden trade have been justified in your mind? Because it would have mine.
It would for me, and you could argue that there's a real case that they'd be sitting at home right now had they not gotten James Harden. So they got more to prove. Like, it's not justified if they
What part of Harden's
first
round performance did you like the most? Was it the 8 turnover game? Was it the 7 turnover game? Was it the 6 turnover game? Which one of those was your favorite?
I think it was the 21, 6, and 5 that he averaged.
Oh gosh, he scored 21 points. That's real hard in the NBA now.
Yeah, he was better than Donovan Mitchell in this past series, in my humble opinion.
I think that's more about Donovan than it is about Harden. No.
Okay, but then you're sitting at home, Nick. You're not playing anymore. If you don't have James Harden, you're not playing anymore. You are literally eliminated from the playoffs.
I don't know that I agree with that. Am I plugging in a league average point guard who's also committing the same turnovers?
Is he staying healthy? Is he playing in all the games?
I mean, Darius was healthy enough for the playoffs.
Well, he wasn't last year, and I don't know if it's a guarantee that he would have stayed that way in this past series, because it's been hard to fully trust him. And James did have turnover issues, and James's turnovers need to be limited, because if James turns the ball over in this series like he did the last one, then they are going to go home. But I think Detroit is a good defensive team, but I think James has a little bit of a friendlier matchup against the Pistons than he did against some of the Raptors defenders. The Raptors were a longer team. They had some tough, versatile, longer guys.
I blame you. We're having a nice little. Not you, John.
He's pointing at me.
Sorry, this is where I could have cued you audio wise.
Oh.
I blame you. We were having a nice little interview there, and then you called him out for flip flopping.
I just gave you some backup, and I knew John would give me that.
And then he became the biggest apologist.
I knew John would.
I forgot, John. When we traded for James Harden, there was the "Let's lose to the Knicks in 6." I remember that chant that was going on. I forgot about it.
No. See, I would be disappointed if they lost to them in 6 games or 7 games.
It doesn't seem like you'd be disappointed.
No, I would.
You'd obviously be disappointed. Yes.
are there two different arguments here? How we feel about it versus what we would do in the off season? Because it feels like those are two totally different.
Nick is adding in the how you feel about it.
By the way,
worry.
that's exactly what I was trying to say earlier. Because I'm not doing the blow it up if you in the third round thing. That's really only if you lose in this round, or if you get just absolutely housed by the Knicks, which I'd be surprised by.
What would you do if you lost in 6 games to the Knicks? What are you changing?
I'd be pissed. That's it.
Well, the other caveat in that, though, is then I feel, and you tell me if I'm speaking out of turn.
Caveat?
Is that you would then make the case that the Harden trade wasn't worth it because of only 6 games or 7 games against the Eastern Conference.
Correct.
And whereas John and I are on the side of you made the Harden trade and that was justified by going 6 or 7 games against the Knicks. That's the impasse,
There's
really.
pretty much nothing that I can do to get either one of you to think that the Harden trade wasn't worth it.
Agreed on that.
Yeah, fixed position.
Well, the Knicks don't stink. The Knicks are also playing just about as well as anybody could play the last week. I don't know if they're going to continue to play that way.
I was going to say, give it a week.
Okay, that's fine. But here's the thing. You got to get through this. And the Cavs are a fight dog in this series. I know you don't respect the Pistons, but if they win this series, it's a big step for their organization. I don't care what you think of Detroit. The Cavs are on the road first 2 games. They got to get one of these 2 games. They got to prove they can win on the road, and they got to beat their former coach. They got to beat the guy they fired who they thought could not get them to the Eastern Conference Finals. This was always going to be the setup in all likelihood, and now it is. They've got to get through J.B. Bickerstaff. You fired him because you said he couldn't be the guy. Now you better beat him.
Yeah, and you unequivocally would not have gotten out of the second round with Darius Garland because we have 3 years of experience that says that.
110%. And this Nick allegiance to Darius Garland makes me want to put him next to Steve Ballmer at the Crypto Arena out in Los Angeles. I want him on that wall behind the basket with Stevie Ballmer talking it up with Steve.
Hey,
Ballmer could not handle Nick Wilson at his absolute worst.
We can get you some sweet plant money.
Well, the way you're going on this interview, the mayor of the infield at Churchill Downs couldn't handle you either.
Wow, it's the mayor.
Love that. John, seriously, buddy, I know we say this a lot because you've had a lot of these milestones this year. There's a lot of fun with the Derby. You took a fun event and somehow made it more fun. We're very happy for you. We're very proud of you. Keep making Cleveland proud, buddy.
You were great, John. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Great to be with you. This summer, when I come in, I remember the broadcasting camp is coming into town. Maybe you guys could pay a visit, but I want to do an in-studio visit with you guys.
Is that when I get my damn burger?
Yes.
Because I'll tell the broadcasting crew, I will tell everyone that you've welched on a burger bed.
I signed Mac Robinson up as a student. It's going to be great.
I've already sent Mac. Oh, that's it. That was cold. That was cold. I got a good Mac. Remind me next Tuesday to tell a great Mac Robinson baseball story. That's for next week. There's a tease.
All right. Yeah, I think everyone's going to be back just for that. John, be good, buddy. John Fanta there, NBC Sports and the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. We'll react to what John had to say and get into the series that can make you believe about the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
It's round 2 in game 1 of the NBA playoffs for the Cavs tonight. They're in Detroit taking on the Pistons. The two teams split the 4 regular season meetings, each winning 2, 1 at home, 1 on the road. The Cavs advanced, beating the Raptors in game 7 behind a double-double.
offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Make the Fan your go-to for post-game reaction throughout the Cavs postseason. Jake Volnick breaks down the game.
We still got a lot to prove.
And you'll hear from head coach Kenny Atkinson.
We just stay calm, cool throughout, right? Understand we've been here before.
Donovan Mitchell and others. As soon as the final buzzer sounds, we're your home for post-game reaction. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Will the superstars show up and ball out? That's the question I have. The NBA is a superstar-driven league. You've got Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. They've got Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris. Well, it's time for number 45 to show why he's in Cleveland, to show why the Cavs show the level of urgency they did at the deadline, and to go out and function together and lead their team. The duo has to perform tonight. If you're going to pull this off in Game 1, 48 hours removed from a Game 7, your best guys have to come out and play, and that's the question of the series. It's now or never.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's own, in the previous segment, talking about his keys for this Pistons series for the Cavaliers. And I do think, I get that there's intricacies of matchups that we can get into and break down, and we can talk about stylistically what the Pistons do well and better than certainly the Cavs do with physicality. And yet the NBA playoffs, more often than not, come back to, are you healthy and who has the most talent? It's the Cavs. And that continues to come back to if the Cavs hadn't been physically challenged or soft, whatever you want to call them, the last couple of years, and if they had been past the second round of the playoffs, I don't think I'd be sweating the series at all.
Well, I mean, again, Vance is dead on. It's a star-driven league, and you need Donovan to be the star that he's supposed to be. So I was reading his the Anscape, the Mark Spears diary that Donovan has, and in that he's pretty critical about how he played in the Raptors series, as I thought he should be. But he acknowledges he's like, yeah, I give a lot of credit to Toronto and what they did defensively on me and James and how they would attack that. And it's like, well, all right. Well, you have to show us stars overcome that stuff. Stars go past that. Stars don't let anyone stand in the way of them defensively. That's not how the NBA works. You have to be better in those spots.
Yeah, and it listen, I think Asar Thompson, if that's who they throw at Donovan Mitchell, is going to give him plenty of problems because Asar is a great defensive player. I would think
would be the thing because Bickerstaff, everyone's like, oh, he's going to throw him on Mobley. That's not what Bickerstaff does with Thompson. He doesn't throw him at the bigs. He throws him at the guards. And so I would think what you said right there is what I think is going to happen.
Oh, see, I think part of the causal thing that happened in the Raptors series is I do think the Raptors did a great job on James Harden, and I think they did a great job at putting pressure on just moving the ball around the perimeter and just getting basic offense set up. And so I kind of think if you slow down James Harden, you slow down everybody else, where if you slow down Donovan, all right, you still have James that can go off. You still have Evan that can go off. My
main point is I think people outside looking in expect it to be Duren on Allen and then Thompson on Mobley, but that's just not what Bickerstaff does with Thompson. He puts him on the guards, and whether that is Harden, whether that is Donovan, we can debate that. But the expectation I have is that he put him on Donovan.
So I will tell you, I said this at the beginning that now is when we can start to, but when winning starts to matter to my expectation of the Cavaliers. I thought you turned a 5-game series at best into a 7-game series against Toronto. That's fine if you needed to figure things out in real time. The figuring out's done now. Now you just need to win. And so, but I think there's a blessing of that, of now's the deadline. Now is when, so winning game one.
Enter with a different urgency.
Yes, but winning game one carries some more weight than winning game one against Toronto, right? Especially because you've struggled on the road and that game one against Toronto was at home. But I do think this series in general, can't make me buy all the way in on the Cavs, but it can get me a hell of a lot closer to being there. So, is there one series before you get to the NBA Finals that I guess all my questions are answered? And no, there's not really. But this is going to make up a huge gap in where I think the Cavs have been and where we all, no matter what you feel about this team, where we all want them to be.
You'll probably treat them the same way people treat the Knicks. Knicks looked good in the past couple games. They looked excellent last night. They obviously closed out against Atlanta in a strong way. And I think your response to John was, let's see what happens in a couple weeks with them. I think that's how most people will think about this Cavs team. If they come out and they just absolutely destroy the Pistons tonight, and then let's even say make a mockery of the series and just completely deep pants Detroit the entire side of the way, people then are just going to be like, all right, what is real? What is here to stay? And so that's the ongoing problem they put themselves into. The belief in the Cavs will not come easily for this squad.
Well, and in the end, just win.
That's all. That's all that matters. Just win.
But I do think the advantages of if you win in 5 versus if this thing goes 7 and you win, I do think there's a clear distinction between those two things. If you take advantage of this series and never relinquish it, that is as impressive of an outcome as you can have. And again, nothing will get me 100% on this team because it is still just the second round, and I still have my reservations about Detroit. But it can get me a hell of a lot of the way there to where going into whatever the Eastern Conference Finals is, I'm going to be singing a different tune versus 5 games winning over the Pistons versus 7 games.
No, 5 games against the Pistons would be a real statement by them. Yeah. No denying that. And but I think where a lot of people will stand is if they win the first 2 games, we're going to think back in our heads to them just winning the first 2 against the Raptors.
Fair.
And so, like that part of them overcoming this and dispelling the narrative that exists for them right now is if they go up 2 games to none, then finishing the job and making sure that they take care of it in a timely manner. But I don't think anybody across the NBA is expecting this one to be a 5-game series either way, with the exception of Bobby Marks.
Yeah.
That jerk Bobby Marks, with the exception of him, there just aren't many people that are expecting that. They're expecting 6 or 7 game series out of this one.
6-7. Is this the series? If you're holding out on the Cavs and believing them, is this the series that'll make you believe in them? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks destroyed the 76ers.
Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Cavs, Pistons, Game 1. Game 2 between the Guardians and Royals out yonder in Kansas City. All things pretty quiet on the Browns front here, but a lot to get to here. Let's start with The Lead. Cavs legend Channing Frye joined us today at 2:40. He addressed the narrative surrounding the Cavs going into this series with the Pistons.
I'm going to err on the optimistic, where ESPN and Fox and Vegas is saying, we don't believe that you guys, as a Cavs, can deal with physicality like that, especially not with a team that hangs their hat on physicality. And so that's just basically it. I think you look at the Pistons, and I always follow everybody and what they're saying. I think that's a good point. This is not personal for the Cavs. They've moved on. They've had success. I think this is very personal for JB. I haven't asked them, so don't quote me. Mm-hmm. But if I was JB, I'm coming there spitting magma fireballs.
Yeah, I mean, if I was JB, I'd be pissed too. And it's just an interesting little subplot to this whole entire thing. Is Donovan going to make it out of the second round for the first time, or is JB going to extend himself and kind of erase some of those demons that he has? And so, but if I'm JB, yeah, I do look at this whole thing personal.
Yeah, it's interesting. With JB, I don't know how much just advancing past the Cavs actually does for what people think about him, simply because I think he's just going to get more satisfaction out of beating the Cavs, the team that fired him. Whereas Donovan advancing and even going one step further, if they advance to the NBA Finals, his whole NBA legacy gets rewritten. I feel like JB's in a very secure spot with his NBA legacy to this point.
I think JB's is stuck in this spot where people just view him as the guy to get him to the guy. And so, like, if you go to the Eastern Conference Finals, you go to the NBA Finals, that changes in a positive way for JB.
I think the NBA Finals, yeah. I wonder if people are going to say, maybe Orlando wasn't that good, and you got a soft Cavs team. That it would depend on what you do in the Eastern Conference Finals. If you held your own and still lost, it's kind of very similar to with the Cavs on that.
That is interesting. What is the narrative on the Cavs if they lose this series? Like, what is the public national narrative? Is it just them just saying we're soft and moving on with their day? Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think you will see.
It can't be a talent issue.
I'll tell you this: if they lose this series, and it's not even going to take the series officially being over, if they fall into a deficit, it's so much as a 3-1 deficit, people are going to start trying to get Donovan out of Cleveland. It's already, you could see it starting to ramp up in the Toronto series. You can hear it in how I mentioned the Bill Simmons things. You can hear it in how people talk. The Cavs are only interesting to people outside of Cleveland if they do one of two things. One, go all the way to the finals. Or two, if you really crap out in this playoffs and Donovan all of a sudden doesn't want to be here anymore.
Yeah. More from Channing Frye. We asked him if the expectations for the Cavs should change since Boston was eliminated in the first round.
I would say either the NBA Finals or Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, that's really, and it has to just be like this dude got out, like Jalen Brunson or Cat, like went crazy. And I would run it back with James Harden next year and one more year. But if not, we really got to reassess the vision. We got to address, is it time to are we coloring in oil paints or watercolors? And maybe we just need to go back and get a new canvas and work with that, you know? I mean, it happens.
I'm drawing with stick figures. That's all I can do at this point.
I'll paint by numbers for myself.
Yeah. Again, my grandma Jo, talented painter. My grandma Penny, talented painter. My kids, talented artists.
That's nice.
Vanessa, talented artist. Me, kind of funny on the radio sometimes. That's about all I got. Yeah, it's my realm of creative whatever.
I can't draw either. I wonder why that is. Is there something about us in particular where that's just not an ability we're ever going to possess?
I mean, I do think
I can't draw anything.
I do think that there's something to be said that it's really hard to find somebody who's really funny, really engaging, really good at public speaking, and also a great artist, and also meaning all phases of creativity. They're just a creative person.
Yeah.
I think across all spectrums, visual, audio, anything in between, art,
you just get handed a certain number of one of each, and then you keep going. And when you take away from one, then it just takes away from the other. Is that the idea?
Yeah, because I do think there's only, even the most creative person I know, there are limitations to what you can create and how you can harness your creativity.
Yeah.
It was always easier for me to do it in this form or on stage or in some expressive way. Whereas I think people who are shy naturally can go insulated and then kind of do the other thing.
Yeah, but I'm some things it's I'm convinced if I sat down and I tried and I taught myself I could get there. With painting, I don't believe that at all.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's not enough want to in the world that could have made me a good painter. A passable painter.
Apparently David Arquette, this popped up on my videos earlier. David Arquette is a Bob Ross official painter, right?
Okay.
And so it's like a 3-week course that you go to in Florida
to get
somewhere.
A certificate or something?
And you're like, he's got the Bob Ross way.
Yeah, happy accidents.
I think I'd fail it multiple times.
I think so too. I think I would. They'd be like, "Ooh, we've never seen a performance this bad."
Yeah, we're actually going to refund you.
Yeah.
Well, but I want to come back for a 5th time. Nope, you're getting all your money back. Just please don't ever tell anyone you couldn't get it done because it's going to hurt our business.
You couldn't make it past drawing a dog.
Yeah.
It's never going to happen for you, buddy.
Yep.
Just find something else.
It's fair. And that's probably better that you and I talked about that than argue about the Cavs.
But that's good, though, that your kids at least got it, because that leaves some hope for my kids.
And here's the thing. Olivia can sing. Olivia can draw. She can paint. The kid can do it. She might actually be somebody who can do all of the things. I think the twins can, too. Meanwhile, Dad's just I talk for a living. Not even very well.
Just like that, huh?
Yeah. I'm a hayseed. John Fanta of NBC Sports joined us last hour. He said Donovan Mitchell and James Harden need to play well tonight against the Pistons.
Will the superstars show up and ball out? That's the question I have. The NBA is a superstar-driven league. You've got Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. They've got Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris. Well, it's time for number 45 to show why he's in Cleveland, to show why the Cavs show the level of urgency they did at the deadline, and to go out and function together and lead their team. The duo has to perform tonight. If you're going to pull this off in Game 1, 48 hours removed from a Game 7, your best guys have to come out and play, and that's the question of the series. It's now or never.
Yeah, I'd love out it tonight if we left and it was Donovan gave us confidence that the old Donovan is back and the Raptors Donovan is just gone and buried. That would be a very nice development for the Cavs.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, the best teams, there's going to be an Evan game. There's going to be a Jarrett game. Maybe there's a Strus game or a Schroeder game, what have you. But in 3 of these 7 games, I'm going to need Donovan and James or one of those 2 guys to show up in a big way. John's 100% right. We're at the talent part where talent should carry everything. And you're more talented.
Miran Fader of The Athletic joined us today at 3:20. She gave us insight into how Donovan Mitchell views the playoffs.
Donovan is very conscious of his age and the years he has behind him rather than in front of him. And if they are going to choose to keep going with him, then they need to bring more pieces around him. I don't think that's breaking news. I don't know if Evan Mobley is as far developed as they'd like him to be at this point, despite the way he's turned around his season. I could totally see a lot of changes. I don't know about blow it up, but Donovan deserves to have people around him that he can lead. He has all the leadership qualities. I mean, I think that's the one thing that my story really focused on is what does it mean to be a leader? Does it mean to just say, hey, we got to pick it up, or is it in the little things? So I think the leadership qualities that he has are very rare, but I think he needs to be able to have the personnel around him to express those leadership qualities.
I respectfully disagree with Miran. I think the Cavs have done a better job than the Jazz ever did at putting talent around Donovan Mitchell. Is it perfect? No. It's never perfect in the NBA. The Warriors are the one team that I've ever seen that had it perfect and then added Kevin Durant, which created some imperfections but still made them somehow better. I think we need to disabuse ourselves of this notion of it's the best player. He's never gotten past the second round of the playoffs. It's clearly got to be the guys around him. Donovan would be getting an exemption that no other NBA superstar of his ilk I've ever seen get if 6 of the times you've won 50 games or more, and yet none of those times you got beyond the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah, it's interesting. Then my head was going to other dynasties or other really good teams that have added players halfway through the mix. I did think of the Bulls in the second three-peat. You add Rodman in there, but it's not something that you typically see. And Gobert and Conley Jr., that was enough to accomplish things in that West at that time. There's a reason why they were a 1 seed in Utah. Like that was enough in my opinion to do things. Getting out of the second round, though, again, this goes back to Fanta with the Stars comment. It wasn't on Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley to get him out of the second round. It was on Donovan. And so, Donovan, this has been the big thing with him for a while. This is why this series matters so much. Getting past the second round has been something he hasn't been able to do. Now it's on him to get it done.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger was on with the Morning Boys and Spencer today, and he was asked about how he'd approach the Browns quarterback competition.
I think you have to kind of come in tabula rasa, just a clean slate, and let them just compete for wherever they're at, whatever age they are, whatever injuries they've overcome, whatever off-the-field issues there have been. I just think you got to try to make it as fair as possible and evaluate from what you see. I think Todd Monken remembers when Deshaun Watson went to Baltimore on one leg and beat him. I think it's just the only fair thing to do is just to, literally not have any sort of memory bank of what's happened before and let them. That's why he's there still. They still think there's some football left in him, and let the best man win the job right now. And I think that's what they're going to try to do with as much clarity as possible.
It feels dirty that the people that are aware of everything and have been through everything with Deshaun Watson basically employed someone in Todd Monken that had never been around for some of the damaged parts of Deshaun Watson to now then be like, here's a clean slate. None of this other stuff happened. It's all brand new. It feels dirty. It feels wrong. And it feels like it's trying to just ignore what the previous 4 or 5 years have been. And I don't love that development.
Sure, maybe Todd Monken wants to try to not think about the last 4 years. Or wants to ignore the last 4 years of film. The locker room won't. The NFL locker room, and again, there are guys in there who have attached their careers or have had their careers attached to Deshaun Watson. It's not as simple as, well, he looked good in 3 practices, so we're going to... No, those guys haven't forgotten bad football. The fans haven't forgotten it. By the way, Deshaun hasn't. We didn't even talk about that. You think Deshaun feels like he's got a clean slate? He's going to walk out in that jersey in training camp, and he is going to hear people boo him. And honestly, Deshaun
it's just me from the microphone.
Deshaun, it's actually both of us. Yeah. Deshaun has acted like he's been a victim of Cleveland fans since year 1. That's not even fair. Probably year 2. And he's not. Nobody's really a victim here, by the way. Cavs fans aren't a victim, or Browns fans aren't a victim, and Deshaun isn't a victim. But he's acted like people have treaded on him, and that doesn't just go away either. This is a made-up thing, the clean slate. It doesn't work in any facet of any life, but we're supposed to believe it works in an NFL locker room with a bunch of guys who just want to make more money and have longer careers and live better lives. It's not the way it goes. But the Browns are clearly getting people to believe it. When we come back, Albert Breer joins us. We'll talk about Deshaun's clean slate. We'll get into what 2026 tanking might really be about for NFL teams in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Detroit, who just went, 7 games with the 8 seed? So, I think that is a little bit of an advantage to the Cavaliers. I still feel like the picture is blurry when I watch this team.
Baskin and Phelps, weekday morning starting at 10. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We're going to get Albert Breer here of the MMQB. He had an interesting point during one of his pieces this week about where teams in the NFL are that are looking for quarterbacks in 2027 and who they're looking for. So we'll try and get Albert on here shortly. So we have a couple videos out about the clean slate thing with Donovan Mitchell. And I thought there's an interesting response here.
With Deshaun, you mean?
What did I say?
You said Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, him too. But yes, with Deshaun Watson. Al said, it's all hypothetical BS you're making up to have something to talk about. Monken is going to play the guy he thinks gives him the best chance to win these games. That's it. He knows neither of these guys is the future of the franchise. It's interesting because I've heard this one, that Monken is going to play a guy he thinks give them the best chance to win.
Yeah.
And this goes back to the idea that people put too much trust in these organizations, specifically the Browns. I like Todd Monken a lot.
I do. For the most part. I think I'm still in the middle, right?
Yeah. I mean, I probably like him more than you do.
I like him, though. As a person, I like him. We'll obviously see what happens when we get going here. But as a person, I like the cut of his jib, is what they'd say here.
By the way, Albert's moving to 6 o'clock. So we'll get to that at 6 o'clock. But one, Nick and Jonathan didn't make this narrative up. This is something that somebody else has made up and the Browns have run along with, which is that, quite frankly, the clean slate thing. And two, it's never as simple as who's going to win us the most games this year. Coaches always say that. Guys, coaches lie. Even Todd Monken, who I think is as honest as I've heard. Yeah, he's not going to tell you that he's lying. He's not going to be like, listen, I can't really do a clean slate here because that's not how the world works. No, he's trying to sell a narrative and sell an amount of control here that is exactly what he should be doing. It doesn't make it the truth.
No, but it also it asks the fans to completely erase what they've already seen. And it asks the fans something I think that is very unfair. We should be, in the Deshaun Watson discussion of all this, talking about the 3 years that he did play and he didn't get past week 10 in any of them. The injuries that accompany Deshaun Watson, the bad play that accompanies Deshaun Watson, they should all be on the docket. For the same reason, Nick, if you went to go hire somebody, you'd want to see what their resume is. You wouldn't just be like, oh, well, I'm looking at you right now and you seem like you got your head on your shoulders, all right. It seems like a good candidate. Let's do this. Like, no, you want to see what their history's been. You want to see what their past is. And with Deshaun, you can't ignore what he's already done or really lack of what he's done with this Browns organization.
Now, while we're on the topic of the Browns, on the positive side of things, I think it was Warren Sharp who was grading the strength of schedules for NFL teams.
Yeah.
And he does have the Browns, and this is not an isolated thing, but he is – because I think it's pretty much everybody that I've seen has the Browns having an easier schedule. He has the Browns with the 4th easiest schedule in the NFL in 2026. And I do think that's part of the math, and a big part of the math, why when I bet Daryl a burger bet on the Browns going to the playoffs this year, I was so confident. Because I really just don't think that you're facing the uphill battle that you have over the last couple of years with just an impossible schedule.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to find out is just how much an easy schedule can help, right? And so I was looking around, and you don't have to go far. The Patriots last year had what was, by many of these accounts that do the scheduling, the easiest schedule in the previous 20 years of football, Nick. Like, it wasn't just the easiest last year. It was the easiest schedule in the previous 20 years of football. You're like, well, wait, how did this all happen with Drake May? How did they go through all this? Well, you have an easy schedule, and then by the time you get to the postseason, you have a Bo Nix injury in the AFC title game, and then you wake up, and all of a sudden the Patriots are in the Super Bowl. Well, I'm not saying this means the Browns are going to get to the Super Bowl, but what I am trying to highlight is people want to know how the Patriots had this massive 4-win season to then in the Super Bowl turnaround. Well, yeah, a lot of that had to do with the schedule and how easy it ended up being.
It's funny. I understand any cynicism about the Browns. I understand if you look at, I think it's wrong, but I understand if you look at Todd Monken and correlate him with Freddie Kitchens. I think you're wrong, but time will tell on that. I understand if you look at this and go, well, doesn't matter what you did around the quarterback. If the quarterback still stinks, it doesn't. That's a fair line of thinking. Defensive regression. Every rebuttal you can have to optimism about the Browns are fair rebuttals. You can't really negate the schedule. You really can't. Like, I don't see a rebuttal for that. I think an easier path does, especially in an NFL, where like the difference between 6-11 and 8-9 or 9-8 is pretty thin.
Yeah.
And I expect, listen, I think the Browns have told you, I think Todd Monken has told you, he's not a guy that is going to be content with quote unquote tanking or, or kind of allowing this to kind of play out favorably in the chances they might get a top 5 pick next year. So I think you got a team that's going to try and win. You got a lot of veterans and a lot of talent on this team. Like, you add in an easier path, and that's an incredible step up for the Browns.
We've been doing the schedule game long enough to understand, too, that sometimes by the time you actually get to the games going and the games playing, one team that we thought was easy ends up being hard, and it kind of flips. The Browns actually had this last year in a stretch of their schedule where it was like it was Jacksonville, and then it was Chicago, and it was a couple of these teams where you're like, when you looked at it, you didn't think it was going to be the hardest thing in the world, but by the time you got to them, it did change. But as of right now and how we're looking at this, yeah, it seems like a pretty easy schedule, all things considered.
So to your point, obviously teams can surprise. Here's the other thing. How you lay out a schedule, which is the one thing Warren Sharp, none of us know as of right now, that's the other thing that I do think that can complicate this. Like, if they start with 3 of the first 5 games on the road, that's a really, for a young team with a quarterback whoever the quarterback is, trying to establish
Well, especially,
themselves.
like, just even talk about the offensive line for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 5 new pieces on the offensive line, brand new offensive line, everything like that. You're going to need an easier road in the beginning portion to try to get that to gel.
But this goes beyond just I like the Browns offseason. This is set up favorably for them. And it's funny because I think we've forgotten because of the last 2 years. The NFL really is, like, when the Browns had gotten to a point where even though the highs weren't as high as we'd like them, it was 11 wins and the lowest was 7 wins. That's really a place you can comfortably live in. And, oh, by the way, have a lot of success. Even if the postseason success doesn't happen over the next 2 to 3 years.
Well, and Nick, like, the season got tanked last year for a lot of different reasons, but the biggest reason is you started 1-5, and the biggest reason is you started the season facing Joe Burrow into Lamar Jackson into the Packers were week 3, and it was just like this onslaught. Then the Lions after that, it was just this onslaught of really good teams early on that you had to play, and then you looked up and confidence was shot. The team already thought they sucked, and it was like, all right, I guess we'll see what Dylan Gabriel's got to save us, and that was never going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think we give players enough credit that players know when a coach. I don't want to say this is going to sound like I'm saying Kevin had one foot out the door, but I do think players understood that Kevin was in a precarious situation, that Kevin had to reprove himself last year because of the debacle of Dorsey and the offense and everything that happened in 2024. And I think players could feel that last year slipping away. Even when, and to their credit and to Kevin Stefanski's credit, even though they kept winning games that we didn't expect them to after it seemed like fait accompli that Kevin was going to get fired. But players know. I think you know when negative inertia is happening, and I think players are the first to know it. So I don't think you have that this year. And I think that's another advantage. That I do not believe it's possible to have a clean slate with Deshaun. I think it's entirely possible to have a clean slate for Todd Monken. That is something that I do think, like, hey,
I wouldn't even call it
new energy in the building.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it necessarily a clean slate because, like, when we have people on, the thing they want to talk about is what he did with the Ravens. You know, and they want to highlight what he did with Georgia. It didn't go well when he was here with 2019, obviously, but the players, they don't think about that 2019 being the coordinator for Freddie Kitchens. They think about what he did for Lamar. They think about the stuff at Georgia and winning titles and Stetson Bennett. Like, that's the stuff that stays with you. If anything, if I was Monken, I'd go around trying to give as many reminders as possible to what he's accomplished in recent years.
That actually is one of the things that really, and this is, Todd can only base his success in what he pitches to people based off what he's done. And I get that. So it's not about Todd. It is about how people talk about Todd Monken, which is, well, look what he did with Lamar. And I believe some of that, but it's like, yeah, he also had Lamar. You know
He
what
also
I mean?
had Lamar,
Like,
yeah. Well, that's where the fantasy of it all kind of, it does get zapped if you're not seeing success. Because it goes from, look what I did with Lamar, to then,
to why can't you do this?
why can't you do that? Yeah, exactly. And like that comes, life comes at you really fast if you're Todd Monken in that regard.
And well, but it kind of goes back to what bugs me about, there are like three things that I've heard. There are three things that I think are merging cliches with the Browns. One is clean slate for Deshaun. Again, not possible. Two is, but Monken with Lamar, which is, yes, he had a lot of success with him. He did. And I do think Lamar took a step. Whether that was cousin Monken or not, we'll find out. And then three, it was the Cavs really only need a baseline of quarterback play, and they'll be fine. That might be true. You still need the best quarterback play possible. You know, like that. Like that. Wow, they only really need if whoever the starting quarterback is the 20th best quarterback in the NFL. I think you can win with that. That's assuming a lot.
Well, and that's what sucks is that's the baseline of all these conversations. It feels like it's like well, what do you have if quarterback X is just the 17th best quarterback, and it's just not something we can necessarily depend on.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, Albert Breer moved to 6 o'clock, so we're going to get to him. But Warren Sharp ranked the Browns' strength of schedule 4th easiest in the NFL. How much does this factor into your expectations for 2026? I think fans, somewhere along the way, started to get some of the positivity back in this.
Oh, definitely.
I do think it's interesting that since the draft, seems like the media has kind of come along with that. And I would like to evaluate everyone's cases individually and whether I'll allow them on the bandwagon or not.
Okay. You as the director of the bandwagon?
Now, you are my everyday partner.
Yeah.
You want to get on this wagon?
I don't.
Jump up on it.
And in
well,
fact,
then get the hell away from it.
I'd like to turn away, and you called me a Cavs homer.
Yeah.
I'd like to say you've turned into a Browns homer in this very discussion.
I picked them to win 5 games last year.
You picked them to win 4.
Okay. That's not much better. I was still closer than anyone that talked to ex-Browns quarterbacks.
Hold on, we're not
week
judging
before
this
the
off
season.
of what happened last year, because if that was the case, then I would not qualify for Cavs homerism.
This is different because it involves me.
Okay, very good.
You can see. You can see how totally different
I see
it
the
is.
difference.
I'm glad you covered
I just
it
need the acknowledgement there. That's all. No, I've remained pretty flatlined here. As long as I don't know who the quarterback is, I'm not going to be able to say anything like 8, 9, 10 wins or anything crazy like that. I've stuck around 7, and we've hovered around 7 for a while. But there's a wide variance there if it's Deshaun versus Shador.
I gotta know.
A wide variance for myself.
Now at
An
this point,
uncomfortably large variance that exists between those two.
I mean, we're getting to the point with Deshaun that people that like 4 weeks ago said there's no way they can possibly start Deshaun ever again are now saying the updated narrative from many well-sourced people here are they might be rigging this in favor of Deshaun. That's
I don't
where we
understand
arrived
why
to
you
today.
would rig it though. Like I don't understand that unless they think the only way that they can somehow get something out of the worst trade in NFL history to maybe
Is
not
to run
be
it back
them
into the ground.
Well, if Deshaun wins 10 games or something like that, is that all of a sudden offset 4 years of just torpedoing a franchise? No.
What you do to get to pay him again?
Well, but it might make it to the sense where it's just no longer considered the worst trade in NFL history.
By the way, you want to talk about how hated Deshaun would be in this town? If Deshaun let's go back to the average quarterback play. He was merely good this year.
Yeah.
And then he decided too much water under the bridge. And he left the Browns in free agency.
Like, and took a discount to do so too. Like
yes,
the Browns are offering him like
just wanted to
$25
get
million
out of Cleveland.
and he's like, I'll take $15 million to be the quarterback of the Colts.
Yes, I don't know. You could draw up a scenario where somebody could be more,
Here's
unless
why I
he
tell you it
actually
won't
just
happen.
moved the Browns again.
Here's why I tell you it won't happen.
What's that?
Because if he does have success, and I just don't see this happening, guys. You know that about me. But like, if he does have success, too much of him is going to credit Todd Monken.
Or
I
he
think,
really just blames Kevin Stefanski.
I think where he's fumbled this whole entire thing is thinking that Bill O'Brien didn't help him out a ton. And I think based off of the Charles Robinson reporting attached to the idea of basically Bill O'Brien calling out everything that was going on in the headsets up until they cut it off with 15 seconds remaining is part of the reason why, if Deshaun ever has success again, he's going to hold on to that head coach. Whoever helps him out and does the opposite of Stefanski, he's going to hold on to him like a Fabergé egg. He's going to be very delicate with that head coach, and he's going to act as if that guy's Lombardi all of a sudden.
Are we throwing
the good one, not Michael?
Are we throwing a Super Bowl party if Shedeur is named? I want to know what your reaction will be if, like, 3 weeks from now, out of nowhere,
no, this is the part that
Shedeur is the starting quarterback.
This is the part that sucks. Is now you guys, everyone's made it where all of a sudden I have to feel like, whoo, big sigh of relief. Shedeur gets the opportunity he's supposed to have the entire time. Like, I hate that this is now that reality. That, like, the Browns are putting themselves in a spot to just Browns up this whole entire thing in such a way that if they just do the right thing and make Shedeur the quarterback and give themselves a chance to actually win this season, I'll have to throw a party and celebrate when it shouldn't have come to this.
So you're still going to throw the party, though,
well,
right?
I like parties.
Yeah, that's
fair. I like parties.
You're a big ice cream cake
I'm a
guy.
festive guy. I like parties.
When people think of you, they think of Mr. Party.
They do. Well, at least my 3-year-old does.
Yeah. Well,
you know, she has me make. We do happy birthday cakes every night before dinner.
You get one of those?
No, she has me make them like fictitious birthday cakes, and then we sing happy birthday every single. It's a daily thing for like 3 weeks now. She thinks I love parties.
Wow,
that's the point. She thinks
she might have a point. She might be turning you into a party guy.
I used to be very festive in life. You know, I really did. Like even like Cinco de Mayo today, it's kind of sad. Like I'm not having Mexican food tonight. I'm not having margaritas tonight. There was a time in life, everything that came, I was celebrating in some fashion or another. And then you just hit a certain age
really
and you just
beating you down.
You just kind of stop. I don't know what that's about. You just kind of stop being festive at some point.
There's some married guy right now driving around saying, "You and me both, brother."
Is that what that is?
It's not me.
I don't know.
I've never been happier.
I'm very happy. Does that not sound happy? I'm just not festive anymore. I'm just like I've done it. I've done Cinco de Mayo enough. I've done St. Patty's Day enough. I just don't do those things anymore. You act like you're throwing a big like chimichanga and margarita fest for yourself tonight.
Oh, I got the chimichangas out. Come on now.
Are you saying? Well,
no, I'm going to a band concert after this.
Yeah. Your festive nature is warming up a Hot Pocket later tonight and being thankful about it.
That'd be a good Hot Pocket, though. Hot Pocket.
Maybe Uncrustables are on the menu
but
for tonight.
But one of the taco ones. You know, the ones that really slap. Come on now. 216-474-0092. The Browns have the fourth easiest schedule in the NFL. How much does this factor in your expectations for the Browns in 2026? And the experts have spoken, and they don't like your Cavaliers. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge for you, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be atop your list. Nay, I say it should be your list. So the challenge is pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one. Because what you're going to hear is the difference. That's what I heard the first time I turned over the Ram legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8 in my Ram truck. Because I felt the power. It's that simple. You just turn the engine over. By the way, you can also choose
safe and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hear all the latest from Browns rookie minicamp starting on Friday.
Come on, man, wake up! There we go.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football.
Here we go, buckle them up!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick and JP with you back on the Fan. As we've been talking about all day long, we are a little over an hour until Cavs Pistons tip off there. And we've referenced this but haven't really gotten into it. ESPN has 10 experts that picked this series. And one, everybody but Bobby Marks has this thing going 7 games.
6 or 7. Right?
No, I think it was all 7. Unless there was, in fairness, I only saw 6 of the 9. For some reason, I thought there was 9 here. Sorry. I only saw 9 of the 10. I don't see the 10th one.
Yeah, we didn't have the right amount of execs to begin with. Anyway, I'll pull up the article. I'll find it.
But the Pistons did get 7 votes to win this series, and the Cavs got 3. It's not that they're wrong, right? And again, this is prove-it mode for the Cavaliers. I'm still surprised they have it as one-sided as they do.
Yeah, and I think this goes to the idea that the Cavs have to show everybody across the NBA that they're going to show up in these moments. This is all this is, and it's not as if it's not as if Detroit has a bunch of success to fall back on themselves. They got an Orlando series where they basically just vomited all over their shoes for 7 games and then found a way to win. And so, I find it interesting. The lack of evidence for Detroit is what's actually propelling them in Vegas's eyes and ESPN's eyes and everybody else's eyes, because they don't have enough data and enough series like the Cavs do that say they consistently do this.
It is funny when I actually just see Pistons getting 7 votes here, Cavs getting 3. It does piss me off, but not for the reason you think. The flowers that the Pistons have gotten, in a way that, I remember the Hawks back in the day, when the Hawks would be a number 1 seed, everyone kind of agreed, yeah, that's a paper tiger, right? The Celtics, before they drafted Tatum and Brown, will get the number 1 seed, and everybody go, well, yeah, that's a paper tiger. For some reason, and maybe it's Cade Cunningham, who, again, is just fantastic.
It's got to be a big part of it.
He is tremendous.
A lot of turnovers for Cade Cunningham, though.
But and I don't tolerate them for my point guard. You
don't love that. He averaged 6 a game in that series. Harden ended up averaging 5.1 in that series.
Well, that's because he completely just stopped on Game 7.
Only had 2 in Game 7.
Yeah. Did Kenny say, if you get more than 2, I'm going to take your ass off the court?
Or did he do it just because he knew that was the one gripe you had?
Did he hear me bitching?
He's like, I'm gonna make this look better in the long run.
I'm going to make that fat idiot.
Take that, Nick. I don't care what happens in Game 7. I'm not going to turn the ball over.
By the way, James, I am willing to be your fat friend that just stands next to you, and everyone's like, man, Harden has lost some weight. Willing to do it.
He is getting in shape. Well, he needs it because the fat Harden critics are back out and about, and I'm getting agitated at him.
Again, Big Nick stands next to James Harden, and all of a sudden people are like, man, James is really hitting the gym recently. And that'll be $250,000 a year, James. Now, that said,
I like that. That's your price. That's it for. That's like one weekend for James at a strip club.
Yep, that's why you got to set it. And by the way, I'd still do this job, I would still make sure I'd be there for him so that people saw, oh, who's that ginormous person and little old James Harden over there.
I've always defended James Harden's strip club addiction.
Yeah,
for the simple idea that some people have car addictions when they have that much money, right? And they're spending $300,000 on a car that immediately is worth $125,000 the moment they take it off the lot, and they spend 7 or 8 different cars that are worth $300,000, $400,000. You're never going broke if you go to the strip club, even as often as James Harden did. Think about the amount of money you could possibly spend in a strip club in one night. It's low, $1, $2, $3 grand. It's not a crazy high number. You get to do that.
You don't frequent the same gentleman's establishments that he does.
He's not doing 25,000 large in a strip club.
I'm telling you
on
right
a consistent basis.
You haven't seen the artists at
the artist
at what is that?
You can make it rain
Magic
dollar bills
City
for unlimited amounts of time, and it's only dollar bills. You're still going to end up in a spot where you're spending $1, $2, $3 grand, $4 grand.
I think you're very wrong on this.
What dollar bills are you throwing? Is the better point.
I think you guys are thinking he goes to the strip clubs and just puts out like 50 grand a night, and that's just not. He's just not doing that. He got his jersey to the rafters for a reason. He's spending a good amount of coin, but it's not nearly the I don't know, 25 grand a time that people think that it is.
Of all the James Harden
exhausting
apologist things, I think this is the thing you're most wrong on.
Oh, not even close.
I'm willing.
I'm willing
to give wiggle room.
If you sat in a chair and just did dollar bill after dollar bill like this,
why do you think he's doing singles?
How many? Because he doesn't have to give 20s. He doesn't have to give 50s.
Doesn't have to, but he enjoys the game.
How do you know that? You don't know that he enjoys spending more money at the strip club?
You realize, I think
he
James Harden
more money at the strip club.
I think James Harden likes the optics of being a player with a lot of money.
And
you look like a cheap ass if you go with $1 bills to Magic City.
First off, he's not in Magic City
Show
every
me
single
your
time.
Art. $1 at a time.
You do this and see how many dollars in an hour you're getting off.
Now I just know.
How many dollars in an hour are you getting off?
Know, real quick, Mac. Now I know that you've never been throwing the dollars out there because the way you're doing
I'm throwing dollars out there?
This is the stiffest. Go ahead and do that again for the camera. That's the stiffest dollar bill.
I was doing the thumb thing more than I was doing anything else.
You've never made it rain at a strip club. In fairness, neither have I, but I'm telling you, that is not a man who sniffed lemon pepper Lou wings in his life. Mac?
There's a reason why people talk about throwing Benjamins. They don't talk about throwing Andrew Jacksons or throwing Andrew Hamiltons around.
The thing is,
real quick, let's respect a good line there. There's a good line.
If you're going for somebody's birthday, if you're going for a massive celebration, sure, fine. Maybe he's making it rain on those given nights. But it is not nearly the depreciating asset that buying $400,000 Lambos, 7 of them is. Who spent more money in 1 year's time? James Harden going to strip clubs 4 times a week, or LaMelo Ball isolating out an F1 race? I'm sorry. It's LaMelo spent more and has wasted more so much at such a. You can go.
Do
broke.
Those lap dances have resale value? I forgot.
You can go broke buying cars. You're not going broke going to the strip club 4 times a week.
That's interesting you say that.
You're just not.
Because this was from Sports Illustrated in 2022.
Yeah.
Ex-Rocket star James Harden's jersey retired after spending $1 million at a strip club.
I referenced the jersey. All right? You got the jersey to the Raptors.
Did you mention the $1 million? So you think he's going from spending $1 million?
Season? You think that was 1 year? That was spread out. No. That was spread out over years in Houston.
That's not a defense.
He was in Houston for 8 years before they even got that. I was in Houston the same time James Harden was. There's strip clubs every 3 seconds. There's more strip clubs than McDonald's. I've looked it up. It's insane. But, so average that out. 100 grand a year? 120 grand a year?
That's an asinine amount of money.
That's not insane. You're not going broke going to the strip club.
That's it.
Harden
don't have resale.
Harden will never go broke going to the strip club as often as he enjoyed. You'll go broke on cars. You'll go broke buying houses. A lot of ways to go broke as an athlete. You're not going broke going to the strip club 4 times a week. I think it's a responsible venture.
I think you're full of something.
It's a responsible venture.
I think you're full of something. That's all I'm going to say. Albert Breer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. In case we missed it, coming up at 6:40. But we mentioned the clean slate idea with the Browns and Deshaun Watson. We mentioned the March for Arch. Might have to change the naming on that. Our next guest every single Tuesday here on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline of the MMQB. Albert Breer joining us. Albert, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We're doing all right here. We're getting ready for Cavs Pistons. How big of a disappointment is Boston getting bounced out, or is there still like the post-title glow from, was it, 3 years ago?
No, I mean, on the radio right now, I think they're firing Missoula and trading Jaylen Brown. So, I think that there is like a little. I think it's fair to look at like what happened in that series and the way they play, I guess is the best way to put it. That's caused a lot of frustration over the last couple of years. And, I think then some of the ownership decisions, they move on from Porzingis and Al Horford and Drew Holiday all at once, and so, they build this team that maybe can't win different ways, and I don't know, I'm just personally watching, I can't stand that style of basketball where you're just you have four guys standing at, outside the arc and you're just, pushing the ball around and getting a shot. And then, there's a lot of reasons to be frustrated. And I think there's a little concern that, the Tatum window isn't going to be maximized here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, 27-0 when they shoot 40% from three, and they're a 500 team when they don't. Like, that's got to be it. It's obvious.
And the thing that gets me about it is so they fight their way back into that game, and it's down to and now you're down at you have it at one point on two different occasions, and you're still bombing threes, even though that's not really working for you. And it's almost like they're counting on the law of averages to bail them out. You know what I mean? Which is just, the shots weren't falling, so find an easier shot, but that's just me.
All right. We will get to some football here. I read your piece on Fernando Mendoza and becoming the number one pick and the spy tech and Mark Davis side of things. I'm curious, as compared to other, first pick or first quarterback off the board, do you think Fernando is in a spot he can succeed in, or will he have to elevate the program?
That's a good question. I would say, for right now, they're going to have to make a determination on that I think will help guide whether or not he has a real shot to start as a rookie. And history shows us that almost all of these guys start as rookies, right? I think the reality is there are very few true redshirts. I believe the Rams when they say they're not intending to play Ty Simpson. But unless you're a Super Bowl contender and you have a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, chances are the kid's going to play at some point. But they also have Kirk Cousins there. And I think they have a little bit of leeway to be responsible about this. And so, I think a huge piece of assessing whether or not Fernando Mendoza should go in there isn't just whether he's ready, it's whether the team's ready to support him. And so, a lot of that's going to hinge on the development of the offensive line and, what does the skill group look like with Speedy Naylor joining, Jack Batch, who they drafted last year, and what does Brock Bowers look like coming back from the injury? There's just, I think, a lot of open questions there and what they're going to look like. And I think you spend the spring and the summer figuring all of that out, and whether or not you've got the sort of infrastructure in place to make sure you're not putting the weight of the world on the kid's shoulders in his first year.
Albert, the station had Brian Baldinger on earlier, and he kept referencing this clean slate for Deshaun Watson, and it seems to be a trend over the past week or so. People just talking about it as if you got to ignore everything that previously existed with Deshaun, and now you just start fresh and you start new. How possible is that? Is that a thing that can even be achieved, to just give someone as clean of a slate as it seems like 5-6 different other people we've had on the station want to give Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, I think it's, I think, like, if you're the Browns, and I've said this to you guys over and over again, like, I just look at the amount of money invested, and it's going to wind up being $230 million, and the draft picks that you put into it. You didn't have a first rounder for 3 straight years, and I just don't know why you wouldn't at least want to make sure in this last year, which is a year of transition anyway, whether or not, like, whatever got him into the top 5 or so quarterbacks in the league, whether or not that's in there at all anymore, And I think if you start the season with Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel, it becomes really hard to do that. You know what I mean? I think you almost, with a veteran player, you almost have to start with him as your starter. And if it doesn't work out, then it's really easy to go to one of the young guys, But I've said this, and a lot of people have attacked me for it, whatever. I can take it. But I mean, I think if you're talking about, like, who has a chance to be a top shelf, who has the best chance to be a top shelf quarterback, who's the most talented quarterback on the Browns roster, I still think there's very little question that it's Deshaun. It doesn't mean the other guys aren't going to make it, but if you just look at the success rate of guys like of guys who are drafted in the top, in the top half of the first round versus guys in the 3rd and 5th rounds, if you just look at the physical ability versus the other two. I still think Watson's got the best chance, even if it's a very small chance, of actually getting back where he was before.
Albert, looking at this, the Browns have gotten a lot of compliments on the offseason between the draft and free agency, rebuilding the offensive line, getting those young wide receivers in there. I think I also saw Warren Sharp has the Browns having the 4th easiest schedule in the NFL this year. Big picture. Where I know it's early and I know some things have to play out here, but where kind of your mentality of where the Browns should be? Because I still see a lot of power rankings that have them as one of the 3 worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I think the quarterback position, the uncertainty of the quarterback position certainly holds them back. And I think there are a lot of ifs, so they're going to be relying on younger players. They could continue to retool the roster. And continue to invest in the future. And, like, I think, like, if you look at, like, where they're at, like, to me, what a lot of this is going to ride on is the development of Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger and Harold Finn and Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson, and I can go on. And then you take the rookies from this year, and what does Spencer Fano look like in his first year, and Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston. And it's just, you've got, like, now this baseline of young players, and you had to do that. And I think Andrew Berry and his staff and the new coaching staff did the right thing in continuing to pour into the volume of players that they could bring in that are younger, because the group that was built around Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and Joel Bitonio and those guys had aged out. So now, now I think you see where it goes, and again, like, a huge piece of this is going to be the player development piece of it, and the job that they can do with all of those 1st and 2nd year guys they have on the roster.
Albert, a few days ago, Shiloh Sanders told Mary Kay Cabot to go make me a sandwich, I think was the line that ended up coming out, and then he doubled down on it. He went on an Instagram Live and was just basically just. He didn't help himself. Let's put it that way. There was no sense of, like, man, that post got away from me. Did anybody in league circles or anyone you talked to, have they discussed that type of situation? Like, that's not – Shedeur can't be held accountable for that, but it still is not great.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have anybody bring it up to me, but I do think, like, there's that piece of it, which is, like, it seems like there's always something going on around Shedeur. You know what I mean? Like, And this, it's, like, hard to blame him for it. It's his brother, but it's still something that's creating a headline, And, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I hate to put it this way, but, like, how many other siblings of players would feel at liberty to say something like that? And even if they did, in how many situations would it catch the sort of attention that this did, And that's just sort of part of the package with Shedeur Sanders, and it's part of why he fell last year, quite honestly, because, I think the teams that saw him as a backup quarterback look at it and say, well, if you're a backup quarterback and if you're if your ceiling is to be a backup quarterback for us, we're not going to be tolerant of all this other stuff going on.
Albert, I know you had Brady Quinn on your podcast today. You guys got into the Brendan Sorsby situation. The latest, as I know it, is he's retained counsel to try and push the NCAA to allow him basically just clarity on his availability for 2026. And if he doesn't get that, he's very likely going to enter the supplemental draft. I know you and Brady kind of talked about where you think he could go. How likely is it you think that he goes in the supplemental draft, and how big of a market do you think there actually will be for Brendan Sorsby coming off the gambling scandal?
If he enters the supplemental draft, I think he'll go. I think he'll be a second rounder, would be my guess. I think there's an outside chance he goes in the first round. And I look at the landscape, and it kind of seems like that's the likelihood to me now. Part of the reason why he, brought in Jeffrey Kessler, who's kind of the boogeyman to a lot of the big sports leagues, right? And the reason he brought in Jeffrey Kessler, the reason Tech has lawyered up, is because I think they want to try to expedite the process, and they want to try to see if they can accelerate a decision here one way or the other, so everyone can move on with whatever the result is. So those lawyers are now going to try to negotiate some sort of suspension that'll get him back on the field at some point this year. If that doesn't work, then I think the idea of actually filing a lawsuit and going after these guys, I think is honestly, it might be a fool's errand. The rule's pretty cut and dry. He's already admitted to the wrongdoing, and I mean, the path you would take in that case is that you would file the lawsuit, then you'd file for an injunction. And to get the injunction, you have to prove that there's a likelihood that you win the case. But this one seems pretty cut and dry, that he broke the rule. And so I don't know that they would get the injunction. So it's just complicated for that reason. And my guess is then, you'd probably be looking at him entering the supplemental draft. And, I look at teams like the Browns and the Dolphins and the Jets and the Cardinals as ones that could look at it and say it's worth flipping a second-round pick for a guy who might have wound up being a top 5 pick in the 2027 draft if he went and played the season out at Tech. And then I think you could even have some teams maybe swing a first-rounder, or a team like a Minnesota or Pittsburgh that thinks, well, we're going to be drafting late in the round anyway, so we won't have a chance to get a quarterback next year, so let's just do it now.
David Njoku visited the Chargers on a visit yesterday, and last month he visited with the Ravens. Does he just not have as rich of a market as he not only would like, but maybe some people expected?
Yeah, I think that's probably it. I think with a lot of these guys, they get used to making a certain amount of money, and a lot of them, and I think David Njoku fits into this category, feel undervalued over the course of their career, and they see what other people are making, and then when they finally make it to the market, they have this idea of what they're going to make, and, it doesn't turn out that way, and they wind up sitting on the market for a while. So I think that's sort of where David Njoku is right now, and he's just got to get comfortable with the fact that he's not going to hit a certain price point. I think there's also, all right, what level of player are you getting at this point? How much does he have left as a blocker? Is he just a big receiver at this point? There are some questions on the field too, but I think the bigger thing is accepting where the market is. And look, he's not unique that way. There are a lot of guys that fall into that where they have an idea of how much they're going to make when free agency starts in March, and when they fall short of that, they have a little bit of trouble. They have a little trouble accepting it. And then sometimes we'll sit hoping that, maybe somebody gets desperate with an injury or something. But I'd say that's where he's at right now. And, I think going to a team like the Chargers, a team like the Ravens would make sense. I mean, those teams value the tight ends.
Albert, many people have been suggesting the next 12 months are about the march for Arch. Arch Manning is the presumptive number 1 pick in the 2027 NFL draft. Is that the vibe around the NFL? The teams are lining up for the right to take Arch Manning.
I wouldn't agree with that, no. I think right now, if you ask people who've actually evaluated it, I think you get the answer you get is that Dante Moore from Oregon is the leader in the clubhouse to be the first one taken. Now, like, Arch may have a higher ceiling, but I think the trouble people have when they're evaluating Arch is like, and this is like, I mean, I think just the narrative is that, like, he's a really great athlete, which is true. You know, he's a big athletic kid. And I think there's this idea that he automatically has everything that Eli and Peyton had on top of that. And that's not really the case right now. You know, like right now, I'd say he's still raw as a passer. He's inconsistent with his eyes. He's inconsistent with his accuracy. You know, he doesn't see it quite fast enough, but he improved in all those areas over the course of last year. So, like, I think what you're hoping for is that he's going to continue to progress the way that he did over the course of last year. So he's not there yet. I think there's a chance he goes first overall. But, you know, when I'm looking at the guys now that will be eligible for the draft next year, I put Dante Moore in front of him. I think some teams might put C.J. Carr from Notre Dame in front of him too. So, like, plenty of time to make up ground, but I don't think he's the lead dog as it stands right now.
Albert, we got a boogie. Great stuff as always, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there of the MMQB on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We will react to what Albert had to say about the clean slate with Deshaun, the March for Arch, maybe it should be dancing for Dante, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Weather's warming up, and it's time to really start to take a look at that spring home improvement project list, like getting your roof inspected to make sure that it's still keeping water outside of your home. It's pretty simple. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions. During the winter, we had the whole freeze-thaw cycle. It's a nightmare. And basically, it causes the shingles in
Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 15 minutes here, Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Now, earlier in the show, I accused is maybe the wrong word. I suggested that Lima's handling of your and my Donnybrook from yesterday about moving goalposts and should we move the goalposts because Boston's out. I thought he actually extended an olive branch to some degree because he agreed with us both. He sided with you on the fact that I am, and I even admitted, am moving the goalpost, but he agreed that maybe the expectation should change with Boston out.
Whereas my takeaway on it was not that Lima was agreeing that it should change. He was just acknowledging that for some fans it did change.
I like my way better because it's an olive branch, and we can start to band together here.
Okay.
But this is why we're talking about it, because on the Wise Heart Right, we make it right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We're going to welcome on Anthony Lima. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hello.
I wondered if you guys agreed or disagreed that Eastern Conference semis sounds like you've achieved more than round 2.
Yeah. No, 100%. That's really smart branding by them.
Yeah.
Yeah. That will go. If they get eliminated this year and they decided to keep Kenny Atkinson, they will put on the ledger, hey, he guided the team to the Eastern Conference semis.
What's this when they get eliminated stuff, Lima?
I didn't say when. Maybe I did.
I think you did say when, yeah.
Yes, you did.
Please use the dump button, please.
Can't find it. Can't seem to find it on here. Is it the red one, Lima?
Well, now I need to go on a profanity-laced tirade now. Then you have to. All right, so I do think that just in listening to, I got a lot of Knicks fans in my life from my days in Syracuse, and I've been to MSG a bunch of times to try to earn that cred so I could reference this.
Not Nick Wilson fans. He means the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
The New York Knicks. They all said the same thing of what Nick is saying. Once Boston got eliminated, even though they thought they could go toe-to-toe, they obviously built a team that could go up against Boston. They achieved that last year. Once Boston went out, they almost unanimously were like, well, now you have to go to the NBA Finals. This is a massive disappointment looking at the rest of the bracket. And now they played sensational basketball, really their best of the year, the last 3 games. I did tell our new producer, Young John, who still has not eclipsed the probationary period, so anything can happen to him.
Little John.
Depending on how Ken Carman feels about him. He overreacted to the loss last night, and I said, blowouts do happen often, way more often with today's three-point shooting variance and injuries in the playoffs. Like, just ask the Golden State Warriors. They have championships where they have been drubbed by 30 and 40 points. Oklahoma City last year, I think they had 2 multiple 30-plus point losses in the playoffs. So really special teams. We're talking about special teams can have terrible games. I'm hoping that doesn't manifest itself tonight, as both these teams, there's no real advantage. Like, Detroit was at home. Okay, the Cavs had a quick turnaround to get to Detroit. No big deal. Typically, when you go through a 7-game war like the Cavs did, the team is waiting for you and has been waiting for you for sometimes a better part of a week. But that goes out the window. Both teams obviously had to play on Sunday with maybe 3 hours in between. So I don't think there's a huge advantage there. And that first game is always a crazy, bizarre feeling out process. I mean, I went over some of the all-time first games of the NBA Finals, the Allen Iverson, Ty Lue game where he dropped 40 and they didn't win a game the rest of the series. So, I wouldn't get carried away with what happens today, but I am looking to see, is this the series where Detroit, an opposing team goes after James Harden and Donovan Mitchell much more than I think what we just saw last series. I think it's going to be a tougher guard at this point for them. Sorry, my kid is chasing me around. I think this is going to be a tougher one for James Harden to play defense in, and I think Cade Cunningham can shoot over, guys like Harden, like Donovan, like Max Strus, and can finish at the rim much better than Scotty Barnes can. So I think that obviously is going to be something. Cade can get you in foul trouble.
Why are you filibustering? Just answer the question.
Which was?
I don't recall
Who did you side with, Nick or me?
I don't think there was I really lost interest in that debate because I really didn't have a strong take. I'm saying,
I know that's what you're calling for. Aren't you calling to kind of like settle this this 5-hour debate of what you thought, whether or not you are in Nick's corner in the idea that it has to be the NBA Finals, or whether or not you're in my corner where the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 6, Game 7, still justifies the Harden trade?
Look, I'm not going to be happy. Listen,
I heard your game preview this morning. I didn't need 7 minutes on it right now.
Now I'm changing. I'm changing teams. I was team Jonathan Peterlin for the better part of 2 years. I am off the Peterlin bandwagon. I don't like being pestered like this. So I'm on Nick's side. So I don't know if that means we have to get new clothing or anything.
That quick, you're changing? You're really not beating your own
Peterlin
charges
family.
Here. Yeah.
Look, I just think that the one good thing in this series, the Cavs do have some big time advantages as well. The Duncan Robinson, heat-seeking, rooting out of him no matter where he is at any point. I do think that's something they just really didn't have last series, especially because Quickly didn't play. Like, Quickly would have helped Toronto on offense, but on defense, I think Harden and Donovan would have just taken turns lighting him up and would have put Toronto in some tough spots.
All right, it's been 30 seconds. You still haven't answered.
I don't think he wants to answer.
Yeah.
But I don't know why he called that if he doesn't want to answer.
I'm going to need you
I'm going to be massively disappointed if this team bows out, any earlier than that. Look, these are both going to be wars. Like, I don't expect. Do you guys expect this to go 5 games either way? And would you expect the following series to go 5 games either way?
I'm going to need you to answer the question, or I'm going to have to, whatever our version of the Sweet Chin Music. I don't want to do this because we're not
I don't
Team
want to
Nick.
either. I don't want to do that.
He
even
actually
though
wants me to.
You're not Team Jonathan? That's fine.
Because
I don't want to do that.
Accosted you. I do need to know.
If Nick is going to continue this assault against you, I'm going to go right back to Team Jonathan, and I will do it in the blink of an eye.
All right.
Like, no question.
We've established you will flip-flop, but on the matter of, is it a disappointment if the Cavs don't make the finals this year?
Yes. It's
is the Harden trade justified if they bow out Eastern Conference Finals?
He was finally giving us the damn answer that we wanted.
This is where I will go down fighting. See, we're debating two different things. They had to make a Darius Garland deal. I don't know. Now, you can argue that you don't think Harden was enough. I think that's more on Darius and where his trade value was, especially when he's openly admitting and making excuses about his injuries, which were very real. But he's playing on 9 toes. Were you guys going to be comfortable going to war in a big decision year for Donovan Mitchell with another guard sidekick that has 9 toes?
I wasn't.
I think you would be.
I wasn't.
I'm not a toast, so I will accept 9 toes.
Well, that's good. That's good. We have somebody very famous in the sports community in relation to that, we're always hoping he can get around a little bit better.
Who's that?
I can't think. I have no idea who you're talking about right now.
What's the name? Can you tell us?
All I'm saying is that you had to make a deal. I obviously would have loved if they could have traded Darius for a wing, the Trey Murphy. I've gone over that to death. There's no way you were getting him. I mean, he's still a big prize. So, you look up and down the NBA rosters. I just don't think there was anybody they could trade him for. So they had to settle for a 37-year-old with some limitations in the playoffs.
We were so close to getting the answer, Jonathan, and you just steamrolled it.
Answered it.
He just answered it.
I felt like you had a bigger answer.
He just answered it.
You answered the right question. You were starting to answer the right question, which is it a disappointment if they get bounced out before the NBA Finals? And then JP was like, it's about James Harden, and all of a sudden we switched tracks.
It's about James Harden. It always has been. It always will be.
The question that I don't really want to entertain right now is, if they get bounced, let's say they get bounced in the next round, they win this series. I hear everybody say you have to sign James Harden because you made this deal. He still has a player option. You still could get creative. I know they have to figure out the salary cap situation with the double apron, so they still have to get under the apron if they want to make significant deals. But there's a lot of wheeling and dealing that would take place. I'm not 100%. They're in on James Harden for the next 2 to 3 years, but that only comes into play once we find out what happens with this team. I think they've been really happy with James and some of the defensive metrics they've actually shared with me. I don't know if I was supposed to spill that. They've been very pleased.
They're feeding you defensive James Harden info?
They have, because I can tell you they, like me, are not pleased with some of the stuff that some of the know-it-all NBA pundits have been putting out there. The Zach Lowe's, who, by the way, then came back and admitted that James Harden has actually been pretty decent in the series defensively. The Nate Duncans of the world. I keep hearing these guys talk about how they won in spite of James Harden. And I just think they're looking at numbers that they have to acknowledge around the NBA. Offensive ratings, I know you guys are up on the analytics. Offensive ratings, there's never been this big of a drop between the regular season and the playoffs since they've been tracking this data. So you can't go by regular season metrics and say, hey, look at these numbers. These efficiencies are kind of down, even though James's true shooting has actually gone up and his PER has kind of remained consistent. So,
are you just reading a text from the Cavs organization?
No,
that's exactly what that one sounded
listen,
like.
When Ken accuses people of doing that, they don't come on the show anymore. I will continue to come on the show. But I can just tell you,
By the way, Ken's on vacation. The shots you've taken in this day, between this and in the morning, it's like you're on this show. I don't know.
So the other thing is, like, you guys had a great conversation about Donovan Mitchell.
Agreed.
And how he needs to be more consistent. But, where do you have Donovan Mitchell in your player hierarchy? Like, SGA is expected to be a superstar every playoff game, and he damn near is. Jokic expected to be a superstar every game. And guess what? He normally is until this year.
Until Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, so Rudy Gobert, a guy he's dominated in the past, got neutralized this year. So even Jokic could not hit superstar levels. Now, he makes up for it with so much else of what he does. Donovan did not. And I think this is very, very important. And I do kind of love the honesty. I'm so shocked to hear somebody of his caliber kind of admit that he was held in check. But you can't admit that and then be held in check again by a completely different basketball team. Like that then starts to really mess with your ultimate legacy. And we already know what people say about Donovan. And if you go out there and you throw like 3 or 4 duds in this series and you get eliminated and you have to rely on James Harden and his usage goes skyrockets like it was tending to until, the end of Game 6 and Game 7, then that's a big problem because we all know the end of the story if you're relying on James Harden to be 2018 MVP James Harden.
Lima, we only have about 45 seconds here. Jonathan has downplayed how much money James Harden has spent at strip clubs in his life.
I think when you've made $400 million, if you want to go to the strip club 4 times a week,
those singles.
I just feel like that's not the worst investment ever. Like you're not going broke going to the strip club 4 times a week. Are you going broke buying $1 million houses and cars that rack up into the millions? Yeah, we've seen athletes do that. But
Stop editorializing.
You're not going broke at the strip club.
How dead ass wrong is he about James
Harden
being?
As often as you want. You're not going broke at the strip club.
I think it's all relative, and when I consider the amount of money that I have wasted at some of those same adult clubs that James has been to. Let's say in South Beach, for instance, I could say it's been a lot more of a regressive tax against me than it has been.
You might go broke, but if you're worth $400 million,
he's living in Avon. He's not that broke.
If you're worth $400 million, I think it's a good hobby.
I have 2 kids. I've got one down here right now that I have to explain to him why there's a lot less money in that college fund.
Well, hey,
I think James has to do that.
He'll enjoy the MAC just like I did. Lima, great stuff, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys.
That's how you get it. Could be an Ivy Leaguer. Too much time spent in certain establishments, and all of a sudden, can't read, can't write, can't state. I had to explain that joke to my kid the other day.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I was like, well, at least I don't have to worry about Ivy League tuition for you. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say huge thanks to Channing Frye, Cavs legend. That was at 2:40. Miran Fader of The Athletic. Great stuff on Donovan Mitchell's quest to change the narrative about himself. John Fanta. Had to try and nail him down today, but we got there. John was great about the Cavs. Cleaning the slate for Deshaun Watson as well. And then Albert Breer at 6 o'clock tonight. And oh, by the way, Anthony Lima in that last segment.
Little bonus.
We got there. He did.
Yeah.
And kudos to you. You roughed him up first.
He just kept going. It's like
he was definitely filibustering. That was like a 4-minute answer.
It's like, why did you call? We know your Cavs thoughts for game one. We already know that. Settle our debates.
I will tell you, when it comes to a guest, you lose patience quicker than I do, and I'm so thankful that you do, because the whole time
I do with guests, I do with phone callers, I do with all of it.
My clock is going, hey, speed it up. But I'm too Midwest nice to do anything about it most times, unless we're really up against it, because I know then Mac's going to get yelled at by Keith, and I would like to avoid the drama if all possible. I also see Mac palpitations over there.
There's something in my brain when I feel like the caller or whoever is just wasting the listener's time that infuriates me. It's not necessarily me just necessarily being like, oh, I need to be mean in this spot or anything like that. It's more the idea that like as a listener, I'm like, what's going on here? What's happening?
Now, usually we do, in case you missed it, we actually have great audio for this, but Hank, one of the loyal listeners of this station, might not have loved my Kent State joke. Hank, welcome to the show, friend.
Hello, Hank.
Nick, nothing I'm about to say is about to make sense, okay? So you're a Timbertop baby, and I'm a West Akronite for life, right? My daughter, kid 2, decided she was going to go to Kent State. So she is enrolled in the architecture program, and that's where I'm sending all of my money right now, okay? And when I say this, they built this building, I think it's like 5 years old. It is literally built to eliminate students. So the bottom level is like the size of the bottom level is the size of a football field.
Good thing your kid is an architecture major because she can fix the building.
The point is the bottom level is the size of a football field because it's for freshmen and sophomores, knowing that when they go to the next level, which is half the size for juniors, and then the next level is half the size for seniors, all of those kids are going to eventually scrub out of the program, right? So it's like I am learning for the first time in my 51 years that Kent State students are actually, ready, Nick? Relatively intelligent.
I actually will say it's actually a really great school. Hank, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Here's the thing. The other option was going to Kent State for architecture. And I thought to myself, architecture sounds like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work, long hours, and they don't really make a lot of money.
Yeah. It's
like a really bad combo.
I had an architect tell me I make aggressively medium money. And I was like, well, I want aggressively
It sounds
a
nice.
lot.
It sounds nice, though.
Yeah.
That part's nice. But
so I chose radio.
Yeah.
One day my train will come in.
Hey, happy birthday to Jake Murrin.
Jake Murrin, come on.
Happy birthday to you.
Jake does.
How about that?
Jake does like 75 jobs.
How about
and
that?
He's such a sweet guy. We love having Jake on the show. So much so that we just don't treat producers the way the morning show treats theirs. Yeah.
And how's that working out for us? He seems like he doesn't hate us.
Yeah. Yeah, we got that going for us.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed the day, Jake.
Me as well. And I just found out 20 minutes ago is your birthday. Gonna own that one in real time. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Katie Pollock. We will be back tomorrow. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Enjoy game one.
Go Cavs. Let them know.